So next one, DRS. Memang
Kau letak je lah, kau letak je lah.
Weh,
Mai.
Bu 5. gelişim. PMGC benim mekanım. Herkes yanına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance.
Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Killerworthy from DRS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from DRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regnum Karyabura takımından Saylas.
Ben de Loxy.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yeşil'in sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, RRQ di Lil. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih?
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua.
Iyalah.
RQ'yu 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Void Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru akan perform. Mungkin saya letakkan
12.
12.
Sebelahan lah, Indo.
Sebelahan. Kenapa kau taruh video di sebelahan?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri
Oh,
kanan.
iya.
Oh, Team Secret.
Team Secret. So first time juga?
First time tak ada. Aku rasa
Okay,
lah.
kau letak
Aku random je.
Team Secret. 10 mana guna?
Nah.
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Legends team kita orang. So saya predict mesti ada dalam top 3. Saya predict
Kau pilih tengah-tengah.
realistic.
Tengah-tengah.
Ya.
Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di
Oh,
PPLCH.
Oh, oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Yang kita taruh di 4.
Nomor no tim.
They're good teams.
Next team dek.
Boyfriend.
Bukan. Bukan boyfriend.
Eh,
Nama
BF.
je BF tapi brute force.
Nama.
Nama
Aku rasa
Okay,
nama.
brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yaz
ilk,
ya.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh, yeah, merak dulu. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB.
Ada ni.
Ada bekas
Silas.
Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Wala. This winner sama dost. Mati ne raha. Dari mati ne raha.
Tim ini ya. Ramli tim ini.
Ramai team.
77 var. Bunlar çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih, dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one STE.
Dia orang ngeri tak?
Team lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin team ni underdog lah. 8.
ST.
Nggak tahu.
Dah makan ya. Apa ni
Nomor
team?
nomor tiga.
Oh, mati dah dost.
Ayo nah.
4MV. The regional champions for ni
Sekejap.
The strongest right now
Çok kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
I'm reason go best team also. Mau say one में रहे alhamdulillah. 5 मारा हो दोस्त. Be humble.
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım yani.
Aynen.
Üstü koymak
Her
lazım.
takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
DRS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini
kuat.
sih menurut gua nih, ini
Tengah-tengah
berdua
lah
lah.
ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita, ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita Lil, yang
Siapa
kita
tuh?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda.
Oh.
Sang kuda ini bahaya ini.
Team Liquid. Onlar da iyi.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry Wayne.
I'm so sorry bro.
Sorry Wisi.
Sorry CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang pun first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect lah. Tapi boleh jadi tak miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum yani.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya. Soalnya
IG.
ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk grup Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिआरएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Bye bye.
They stay alive. All four of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time,
We will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şey sorgulamadım, normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım yani. Çok fazla kasmıyorum yani.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो। योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ। कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामीभित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ।
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan lah yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला, तर डिआरएसले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर। हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ, सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन।
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma isi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk 4MV tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
Here we go, get it up. From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. Mother flag, mother glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the Grand Finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle vibes have been unstoppable, with Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7, and they might Just be the next global champion with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Celcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the survival stage? And who will face the heartbreak of elimination? The fight begins November 14th at 10:45 UTC. Tune in and don't miss a moment because anyone can be the one. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage continue with Group Green, where top teams battle fiercely to secure a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. In this week's intense group stage, we have witnessed powerhouse teams battling neck and neck trying to qualify, each one determined to claim one of the 3 coveted spots in the Grand Finals. First up, Navi made an incredible push towards the Grand Finals. In the second to last match on day 4, they unleashed overwhelming firepower, securing a chicken dinner with 16 elimination points.
And Navi.
This powerful win knocked out a rival team and lifted Navi to the top of the leaderboard and earned them a well-deserved ticket to the Grand Finals. TJB Esports had a bumpy start in the early days of League, but they quickly found their stride, showcasing true Chinese strength.
Another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Their explosive gameplay on day 3 carried through day 4, locking in their top 3 position in Group Red and securing a slot in the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy has made an impressive comeback this season. Led by Rauf, their new roster has been on fire, consistently finishing in the top 3 on day 1 and 2. Though they slipped to the top 5 on day 3, they fought back on the final day to reclaim their top 3 spot, finishing strong with a total of 172 points. Their unwavering determination has officially earned them a well-deserved spot in PMGC final stage. IWNRX, a veteran Turkish powerhouse, started strong by amazing high elimination points, even reaching the top spot on day 2, without a single chicken dinner. A standout performance in their success was this season player's IWNRX Seawolf, whose stellar performance earned him the weekly MVP for Group Red. Showcasing amazing skill and resilience throughout the tournament, he achieved an impressive 41 eliminations and dealt over 10,000 damage during this week's group stage, firmly establishing himself as one of the top contenders in the group. The fan-favorite Mongolian powerhouse, Balkan's Force, faced the challenging start on day 1 and day 2. Despite the intense pressure, they managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, showcasing their resilience. However, early eliminations in some matches made it difficult for them to get a break in the top 3. Now they head to the survival stage, aiming to reclaim their spot in the PMGC Grand Finals. ASIA Esports, a veteran team from Pakistan, faced setbacks in last season's PMGC but has returned stronger this season. They kicked off Group Red with the first chicken dinner, showcasing resilience and consistency, racking up high elimination points, even games with early knockouts. Despite their strong performance, they finished in the top 6 and now will head to survival stage. ASIA's exciting gameplay has truly added intensity to the competition and has surprised a lot of fans. Other teams like FaZe were struggling to break into the top ranks from day 1 to 3, remaining on the page 2 of the overall standing. However, they found their rhythm on day 4, refusing to back down, climbing up to the top 7. They now head to survival stage for one final chance for a spot at the PMGC Grand Finals. Team Queso, a formidable team from South America, faced near elimination throughout the league. However, on day 4, they deliver a crucial 15-point game, securing their spot in the survival stage. Now they have one final opportunity to prove their worth. Alter Ego Aries showcased impressive elimination points but struggled to maintain consistent gameplay throughout the league stage. Once again, challenges from past seasons preventing them from securing a spot in PMGC Finals.
Our goals is win, but it will be hard, but we will try.
我们也是进决赛的嘛，也不要怕我们吧，有点就能撞吧。
This group was really tough for us. It's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting every match.
PUBG Mobile fans, that's a wrap for Group Red. Stay tuned as these teams continue to showcase their determination and skill in the fight for a spot in the Grand Finals in London. Let's see who rises to the top. Join us for the upcoming matches in Group Green. You won't want to miss out.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the Saber-Toothed Tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of Group Green. We had some pleasant surprises yesterday, and one of them was none other than the Vicious. I'm joined here by Bruno. Bruno, what was the biggest challenge for you guys yesterday?
I think the big challenge for us is ourselves. We are very confident and we can qualify for the Grand Finals.
Well, hey, I'm pretty sure if you guys do end up qualifying to the Grand Finals, it's going to be a big underdog story. Thank you so much, brother. Hopefully you guys continue on that performance, because right now, this team has just been surprising everybody. The Vicious being really strong, and I'm passing by Team Secret, a team that's currently going to be hunting them down today because they want to be within the top 3. Now, I want to switch the focus a little bit more to another team that has been able to perform really well on day 1, and that was Influence Rage. They ended up with 2 chicken dinners. Very impressive stuff out of that team, and now we're passing by RQ Athena. Just quick little feast. Oh, nice rain, brother. Thank you, thank you. That team, I'm sorry, but they need to step it up because right now they're not performing. But one team that is performing is going to be none other than Influence Rage, as I have V2K here with me. V2K, you guys were able to get 2 wins yesterday. What are the expectations coming into today to maintain yourself within the top 3?
Actually, we are very prepared and very confident. So yesterday we didn't have any surprises, and we really worked super hard, and we want to go to the finals.
I want you guys to go in the finals, and I'm not trying to be biased here. Now, I got to do one more. How many wins today?
2.
We got to keep the trend here going. Let us know in the comments below how many wins Influence Rage is going to get. Let's get started with day 2 of Group Green.
2 more wins? Huh? You want to have 4 wins in 2 days? Like, come on. There's only very few teams that can do that out there. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Hot Jukes and Max Man, as we're about to kick off our 2nd day of Group Green of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 League Stage. Hot Jukes, Max Man, how you guys doing today? Let's start off with you, Jukes. You're looking good. You're feeling good. Do you have a nice ring on? That's the real question. That's Seven's wondering.
Hey,
nice ring, brother.
And we're ready to go, dude. Pinkies up. We're fancy today, baby. Let's get it going.
It's not fair. I left my ring in the other room. Max, you got any jewelry on?
Nothing, unfortunately. No. Might get a tattoo soon, but no, nothing.
Oh! Okay. Well, you know what? We can talk about that off air. What we should be talking about is what all
Perhaps
went
a
down
doc
yesterday. A what tattoo?
Perhaps a doc tattoo?
Oh, I thought he was going to get like a hair tattoo.
It's just
so
like
it's
I
his hair
crashed
up here.
CAG Osaka. that's what it would be.
The hovercraft.
I mean, that was the story of yesterday. We saw 4MV have a 32-point game, getting 22 eliminations, which is one of the highest we've ever seen in a global championship or ever seen ever since we switched away from the 20 points for a chicken dinner, to be honest with you guys. We can see here the teams, if you missed out on yesterday, who will be playing today and, of course, over the next 2 days after this. And Kagasaka, that was one of the teams, Max, you brought up that really did punish 4MV when it came to Erangel.
Like, that was too good a chicken dinner you just had for MV. How about we just camp you out the next 2 Erangels? Good deal. No, not a good deal for 4MV, but good deal for them. Especially seeing, unfortunately, Jason, that Doc might have built up a bit too much confidence after that chicken dinner, and he's just sending it so deep with a hovercraft. Like, if you did not watch the third Erangel of yesterday, please just go back and check it out, because Doc is a mad lad. Not in a good sense. So you did go out a little bit early, Jason, but I hope that today he's gonna chill a little bit and just stick with the team.
I don't know. I want to see him pop off again. I mean, maybe, yeah, chill with the team a little bit so you can pop off. As we can see, they're currently sitting in 3rd place. But Jukes, I mean, it's really been for these last, 2 groups, including Group Green now. It's been all like South Korea in my head. Like, I know obviously
Right?
the EMEA team's been playing extremely well. John, yes, don't message me. I know EMEA's been doing well. But South Korea has really come to play this year, I feel like.
Oh, dude, no joke. This group has been really interesting to watch. By the way, shout out to my man Dennis here for making this point. D plus Kia, the best first day we have seen out of all the groups. 75 points total. That is insane. But the same goes for all the way to the bottom of the leaderboards as well, where, the 16th place team outperformed the 16th place team from the other groups too. So, I mean, it's crazy how we're just leveling up here as time goes on. We thought we saw the group of death earlier on, but with these performances here, we saw, a record-breaking game for at least this stage we've seen from 4MV. And I still expect to see some surprises here today, too.
Oh, 100%, Max. I mean, for one of the surprises for me, which you don't necessarily have to touch on, there's other teams you want to talk about here in our top 8, but the Vicious kind of coming out of nowhere again, like kind of replacing Twisted Minds Brazil playing here. I didn't really have expectations, but for them, it's a big showing.
For the Vicious, it wasn't like that these big flashy chicken dinner or second place games with a ton of eliminations. It was just consistent day overall. They got a 2nd place with 7 eliminations, a 3rd place with 2 eliminations, and then a 4th place with 4 eliminations. And even outside of their top placement games, they get 3 elims, 4 elims, 3 elims. So we mentioned it many times, Jason. It's about your bad games. How good are your bad games? And as of right now, the Vicious has some really good bad games, which again is weird to say, but they're just bringing eliminations on board pretty much every single match. And that consistency, especially throughout all the battlegrounds, has currently allowed them to be in 4th place. But I think it's fair to say right now that a chicken dinner would definitely help them push up in top 3 and maybe stay up there, because right now when you get your 4MVs, when you get the big chicken dinners from Influence Rage and D plus Kia, it is hard to compete for that spot in the Grand Finals.
Well, taking a look at our number 1 and number 2 teams and comparing their top players from each, and Osal Hot Jukes has, I mean, he had a 1v3 yesterday. That's for the record books.
Dude, this dude's a monster. He really, really is. And I mean, D plus Kia in general, I mean, I cannot stress, folks, how insane it is to see a 70-point day. I thought that we were going to see it one time, and that was from TJB during last week. But now we see D plus Kia day number 1 just go nuts. 2.3 average eliminations. I mean, 33% point contribution all by his lonesome. This dude is a monster, and if he repeats a performance like this today, I mean, I think D plus Kia are a shoo-in for the top 3.
Yeah, and by the way, if anyone says right now, Osal is hard carrying the side of D plus Kia, no, you're wrong. You're objectively wrong, because Nobu is also tied in 1st fragging position with 14 elims, and Chips is 4th with 13. Everyone currently is doing so well on the side of D plus Kia. So yeah, again, not just a solo player, the entire squad is just popping off in these games and showing that South Korea is here to play.
It's been fantastic, honestly, across all 3 of these groups. And of course, we want to see other teams be able to step up, other regions in particular. For me, I'm looking towards Mongolia, because they have had a a rough time here across all the groups, I would say, so far, looking at, IHC and Falcons. But here's our schedule for you guys today. If you're unfamiliar with what all is going to be going down, of course, we're starting things off on Sanhok, following Miramar's thereafter. I'm actually excited for Sanhok's in this group. I don't know. I kind of feel like yesterday was very interesting. I feel like we saw some good individual play. I don't know what's going to happen today, though, especially when it comes to these zones, because we did have some interesting zones yesterday across the day.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it right off the rip in Sanhok. I mean, we thought we were going to see that Northwestern Island zone, and then it just hard shifted south on over to Ruins. So it's crazy because I talked about it yesterday, how powerful I think those Northwestern Island teams that have dropped there, they've had so much success over this entire group stage. So at the end of the day, my eyes are going to be there, but I want to see a mainland Sanhok circle. Let's go ahead and see it for this one today.
Hotchicks, I want your eyes somewhere else right now. Max, can you guess? I want his eyes to be on my lovely Infinix GT20 Pro that I have here in my hands, and Max in his. Use it for so many different things. You can obviously watch a lot of different shows on it. You can play some games. You can play some PUBG Mobile. You can play like the pros with this 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. Hotchicks, you got two hands, but you got no Infinix GT20 Pro. How does that feel?
I'm crying on the inside, man. I'm just
but you do have a ring.
Holding the back.
There's a correlation between not having rings on and having an Infinix GT20 Pro. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
No, can't take it off. It's too late. It's too
Watch out! Imagine, right? If I had that would have been sick.
How did he prepare for this? You deserve a phone. You deserve a phone just for the skit there. Of course, also make sure you check out PUBG Mobile Esports across all the socials, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or of course TikTok. Not to mention Pandemonium_news. I think I'm allowed to do that once in a while. And then on top of that, we still have tickets available for you guys at home who want to go and see the event live over in London, over in the UK. You can actually go pick up the tickets, still available right now. Not to mention, we do have some activities there. You can meet some players, you can meet some talent potentially, and you also meet all the other fans out there. And on top of this, Max, you know what we also do have, which I kind of missed the Ocean Odyssey, but I'm excited for Facing the Frozen Fury. It's a PUBG Mobile version 3.5 of Icemire Frontier, which is available right now, which I think, gentlemen, after this game, we need to go play because the Ice Age is calling me. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to command the frozen battleground with ancient creatures, mammoths, and saber-tooth tigers. So I'm excited to get that one going. Maybe we should definitely get the other boys, Blake and John, who are waiting on the sidelines here to play with us. But we can see here some teams to focus. And let's start off with you, Hot Jukes. Thunder Talk in there, Team Liquid in there, and Regnum Karya, bro. I can kind of guess why. It looks like you're going down towards the bottom edge of our leaderboards.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's always day two for me, right? Day two is always going to be looking at the bottom because if you want to make it to top three, you want to perform well here before that gap gets too big and it's going to be impossible to make it on there. And these are the three teams I'm going to be looking at because, I mean, we saw what happened with TJB last week where these PEL squads, and I'm talking about Thunder Talk here, right, started warming up towards the end of the tournament. I mean, what did you say yesterday? Day two is the day one for PEL squad?
Yeah,
so,
I think Max said that, right?
I think Kalara said that, actually.
Yeah. I know you guys said that, right? Someone with an Infinix, not me. Right? But, you know, so hopefully we see that happen. I love to see Team Liquid as well get that chicken dinner right there at the end, right? Yeah, Knight said it, that it was all about damage control, and they got that done, Max.
I mean, Team Liquid really, after that chicken dinner, I just hope that that's going to build a bit more confidence for today. But yeah, Jason?
If that's damage control, then why don't they just play full damage control every day of the week here?
Like, just damage control every single game. I don't know what's the
Try harder.
But no, really, the fact that they end the day with a chicken dinner, I think, is a big moral boost going for your second day, and I just hope that that has been able to carry over because look at the names on this team, right, Jukes? I mean, these are all names that we know so well when it comes to the Americas region, and we know they can perform globally, but it's just a little bit of a slower start, you know, and I think that they are not going to be in the bottom 5 team. The fact that they're in bottom 5 in the first day, I'm just like, okay, stuff happens. If they're still in bottom 5 by the end of today, I'm like, this is a big surprise that I really did not expect for, you know, what Team Liquid was really bringing to the table in PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it yesterday from like all the major squads when they were doing interviews. They were all talking about Team Liquid being a threat, right? And I thought for a second we thought maybe they were just joking, considering that they were having a really rough day at the start. But then once they got that chicken dinner at the end, you know, that kind of put everybody back on their toes, being like, ooh, you know, like this squad could definitely get it done. And I think today is going to be their day. No excuses, right? They should be fully warmed up, ready to go.
And you need to see another team I want to see do way better here. Hotchukes has got to be DRS. Currently in last position, 16 points. You did say no compared to the last place teams in day one of the other two groups. It is a better performance, which great, but it's not that great when all the other teams in your group are doing like also better compared to the other groups. So it's a bit tough in that sense. But DRS definitely need to be careful when it comes to early engagements. You can see a lot of the time they're losing a player, losing a duo very, very quickly in these matches. Sanhok, they did have a decent Sanhok yesterday. They got a 3rd place with 2 elims, but realistically, I don't really care too much about that. I want to see the Erangels do better because right now they got 11th place, 14th place, 10th place, and the Miramars 12th and 14th. Their results are super low. Their survival time is extremely low. So DRS, just early skirmishes, avoid them like the plague, and you might just be able to get chicken dinners like we saw from Influence Rage and D+ Kia that keep these really solid 3-4-man teams alive until the very last few circles. DRS needs to step up their survival game.
That's interesting, Max, actually, that you're talking about like Erangel in particular when it comes to them. Because I was thinking more towards the Miramars. You know, if you think towards like Alpha 7, you got to see them perform on Miramar if they want to be successful. For DRS, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I mean, the amount of times we saw highlight clips of Sleepy with the Mini 14 on Miramar just pelting people at range. I mean, right now, they're the best map is Sanhok with a 3rd place with 2 eliminations.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, yeah, better on any of the maps, I guess, except Sanhok would definitely be a choice for them. But what about Regnum Karya, bro? Hot Jukes. Obviously, Silas on the team. He's been at 5 PMGCs. He has a lot of success in his past. I mean, I want to say this though, like 13 place points, you get them a chicken dinner with 0 eliminations, they immediately jump into 8th place, 7th place. So it's not like they're really far behind. And I think that's something we should remember at the end of the day. At the moment, that is still extremely close here between like our 5th and 16th place teams.
Yeah, I mean, Regnum Karya, bro. I mean, we expect big things from this team. I mean, Silas has won PMGC before, right? So he knows what it takes to get it done here. I'm hoping it's just a really rough day 1 for them, and they'll bounce back here, man. I mean, we're about to get started. At the end of the day today, we'll reach the halfway point for the end of this group stage.
Well, let's find out how our first battleground will play out. So we're going to be dropping into Sanhok once again, of course, with our phenomenal commentators of John, Allen, and Blake.
Thank you very much to the exquisite analyst desk and, of course, our lovely, beautiful host, Jason himself. We are going to be heading into day number 2 here in Group Green. And as Max was saying, is really day 1 for the PEL squads and hopefully a few others too, Blank.
Honestly, I think for quite a few teams here, what they would really need is just a much better day than yesterday. I think we had a ton of teams go out fairly early in a lot of their games, not be able to get themselves a lot of points. Team Liquid, right at the end of things, were able to turn things up just a couple of notches, which was super important for their day 2. If they were starting down towards 6 points, which is what it was starting to feel like it was going to end up with yesterday, I think Team Liquid might have had a real struggle even going into day 3 and likely would have cemented their position in a survival stage. But because the points have been so heavy towards the top, John, there is a possibility of a lot of jumping up to be happening today.
Yeah, there has been that point sponge effect, and it's really scooped out the middle of the lobby because the lower end of the lobby as well is a little bit higher than we have seen in previous weeks. So that middle area is, in general, fairly volatile, as it generally is towards the end of a day 1, but a little bit more so today. Looks like not too much bother in the early game. Maybe DRS could catch some flack from the Vicious, but so far they're remaining safe. And Blank, we're going up to the northwest again.
As always, I mean, I think in the past we were always wanting to see that mountaintop finish all the time. And then finally you get Northwest Island shifts every single day, and suddenly you're maybe wanting something more over towards the eastern edge of the map. However, up towards the northwest side, you've got Voin Donkey as well as Thunder Talks, both in a really, really strong position at the moment.
Yeah, Team Liquid are up there as well. We caught up with them.
Welcome back to a quick fun report with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Team Liquid. They did finish off the day yesterday with a win. And as we heard from Knight, they were trying to do damage control. They were able to do that perfectly. Now today it's going to be a bit of a turn up. They're currently practicing. Ayala's trying to make sure they catch those tennis balls. But we'll see how this team is going to be performing today in Sanhok.
Hey, look at those reactions. They're getting warmed up. They are hot to trot into this Sanhok. Let's hope that they can bring that practice to bear here, because they are in 12th place right now. They need to push a little bit higher if they even want to get to the survival stage, Blank. And this was a team that people were talking about to be one of the top 3.
Yeah, truly inhuman reactions coming through from Team Liquid. Very, very nice stuff to see that they're still feeling happy about it. And again, I think that was important. I don't think they would have been half as happy coming in today if it wasn't for that last match that we saw from them. 12th place, not horrible, not quite in survival stage just yet, but as you can see, we talk about that point sponge. All the way to 4th place, 42 points. Right now, Team Liquid, well, you know, this point will get them a little tally closer, but it's really not that far. You know, you're roughly looking at 16, 18 point game to jump up. So I think for Team Liquid, they're fairly happy with how things are going. Cardozo, though, in a little bit of a troublesome position. They did take down one of the players from Stalwart, but immediately in comes backup.
Sanchir close by to Cardozin. Trying to push around. Should spot him on the inside now. In danger, but there's backup coming. Needs to hold out for just a moment longer. Hold that door frame. If they're a nade for Stalwart, they're going to try and burn him out. Across with the DBS and the shutdown not quite landing. Finally, the explosion's there. And a player on Team Liquid got picked up on the off angle as well. That backup was cut off and Stalwart handle it. Was that a little drive-by assist by RCB to be able to pick up that off angle? I think it was.
Get wrecked, Team Liquid. So sad. So mad. And I think for Team Liquid down to 2 players, not ideal. I think what we wanted to see today was them come out strong on Sanhok. It's not the case. RCB, like you said, with that rollout, Zadira does hit the deck. Now, with the way Zadira's currently been playing, 477 is slightly worrying considering this guy was just an incredible powerhouse for the team over at PMSL EMEA. It's not happening here, sadly, for 77. I'd like to see a little bit of an improvement coming through from them. But we'll wait until that does happen. Lots of early rotates coming through and uncontested ones at that.
RCB, it feels like they've just been snaking their way through all of this area, right? We saw them go past Stalwart, that was near Paradise Resort, and, well, some of Team Liquid. They went across the bridge, they drove all the way around, they scoped out the hill, and now they're all the way up on the northwest side. So RCB, the fact that they have managed to get through there with all 4 of their players alive, kind of crazy, you're right. Uncontested as well. Thundertalk trying to hold the top of the hill, but 4MV want to try and change that tune. Change the track on it. Thundertalk are going to have to try and maintain. AJ, it looks like he's surrounded here, but you can see the off angles for Thundertalk. That is going to keep him a little bit safer, but when Doc's in play, anything can happen. In that 3rd place spot, we've seen them pop off. They only had one big game yesterday, and that's the majority of their points tallies, but we know what they can do when given that opportunity.
Yeah, Thundertalks did not look bad in some of their games. It was just a few of their matches just going down early. I think that's the case for a lot of our squads here. We were even discussing 4MV, who's currently taking an absolute pounding on this side of the map. They're a team that maybe got a little bit too big for their boots almost instantaneously. Doc maybe going way too aggressive. It should be a free couple of pickups here. Reefus goes down. Apex in a troublesome scenario.
King has managed to get a double spray down over towards 4MV, but only one of them flushed out so far, and both of those 2 teams suffering is a really interesting dynamic because it means that that high ground much less brutal to the rest of the teams surrounding it. The Vicious trying to spray down RRQ as they approach, and that will be a successful pursuit. 0 eliminations and going out first here for RRQ as they try and make their way to the Northwest Island once it's already too late.
It's very odd to me because I think there is a distinct difference between Group Red and Group Yellow coming into this lobby of Group Green. Some of the rotates that are coming through just feel really badly handled in terms of scouting, in terms of whether it's safe to do that, where you're going to be positioning next. And a lot of those mistakes are being capitalized off the back of. It's very, very odd to me to watch because... And not to be mean to these teams, but there does feel like there has been a skill drop-off between week 2 and week 1 into week 3.
Baron gets picked up there, and 4MV are down to 1. There is a lot of investment on the southwest side here for Thundertalk. They're banking on the fact that all the teams around the north edge aren't going to be pushing up towards that high ground to take shots down, and they are committing to taking out 4MV here on the south. Securing their south area is going to be valuable for them moving forwards, especially now that they have to push up to the north. So not having that threat to worry about, a massive boon to them, but transitioning off here, and the fact that a lot of the mainland is still in blank is a little bit worrying for the teams that committed to this northwest side.
What do you think about what I said?
I think it was great. I loved it.
You really agree?
I really agree.
Oh, so how many of these teams do you think are worse then?
Wait, coming out from the last 2 weeks, how many of the teams?
Yeah. Do you agree that there is a worse lobby? You said you really agree.
I do really agree. I think it's a worse lobby than the first 2 weeks. I think, like, what's going on?
I was wondering you. I was like, I dropped out. You on somewhere else? I was like, what's going on?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
okay.
We can call the bat again if you like.
No, I just wanted to know that I was still here with you. I wasn't muted.
Yeah, no, you're here. We're locked in. We're ready.
Sick. Brilliant. I love it. Okay.
Well, it's just like RCB trying to lock into the north and east side again, trying to go for another little slice of that rotate. They've been all around the houses and may end up getting evicted here on the north side of Hartin.
Team Secret getting a really good shift on the circle, actually, towards that northeast side in Cow. I mean, they look like they were somewhat booted out. I think this also just helped D plus Kia. It's one of the surprising factors because, if anything, obviously we talked about them a lot, 75 points, the back of one day, incredible performance. However, they started in docks. They had a long rotate to make, but this circle actually assists them massively because they don't have to make that consideration of moving over towards the Northwest Island now. They can wrap up towards Paris Resort, play off the back of that one.
There's always those Paddy Field hills as well that sit to the west of Tapmok. See if you can get that high ground, that advantage over everybody trying to cross, because Brute Force are holding it right now. The circle definitely could go either way, Blank, and if it were to be really mean, it would go for the middle island in the river, but we haven't seen one of those in a long time. Always troublesome when that happens. Let's see what the teams can navigate their way through on that northwest side. Over on the east, we're seeing a little bit of a scrap for area, for ground control between Cellcom Digi Alliance, between Stalwart. Brute Force have the bridge control. I think that's fairly undeniable on the compound just to the north side, and they will be on a crossfire. Team Liquid, with their position, are probably the most vulnerable, but also kind of very well protected on that east side by the two teams that have taken up residence there.
Yeah, where Team Liquid are currently playing is actually down off the slopes. So it is out the way. It's one of those locations that you don't really want to cement over towards until late game, which makes actually a very good position for two players to just sit in going forward. Because unless the circle goes directly on top of them, it's not likely any team is going to be challenging for that spot up until like stage 4, stage 5. But you're right, this absolutely could go over towards the center island in the river. I think that, yeah, it has been a long time, I think, since Mad Bulls potentially, but this circle actually does enable it. It's DRS heading up over towards Thunder Talks. Good nades over the top so far, some good air bursts, but no cigar just yet. Both players still alive and well.
And this is again that southwest flank that Thunder Talk have been investing in securing, and DRS now the next team to try and move through. 4MV couldn't do it. All four of Thunder Talk stay alive. They're up to 5 eliminations now as they get the flush with a nade downhill. This is so hard for DRS to make work. I mean, the nades over the top, sure, they tagged a little bit of damage, but now the side swipe's on. They're penned in. The Molotov's going to keep them close by. The smokes to try and cut off sight lines and stop them from breaking too far out. The nades from the top can just keep on coming through as well. This is really dire for DRS. Yanti may try and stay and pick up one, but it's not going to happen. The rest of them dropping down on the vehicle. They need to be careful. They may think that there's still one other player up here. They only know that the vehicle's gotten through. Depends how much they spotted in that car.
Circle heads back down towards the southwest. So, again, teams need to get a move on. But so the Thunder Talks versus DRS at the moment. Looks like a fairly decent fight for Thunder Talks. Great off angle from Xing, by the way. Able to pick up one of the players from DRS and like cut out that off angle that was coming through for them. Dangerous approach for Xing, but yeah, still works out. So a good pickup from them. It was pretty instantaneous as well. So I don't know if he had information prior to that, but whatever it was, Xing is doing his job as the off angler of the team, being able to pick up those shots from players that might not be quite in the purview of the rest of the clump of the squad. but that will leave Thunder Talks much safer. And with this circle shifting back down towards the southwest side, there's not been a lot of teams considering to make that cross across those shallows to head over towards that western side, which does leave the Vicious, Influence Rage, as well as Thunder Talks with a mighty amount of control over towards the southern edge.
I was just looking at the map to see where D+ are, Blank, and they have only just reappeared. They were moving up towards boot camp. They've been in the blue zone for a long, long time into stage 3 now. They went all the way back down south. They crossed low down on that south area and gone for a wide wrap around. So they are coming in now on the west side of the circle, and maybe a little surprise for the teams coming in this late.
Yeah, I was actually talking about this earlier in terms of where D+ were, where obviously they started in docks, and with that shift they headed over towards the northeast side. There was a big potential for them to maybe get a wraparound and get in towards where Team Secret is playing. It's been a tough decision for them because the circle's been pretty indecisive. First of all, it might have thrown them a bone, then they realized the circle does not benefit them at all, and they have to rethink things. And Thunder Talk's already finding a shot towards Favian pretty bad.
Stalwart to try and move through this fight as they're going to have to leave the compound, fighting up past that Team Liquid position that was vacated earlier. But at the moment, Cellcom Digi Alliance doing a lot of work on the hold. Only 3 Stalwart players to try and move on in. But hang on a minute. Things have gotten a little bit dicey here, a little bit spicy too. But 2 players still stand for Cellcom Digi Alliance. A little bit more of a toll extracted from them than perhaps they would have liked. This is stage 4. They can't res out in the zone, but you can deny the point by getting that res earlier.
D+ heading in. Favian did go down, but successfully make themselves into a position. Let's put it that way. A position. It's not great. It's not great at all. Cellcom Digi Alliance versus 77 at the moment. Some good shots across the way. Yeah, off towards that eastern side. Brute Force. Oh, dear me. I mean, to be fair, this is actually a big deal for Team Secret versus Brute Force, considering Brute Force has been sort of the kings of cow for a long time. Not the animal, but the location. And it's certainly been spotty for them over on this side of the map, because for them, Team Secret has just been hitting some lovely shots over towards them. They've not really been able to get out of this location. And Sanhok is the playing ground of Brute Force. The fact they're not able to get a good game on this one so far, especially on a circle that does benefit them, that's worrying.
77, they've lost a player off the high ground. That's going to remove their high ground angle for a little bit longer. Influence Rage trying to push up the east side of this one, up the path. And Zadira going down, takes another sightline, and that's a forward corner. Really difficult to reclaim this ground now, and Influence Rage should be able to confirm this. Limbo Boom falling back. There's third-party angles, and that's Thunder Talk coming on in as well. 77 lose their low ground. It's only the 2 they have remaining on the top rope, and it's Shifu to try and bite back, but they're getting shot down from every which way.
Influence Rage versus 77s. Zadira's down. Limbo Boom's down. Again, this is the struggle with playing up on the high ground location where there is a lot of sight lines. It's aggressive. It's a bold maneuver from 77. It's not paid off. 3 eliminations. It's not horrible, but you're not even into towards the top 10 so far. So for 77, likely this game's a bit of a bust already. And the more surprising thing out of anything here is that D+ is central. They wrapped around Valley, somehow managed to make it past a lot of the teams over towards the east. Thunder Talks was suddenly preoccupied with the Vicious over towards the east, and D+ have a good spot, a really good spot.
This is excellent news for them. Over on the bridge in the meantime, Team Liquid trying to pull this one back together, but Secret landfall all at once, and Ayala doesn't know which way to look. He's getting taken down from both angles, and all 4 of Team Secret stay standing on a subaquatic crossing. Let's go with that. It's going to go for Submariner, but we'll change that tune. Yeah, I like it too. It's certainly marinating Team Liquid right now on their hold, because they are going to be salty about that pickup onto Ayala. The nade over to the backlines as well. They have lost a player on the bridge right now, which does get flushed away to Chief, so a little bit of retribution for Team Liquid.
A small amount. It really is Scuba Chief right now. Taking out Team Secret. Almost a great name. Almost a great name. What is Thunder Talks doing, by the way?
They die? They're done with this game. They're busy, I guess. They jump off the cliff. 2 of them get knocked. And there's players already down there. This is kind of wild, but this can go through over on a really important part of the map as well, Blank. This is crazy. This shouldn't happen.
No. That's actually a decent nade as well from the Vicious there. I think he actually tagged up on towards him. Yeah, not sure what Thundertalk's game plan was. I don't even think they had a game plan. When you start throwing yourself off the cliff, I think that's when you need to start worrying a little bit.
That's lemming behavior right there.
Yeah.
What is going on?
It really is. I mean, one of them was able to get down with the vehicle. All right, guys, we do actually know that, they're throwing themselves off when player gets across in the vehicle, then they res afterwards. But Vicious is in the vicinity. I don't know. I feel like there should have been a decision much sooner. Come on, Chief. Not able to make it happen, but what a great attempt that was from him. I mean, 5 eliminations. It's a salvage of a game. Well played. Hats off. I really thought Chief was going to have it there. Slight hesitation. D+, come on, boys.
Wow. What is going on? These guys just favored by the Circle Gods right now. I mean, they did have that wide wrap, that smart rotate into the west edge Blank, but these last 2 have been absolutely great news for them. And with 3 players alive, this is a very defensible compound, especially given that teams are going to be pinning each other on the edge too. That crossing over to their area going to be really, really difficult. Voin Donkey trying to move through right now on the north side near Hatin, over towards Siege Osaka. They haven't got an opening just yet, but they are making their moves.
The real difficulty with this circle in particular is that it doesn't favor Hatin players, it doesn't favor Hilltop players either. Realistically, this should easily be a chicken dinner for D+. Unless there are a multitude of crashes, which I don't think there will be, considering the fact that a lot of teams will have sightlines and they'll all just try and take each other out. D+ should just get a free chicken dinner. And what a rotate from Docs that has been. Potato from Voin Donkey starts things off strong over towards Garnet. Cuts him down.
Oh, no. There's the off angle. I think a second most powerfully positioned team right now is Influence Rage as well. So potential for first and second place to keep that acceleration going. With the Vicious jumping up into third and pushing 4MV out. A lovely nade from Naoto to leave Voin Donkey on just 1 player alive now. Potato himself. Matten trying to turn the corner, confirm the flushes. Stepping out, going for a challenge out of the blue zone. Good for the spray. Steps forwards, looks for a second as well. Transition over towards Naoto, but up into the corner. You're not going to be safe for long. There's the hop shot, not going to come through. Doesn't quite have the angle. Naoto thinks he's going further in. What are you doing there, Zeta? What just happened? That hop out, that flush. Both teams on the north side get taken down. The Vicious are coming to a close over in that Death Valley that they had the delivery from the gods themselves. Over on the top side, Thundertalk dropped down into them. But now it's Influence Rage with 4. They have got that south side. And D+, can they stop this descent?
It really depends on vehicles for Influence Rage. I don't think they have any. Maybe they have 1. Yeah, so they're going to be able to get up, but shots should come through. Don't quite take him out, though. Killer on the sidelines here from DRS, and there is more approaches coming through from Influence Rage, but the Vicious not keen to leave this game without a fight here. As they get further in, Law as well as Lil Boy looking out over towards the left-hand side.
These higher up positions are a little bit safer for Influence Rage. The top of the windows will cover them off, and they have to be worried about going too bold with the open peaks. But finally, the Vicious actually going to strike back towards Law. Demeanor not quite able to convert on the flush, and there's the shutdown that they were looking for. Lil Boy able to land the shot with the auto shotty. Now Bruno's in the last to stand. D+ are getting cut on their route out. Remember, there are only 3 players, and losing 1 is a big hit to them, but they are dealing damage up the hill. Lil Boy the last to stand, and 2 players from D+ should be able to handle it. But somehow the Vicious stay into second place, but D+ with 2 should be able to handle the 1v2 here. But Bruno's in for the fight, moving away from the vehicle, actually closer to the circle. Don't know if he has any nades, but doesn't look like he has anything left in the back pocket. And forwards goes Ocel Blank.
This is where you got to channel your inner 4MV. I don't know about the step up, but Ocel's confident enough to make it happen. And that is a D+ chicken dinner from out of nowhere. I was so surprised they won that game. from docks to a crossing outside boot camp to a wrap round through Valley. Yeah, really, really good game. And D+ had no right at winning that match.
I mean, they made their insurgency, and it is continued strength for South Korea. Maybe day 3 will need to be the real day 2, which will be the real day 1 for the PEL teams, because right now they're starting off a little bit poor. I think Max has something to say about that.
Oh, John, you know, he knows exactly how it works here. With the day 4 is the true day 3, which actually is a day 4. Yeah, I'm gonna hurt my own head.
Day 4 is the real day 1.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's only a 1-day league. But D+, man, that's 2 days in a row taking home on Sanhok. Not to mention, we saw I8 do that just in the last group.
But
this is crazy.
The rotate.
Yeah, the rotate. I mean, Blank said it, right? They had no business winning this match. This was an absolute clinic, folks. I kid you not. This is going to be a game that so many professional teams are going to look back and just study how these guys got into that circle, Max. It was so gorgeous. Probably one of the most beautiful rotations I've seen all tournament long.
Amazing rotation. I mean, the way they go south of boot camp, they just wait for the next circle, because it was a 50-50 split across the river. It could have gone west, it could have gone east. You just don't know where it's going to really go. And D+ just wait for the circle to pop. It pops, it goes to the western side. Wide rotation. They did back into the blue, west of Camp Alpha, go northwest of Northwest Island, back into that position, wait on the edge, next circle pop. And this is where I think they got a bit lucky, Hot Jukes. The simple fact that that central compound was unoccupied and they did not even scout it, and they just sent in like, oh, we didn't have to fight for that compound. That's love it. Fantastic. Please, more of that. It just worked out and gave them a chicken dinner. Of course, it was a great rotate, but there was also a teeny little bit of luck there, the sense that no one was in that compound. That's crazy easy entry point for them at that point.
It's unbelievable, man. I mean, it was so gorgeous. Like you mentioned earlier, right? They were just hanging around on the south side of boot camp, and that is such a great idea, because if that zone did go on over to the east towards Tatmok, they had a beautiful, just straight beeline path to that side too. So they were staying there. They waited patiently. Once they saw that shift, they just wrapped around through that blue, got a good hard zone shift in their direction. And then, yeah, I mean, the thing is that I honestly think that they did scout that compound in the center. And I think they were willing to fight for it regardless. It's just super fortunate for them that they didn't even have to. They were just oh, this is wide open. All right, GG.
Oh, for sure.
And they got the win.
They were super lucky the fact that it was free, but they were definitely ready to fight. They knew it's all we fight, or we get eliminated by the blue or by a team that's going to hold us out into the blue zone. So they're like, okay, this is our only option. We're going to send it. It just happened that the compound was free, and that made it very, very easy for them. Though, as we go over the highlights here real quick, Hot Troops, I want to bring it at the start of the game. The first fight that happened. Thunder Talk, chilling on the mountain. We know they drop there. That is their drop location. They play it so damn well. And yet, 4MV be like, but maybe no one up there? But like, of course, no, someone's going to be up there, Jukes. And like, they just send it and instantly go out. So weird decision from 4MV. Not sure what was happening there.
Yeah, you know, it could be that little bit of that overconfident. I don't know what it is, because 4MV I thought these guys were going to be unstoppable, right? I thought they're going to straight juggernaut this entire lobby. And then all of a sudden, just, you know, we see them just bow out so early here, you know. And Thunder Talk, though, 9 eliminations, no points. What a great game for them. I mean, I also like their, how can I say this? Their Zapdos impression that we saw a little bit earlier,
Zapdos?
Max?
What? I didn't catch that.
With the flying car, dude.
Oh, okay. I was like, huh? What is he doing? The leap of faith they were doing in the Valley of Death. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. One player actually did make it across, Hot Jukes. Like, he was able to make it over the valley, which I did not know was feasible. I guess he just had enough momentum with his car or bike to make it across. But the 3 other players did not have the same amount of luck, and the Vicious just got easy 4 eliminations pretty much, as they got 6 total. So GG.
Ooh, you know, I'm looking at this, and I think one big talking point we had yesterday was about like D+. Like, yes, we're seeing, you know, these South Korean teams, they're able to play center, but you really have to give it to D+ in particular, able to just rotate in. And I still don't understand how they got into that compound without being spotted. And it was the compound to play from as the game progressed on. I mean, you have to kind of feel bad for Void Donkey since they dropped in hot in. They did have the opportunity to get a lot of eliminations up there. And then crossing that road just seemed to be a feat that really they couldn't handle. And once again, Osal, he was our MVP of yesterday. He's going to be our MVP in this last match. What is going to stop this man?
Nothing.
I don't know. Yeah, no, literally nothing, dude. I think it's the glasses buff, Max, man. What do you think about that?
It's too many, but like white hair buff, red hair buff, glasses. I don't know, too much.
Max is gonna show up with white hair, glasses, rings. He's gonna have everything just for a little bit of luck here. And some.
But I still go down to bots. What is going on? I was like,
happening?
But no, but Void Donkey ID, it's unfortunate for them. They did go out because CAG were pushing on them, but it's hard to defend all of Hutton on your own. But here we go. Top 3 now. A new team's going to be joining the fray, and it is going to be the Vicious. 0 chicken dinners, 54 points, and 4 MV. Got to be careful, man. They are slipping out a little bit, despite that, sure, big win of yesterday, but still only 13 placement points total, despite having a win. We need to see them survive and not take these early encounters we see versus CAG Osaka and here versus Thunder Talk.
This scares me, Jukes. Like, we said this at PMWC, and I'm so glad we set it up then, because this is the era of uncertainty in PUBG Mobile esports. And the Vicious, a team who wasn't even necessarily supposed to be here, coming in 3rd place in a position to get into Grand Finals directly, that is insane.
Let's go. I told you yesterday that at the end of the day that they were in the perfect position going into day number 2, right? They got good, solid, consistent points. They didn't make so much noise that everybody's going to be just studying them hardcore, trying to figure out what kind of magic sauce they had, you know? But the Vicious, I'm telling you, like, this is a team that has been seriously consistent here, and they could easily make it into top 3. I mean, we heard it earlier from Seven. They feel confident. They're excited here today. And if they continue this on, I mean, we could definitely see them in the finals.
We'll take a look here at the rest of our overalls. Liquid, unfortunately, not able to move out of our bottom 6 quite just yet, or our bottom 5, I should say. DRS, though, a slight little increase, so they get up to 15th place here, Max, as you can see. But I'm looking at, teams like 77, Brute Force. I feel like they've also been similar to the Vicious, where they've just been kind of quiet, and they're currently hovering over that, bubble of potentially being knocked out of the entire PMGC.
Yeah, I think it's going to get to, we say a lot, Jason, but to the last few games to know who's going to be in the bottom 5, because it is going to be that close. But 77, I'm happy you bring them up. I think they had actually a good game plan here. I don't know if you would agree, Hodrix, but they're 2-2 split, 2 players on the compound, 2 players on the hilltop east of the main mountain of Northwest Island. It's a really solid split. Many top tier teams use that split when it is going to be an island finish up there. But unfortunately, they just get backstabbed at the last second by Influence Rage, which, by the way, that was a great engagement from Influence Rage. But 77, outside of Shifu, really, that can just pop off, they were struggling to win that fight, because every player on Influence Rage is just so talented when it comes to those 4-on-4 fight engagements. They are so aggressive. And 77 just fell apart almost instantly and gave away the best spot realistically at that point in the circle.
Yeah, it's so tough because, 77, they land trifecta, they do a trifecta split, and the second they saw that zone go to their spot, they just try to get the most dominant position. And yeah, like a good position to hold. At the end of the day, you got to win those fights, and it does happen. It doesn't matter. Like, no matter how good you are, sometimes you just lose those fights, and it's a tough one. You got to bounce back after that. And I think that's kind of like the case here, Jason, with so many of these squads we see here at the bottom. They just haven't had the ability to get that pop-off game under their belt, especially when you have like D plus Kia dominating as much as they did. By the way, guys, I look at the leaderboards again. We saw 54 elimination points from D plus Kia, right? That is that is tied with the Vicious's total points, and they're in 3rd place, right? So they have out eliminated every other team, 3rd place on down combined. That is pretty wild.
And they get most of them in the late game too, right? They just, we do good rotate, we play strong positions in the late game, and we're just going to get 99.9% of our eliminations in the last 5-10 minutes of the game. That is just the D plus Kia playstyle. Has been really successful for them so far. And compared to Mir and Sejong, going in the second day, there's not really a bit of a slowdown compared to their first strong performance in Group Green. They're just going to keep cruising, I think, up there. D plus Kia looking like an absolute menace. Osal got a 1v4 yesterday. Also, like, I don't know. This team is looking just so scary. And are all the South Korean teams going to qualify? Like, what's going on?
Dude, this is wild, dude. This is so insane. I mean, one thing that I'm going to keep an eye on, though, especially this game, Max, and I want to know your thoughts on that, right? Because 4-V, right? First Erangel, 32 points, right? I think I know what your answer is if I were to ask, like, are they going to do that again here? Yeah, exactly, right? But, are we going to see them possibly get that, like, at least somewhat of a bounce back game? That's going to be my question.
I think we are going to have that at some point, but as of right now, I have a few questions like CAG Osaka. Are they going to take some measures to counteract that? Are they going to try and rail in Doc a bit more? Are they going to spend more time around maybe scouting? Because as of right now, that rotating to Thunder Talk Gaming of the first game, sorry to say for MV fans, that was horrible. We know they dropped there and they just sent it up there. So I think the game plan is just a bit shaken up and they're struggling to get rotates to get them in circle without taking casualties. They're really struggling.
I think you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not about what's Kagasaka going to do to 4MV. It's what's 4MV going to do to punish Kagasaka now, having the night off to obviously talk and figure some things out. I'm looking more towards 4MV and how they're going to adapt their style more so than Kagasaka, who have already shown in day one they can lock down 4MV after the first angle, of course. But we will be heading into our first Erangel here. We did see the 32-point game out of 4MV. I personally don't think they're going to be able to do it again here in the first of the day. Let us know what you think in chat. And also, let's go over to our casters and they give their opinions on that 32-point game out of John and Blake.
It's starting to feel more and more like that 32-point game was a bit of a fluke for 4MV. We know they are a strong team, some of the best players in the world, but it's just not meshing. They're taking reckless fights so far to kick off their group, and they need to pull something better back together.
For 4MV, there is a certain lack of that initial game we saw from Woods. There was a lot of control, really good nades. I think that they're taking way too aggressive approaches to this game. Like Maximum was pointing out, they know Thunder Talks plays up there. Why are you challenging it? Other than the fact it's cockiness. That's all it is. That's absolutely all it is, because you think you can win a fight uphill. It's not possible. Yes, you might have some of the best air bursts in this lobby, but that's still a very difficult scenario to put yourself in. And I don't think they had to put themselves in that scenario in the first place. So we'll see what 4MV can do, because I think more than anything, they need to be humbled soon. And either it comes through from another team, getting a full squad wipe onto them pretty succinctly, or they realize it themselves. But that has to happen pretty quickly, because 4MV's a great team. They really are. They're a fantastic squad. They've got some of the best players in this lobby on their squad, but they're making some weird plays, man. Some very weird plays. Now we're back over to Erangel. We have our concerns between them as well as CAG Osaka. Currently hold them out on the western side. Let's see how they deal with it this time.
With the circle moving up to that northwest as well, it does give a potential opportunity to go for that bridge camp that we saw on match 2 of Erangel yesterday. So maybe they will commit to holding that bridge more. And maybe 4MV don't even actually break out that far. I would be a little bit surprised if they didn't, but there is always that opportunity to go for a little bit of a weird sneaky play and stay on that east side, try and cross back over near Milta once the teams have departed. Or maybe go for the fight against Secret. They've already managed to get one run down with a VSS on the tag from Doc and grabbing the vehicle away. That is a real bad loss there for Team Secret to lose that player early over near Novo.
Still confident as ever, I guess. But yeah, it's a good pickup. It's a good trade. Getting rid of Team Secret, dropping them down to 3 means that they have to play a lot more scared. Also removing one of the prime vehicles from that location. That's rough. That's very rough for them. Down towards Prison, we have Team Liquid. Don't really often see teams looting Prison, but here they are. Maybe that's how they feel right now. They're in a cage, trying to break out of it right now. Down towards 12th place to get in towards survival stage, because they are in we're going home prison right now.
It's not been a favorable result for Team Liquid. I mean, they had a potential decent chance on that Sanhok, and then losing a couple of players in their engagements and not having a successful crossing. Maybe Chief could have added a couple more points to their tally in a crazy 1v3 against Secret, but not to be. Here's the replay. Yeah, Doc just spotted a player on the cross with the VSS. I don't think that was too overzealous from them. They got quite close to Team Secret, and that in general is a little bit bold, right? But overall, it was sort of right on the border between where Team Secret would be holding in Novo, and they had also stretched out. So it was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B on that situation for both of those two teams to come into conflict, and it's 4MV who pick up the point.
Yeah, I think it's one of the situations where Team Secret's like, 4MV, they hate CAG Osaka. I'm going to be fighting them fairly shortly. We have all of Nova Evnoya to ourselves. In which case 4MV says, everyone's in our sidelines. Okay, no one's safe. If you're on the south side of the map, no one's safe. Okay, we'll fight anyone and everyone, anytime, anywhere. So 4MV. Anyway, with that one, it does open space down towards the south side, which is nice. But again, you can see CAG, Osaka. Might not be able to see them on your map right now or on your screens, but they are forming a lineup over towards that southeast side, around Ferry Pier, around the lighthouse, to prevent teams from passing through. With the circle being down towards the southeast side anyway, doesn't mean CAG Osaka can sit the game out for a little while.
Just a little bit longer. Thunder Talk, let's see if they can not decide to fall off the cliff 40 feet to their own demise this time around. That would be an improvement over the last game. Currently moving in on the eastern side of the circle, with D+ a little bit ahead of them over towards school and apartments on that split. The circle, of course, over near George Pole, near Everest on the center. Got a lot of that north side shooting range hills in as well. So we'll see where Thunder Talk opt to go. DRS still over in Milta, just about to make their move as well. So teams trying to get on the road and get their rotational start going into stage 2.
Brute Force, South George, as well as Box Compound. Bit of a split going on from them, but I imagine they'll regroup fairly shortly. Get themselves into a better position going forward. D+ almost breaking 100 points. By 7th match, by the way. That's the wild margin that we got to take into consideration. Such a crazy jump up. I mean, them and Influence Rage are having the best of times inside this lobby. And it is purely because we just do have a big disparity in terms of skill towards the top side of the table. I think those top 4 teams are so far and ahead away from a lot of our other squads right now in the lobby. It's baffling to me. You might be able to say that Team Secret are doing fairly well, but I think they've been fortuitous on quite a lot of their locations. They haven't really been spotted out and have been able to find points just off of being in some of these spots where the points more or less come to them more than anything. Team Liquid is probably the only other team that I would put towards that top side lobby, but with the way they're currently playing, it's impossible for me to say confidently that Team Liquid is a strong team within this lobby right now in this instant.
You're not saying they're the Sharks. You're saying they're the little minnows attached to their belly. That's what it feels like. I think I would agree with you on that point. As we continue our subaquatic theme for Team Secret in their progression through these matches, but it's a little bit dribs and drabs for them, and I think that a lot of that feeling of the top side of this lobby being so much stronger right now is some teams coming into this group we expect it to be very strong. I'm talking about Team Liquid, I'm talking about Thunder Talk, I'm talking about maybe even RCB, as well as, I mean, on occasion 4MV, right? There is just that drop-off in performance compared to what we expected moving into this group, right? And it's a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit disappointing. There is still time in this group to pick up your feet, to get pace going, especially because of the amount of points that D+ have been able to pull out of this lobby. It does create that extra volatility, right? But it's just a little bit disappointing from some of these teams. And I really, really hope that some of them can change their tune and give us a little bit more excitement on their attempts to break through to the top three.
I think it's somewhat sad for some of our South Korean representatives with how hard that they pushed inside of their own groups to get where they needed to go, right? Yet still, it is D+ who's just having such a fun time of it right now, essentially. I mean, fair play to DRX. Really, really good performance from them. Sad that Mir and Sejong didn't make it in, but I don't think they'll have too much trouble in survival stage. But likely we will have another South Korean team heading through to the Grand Finals. I don't really see many teams being able to remove D+ from this post at the top side if they continue playing the way they are. You could say that last game they get lucky on the circle, but man, right at the beginning, starting in docks, it's a long rotate for them. It's not an easy rotate. If anything, they sort of deserved the circle by the time that they got in. It was very, very fun to watch. Very, very fun to watch. And a quick cleanup. It's not a lot of times that I get to say this team absolutely should win at stage 5 and then that become a reality, because a lot of times when I say that, it is based off just statistical performance, past matches that I've watched from those locations, and you want to be able to be like, right, that's a team winning this location. They should win. They have all the tools available to them, but most times things go awry. So it's nice to finally be able to talk about a team like D+ and be like, they have the strongest spot, therefore they're not going to give up this chance.
I mean, it is always nice to watch your predictions come out to fruition, but sometimes you make it a prediction and it's 60% you think it's going to happen. 40% of the time it doesn't, you know? That's just how it goes, and that is how PUBG Mobile is always seemingly wanting to be, always trying to ruin our predictions. But the circle, Blank, I think we need to talk a little bit about it, because there has been a big shift now. We've gone up to the north side. We've split the circle in two. Do you go north? Do you go south? Shooting Range Hill is in. Everest is still in. And right in the middle of it is that river. A little bit more ground sits on the north side, that central island as well, a little bit towards the southeast of the center. But overall, I think it's a pretty even split going north or south right now.
I think if you see CAG Osaka, you're actually fairly happy in apartments over towards the western side. This is south of Georgia, Paul. I think that's a very, very nice place to be. It gives you good defense, gives you additional looting scenarios as well for you in the future. But not only that, it does give you that bridge crossing. I think it's one of the easiest locations on this circle to be like, right, we want to be on the south side, that's fine. Okay, it's headed towards the north, that's also fine. We still have a crossing available to us. So I do think for CAG Osaka, it's a nice place to be, especially with the fact that Apollo's already anchored on the north side of Georgia, Paul, so he'll be able to rally the rest of the troops. Just slightly scared that Influence Rage might spot him, but we'll see what happens. Apollo right now playing fantastically well for CAG Osaka, really the front line for this team. In the meantime, you can see them here heading on up towards the rest of the squad.
Stalwart and Cellcom Digi Alliance close by. The Cellcom Digi Alliance try and push in on the northeast. You've got DRS behind them, so potential third parties. I think giving ground here, especially given that Stalwart are split in 2-2, is the right decision. You know a lot of teams are going to be putting pressure on, going for these rotates as we head on in towards the next circle. Looks like we may just be confirmed up to the north side now, Blank, which is going to be a little bit of a relief for a lot of teams, but it's back to the Shooting Range Hills, and this is always such a treacherous area.
Yeah, it's why you saw like a lot of these teams just disengage whatever fight that they might have been in those moments. Wasn't worth it to them. It really was not worth it. Head on over through the circle, get yourself into a better position, stay in the vehicle so you can rotate around. Here's Team Liquid to make a cross in the water. RRQ, no mercy, has to dip out of the vehicle there. Struggle position to be in, especially rolling down the river in a boat like that. But Sniper does find a shot off on towards him.
Trying to get the shutdowns over towards RRQ is huge. They've been holding that bridge area. They're moving out and punishing them now. It's a great result. Mythic going down and is very much at risk from RRQ. The roll up, the crash is there. No Mercy tries to get the spray from the back line, but gets almost knocked. I think he's actually still alive, so maybe able to step up and go for a third party off angle. There's the shot down onto that forward position though, and that's going to mean RRQ going to lose at least one here. No Mercy trying to go for that swim. Needs to be careful. Can't stay under the water too long with a sliver of HP. Any drown damage would be fatal. Ayala close by the Chief, looking for that res.
No Mercy gets the full heal off over on the other side of things. I think there should be at least one res going through over towards Team Liquid. I'm not entirely sure how possible it is going to be to get Mythic back up again, especially with No Mercy watching this. Cardozin doesn't have oversight, so it's all down to Ayala and Chief to make this one happen. The likely full heal before attempting to get him up. Smokes will be sent out that way. Right in the center, though, it is Thunder Talks. Good shot from CAG now, though. Does find No Mercy. And now Team Liquid in a bit of an awkward scenario, considering CAG have eyes on this.
Ooh, Sword, step up, spray down over towards Team Secret, who've already lost one on the drop, remember, which is going to cut them down to 2. That high ground not fully established for Break. It's in flux right now as he's trying to put pressure up towards Cellcom Digi Alliance, which leaves this res in a lot of danger. Sanchez trying to put the nade on in. The res comes through. Could be a re-knock here with the nade on target, not quite tagging on, and Soaz could turn the corner. However, there is more barrels to contend with, and it is fearless to be able to get that shot on through. Slicing through the front line of Team Secret. It is such a difficult maneuver to make now. That high ground putting pressure on as well. Oh, and Selcom Digi Alliance just going to turn the corner, but the shotgun from Jaiki going to do a little bit of mischief back over towards Stalwart.
More flushes coming through. Team Secret in a very bad scenario now. Just one player left remaining, and Sanchia will pick up that last one on break. And Stalwart will fight. 4MV, again, I don't know in what mind they thought that they were just going to be crashing over towards the southeast side here, towards Island, and be able to get in. I think Voin Donkey actually takes a very good approach to this circle. They wide wrap across North Georgia Pole Bridge, and they get themselves in behind DRS, and they're picking up numbers off the back of it. Another play that absolutely 4MV could have gone for. Now that they're stuck outside the blue, outside the circle, they're going to have difficulty getting in. I'm not trying to rip on 4MV. Please remember that. I'm not trying to. I'm just so perplexed by some of the decisions that they're making.
And they're constantly in stage 4, stage 5, losing 2 players, and then going like, okay, well, we'll try and pick this one up. It's not working. RCB versus Undertalk. What just happened there?
Yeah.
The RKO with the rear axle trying to come out of the nowhere there, but finally managing to step up, and RCB still on 2. Dodges to the side, a sidestep. Matador for Wild, but unfortunately, there's a second bull waiting in the wings to rampage on over his position. And RCB cut down to 1. Thundertalk on 3 with 1 knock over to Hui, but there is a third party from the Vicious waiting to be brought to.
With that, the circle moves over towards that northwest side, with the ridge playing out over towards the west. Potential for CAG Osaka to play this one out. They currently are just watching down towards that south side, where Team Liquid as well as Brute Force are posted up. Loxy getting very lucky at the moment to stay alive. And CAG Osaka finding shots over towards 4MV, leaving them at 1 player now. And Reefus, who is towards the south of Team Liquid. Big old
Yeah. Let's slap a question mark on that one, as AJ continues to question Loxy's residency in this game, and in fact the answer is no longer, as RCB do fall down. 14th place still, towards the bottom of the tables, needing good games to close out the rest of the day. 77 taking a knock from D+, who have been slowly making their way across this central island. The fact that they've transitioned successfully through this really deadly area of the map blank is pretty special. Nolbu, with that high ground oversight as well, going to close down their angles. They're playing off one another miraculously. I really like to see it, and they are not letting this match or this point score that they've been able to acquire so far get to their heads, right? They are playing humble and effectively.
I think that's something we've always praised our South Korean teams for, which is they have a lot of discipline coming into PMG especially. Shots from Sanchia over towards Selcom Digi Alliance. Team Liquid, they lose Mythic on a knock. That is the CAG, who equally do take a knock in turn. So trying to play it over towards this western side, but Influence Rage do find themselves another good spot in the circle. 77 giving it as good as they get over towards D+, though. They were able to get ahead, and they will take down Nolbu. Leon's, though, very troubling position down the hill. Sanchia opting to get away from this one, head back over towards the crashed airplane.
Selcom Digi Alliance, 3 players in a car. You know how much we love to see that, but they do manage to hop out on the roll-up. Sanchia with 1, with 2, not quite getting the 3rd, and there is too much pressure put on that off angle for Stalwart to be able to hold it with 1. 2 players down for Selcom Digi Alliance, and the blue zone moving in makes it all the harder. They don't have a lot of time to play with. That nade may just... No, it's going to go long. Another one sent over the top, though. And they continue to bombard out on the position. The tree giving them a little bit of cover. The circle slows for just a moment. Can Selcom Digi Alliance get all their players back up with Critter down? Stalwart are on 1.
Yeah, there's no real opportunity to actually take shots over towards Selcom Digi Alliance. Stalwart said no position. They'd rather hold the ditch. It is towards the crashed site. Vicious here coming up against D+ Kia, who have been suffering on this eastern edge, and they were reluctant to head down towards the south side, and it's understandable because you are just heading downhill. I think you're a D+ at this point in time with the circle that heads over towards the southeast on a rather hard shift. You want to be able to control the high ground. You don't want to be leaving backwards, but a very, very good nade start things off, but that was Chips' last.
A sweep up towards the north side, an opener found for Chips, and now it's all up to the barrel of the gun. The M4 in hand. tucking that reload away. On the east side, the Vicious, they're not getting too over-aggressive. That smoke was giving a lot of maneuverability to D+ to try and find those angles, find those picks, but the fact that they've only gotten the one knock and it's getting res right now means they're going to have to reinvest on the smokes if they want to make this approach. Osal wants to do it here. Through the gap in the smoke, he may spot David and might be able to tag a shot, just missing. He was so close to being on target there with the pre-fire. Over to the back lines, though. They're looking for nades, and they'll see if they can continue this sweep. But further on in the wings, it's Thundertalk, who have 3 players alive to hold out this northeast side. They're putting a pen around that fight on the southeast as Cellcom Digi Alliance try and fly on in, but their wings are clipped.
Desperate to get the shack, dude. They were so hungry for the shack.
Oh, nade?
More than anything. Hawaii, I don't know if he goes down to that nade. I don't think. Yeah, okay. Just didn't want to get out of the building. Maybe he didn't realize it hadn't. Well, it was a long cook on the bad boy. The Vicious do finally pick up D+. I think they were really hoping that a third party would have come through a lot sooner, and it never did. Thundertalks were a little bit more preoccupied over towards that north, and understandably so. I think if they're able to pick up that knock towards David, it's a different story altogether. And the shots were really, really quite unlucky from D+ through that smoke. Stalwart doing their best. Doing their best. That's all they can really hope for here. And CAG moves off from that high ground on the western side, and they take a wide wrap over towards the north here. Let's see if it pays off. Right now, they are down a player.
Thundertalk looking to control the northeast side. I said this was a team, Blank, that had been lacking performance, and maybe they can find it here against CAG Osaka, laying down the law, and AJ steps out a 1-2 punch. And CAG Osaka are knocked for 6.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Pulls out the knuckle dusters. It would be CAG Osaka leaving the lobby. Yeah, painful fight for CAG Osaka. I genuinely thought that they could maybe get a little bit more done there, but they were rotating into open ground that they had little to no knowledge on. In the meantime, Influence Rage once again gets himself a nice shift. Team Liquid still battling versus Brute Force. An initial knock did go through. More nades been poured over the top here, but with only Cardozin as well as Ayala left remaining, this does not look like a favorable fight for them.
Committing to this res, the nade goes high from Neos, goes a little bit close for comfort, but not quite finding the distance there. Another one towards the back lines is an airburst on the short throw. And Team Liquid stay up as 2, but getting over this ridge line, it feels impossible. And not getting that. That wasn't a re-knock. Okay, you managed to step out of the way of that one. Everyone just trying to get the healing through. Brute Force using a lot of time and a lot of nades to deal with 2 players. Cardozin doesn't get lit on fire by that. Certainly got a couple of hot ankles there as he tries to get out of it, but Team Liquid still with 2. Continuing to survive. Just a moment longer. There's the blue zone. And he goes down to 1. There's the nade, and there's the second.
It's a really good nade, actually, because I think they were trying to deny points there, but Brute Force are able to extract 2 off the back of it. 77, though, on their 2 players right now. They did go down to 1 as Zadira does get knocked down, but 4 eliminations. Would like to put up a little bit more into this game, and they are just playing the backstop between the Vicious as well as Thundertalks, as Shing does take a knock and a tumble, but 10 eliminations so far for Thundertalks. Fantastic game. Really, really well done.
Yeah, they've been able to control the northeast side. They have been so much more performance than certainly their first game so far today. Let's see if they can get that healing, get that reset, and move in, because now they have to move without the circle in their favor. Brute Force have managed to sweep around from that south side, from the buildings they held. They've broken out. I think Neos is still down on that southwest edge, a wide off angle for Brute Force to potentially give them an opening, an off angle onto the positions of Voin Donkey, on towards the last player from DRS as well, if they opt to go for that crash.
Brute Force on 4. This lineup doesn't look bad. Neos, especially with a really cool angle over towards that western side. Influence Rage, though, just have so much opportunity to take easy shots. They've got all the cover in the world to work with. It's open ground off towards the east, and this is a bit of a shooting gallery for them. And looking for another strong game. Last game, they got themselves up in towards a 3rd place. This game, they're looking for a first. It has been very consistent stuff from Influence Rage, and they are catching up now to D+, setting those two teams worlds apart from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's such a difficult gap to close now, and we may have already started to take a look at two of our teams getting committed towards those finals. Of course, there's still a lot more points to be earned, and it's very, very early to make that sort of a call, but you're right, there is just such a difference right now. It is night and day. Although there are little glimmers of hope, I think. I mean, especially with ThunderTalk putting up this 10-elim game. It's a team that, you know, was one of the strongest teams coming through from the PEL. They've got the two-time champion King on side. It is a strong, strong team, but they didn't quite manage to make it work in day one. Day two, they're looking to change that tune, but playing on with two players against Brute Force on the 4, well, technically 3 on the sweep, but Neos will have the distance to be able to take third-party shots out towards it. Brute Force looking to instead turn their attention to Voin Donkey ID.
Critter from the side, finding one shot over towards ThunderTalks on AJ. Was that play with 5 eliminations, so rough player to lose there, with just Shing now still up. But Critter doing a great job for Stalwart, stealing away a couple of these eliminations. Neo's finding Lorazin. Wow, that is big, and that was that off angle they set up a long time ago for Brute Force. It's now paying out for them as they hit the jackpot, especially because the circle is just pushing in now. I wonder how possible it's going to be to get Lorazin back up, but they do get that res and now move on forward. Nice. Yeah, very, very critical that they got that res back up in time.
That's a ballsy rollout from Shing as well. The solo player now for ThunderTalk. They're into the top 4. He's pushing Brute Force off of that high ground. He's challenged them. He's making them think, is it worth it to try and contest that in a 1v1 where it's likely we lose it? And that's going to give him a lot more ground on that north side to potentially play around. Shing up to the tree though, can't quite make it. He managed to push Brute Force off the angle that can contest him with that ballsy rollout, but Influence Rage, they're not so easily swayed.
Good shot again from Neos. He has been so slick with it down on the southwest side. Finding another pick off. Prepod looking to hit some more shots and it's Freezer.
Killer. But the real snakes this time around. Just alive. And Brute Force, I don't think they know. I'm pretty sure they have no idea. If Prepod goes down here, there's a big chance the Killer can have a massive impact. Influence Rage up for the rollout. Prepod has to hit the deck, has to try and get out of the way of this spray down, and Killer's still there. Furia opening up now over towards Influence Rage. A lot of the players for Brute Force are low. They're looking for the heals. Niels is there as Law goes down. When does Killer step up? When does Killer strike? I feel like he may have left it too long. The rollout from Furia going for the backlines here against Influence Rage. The last player to stand in their way on the off angle, and it's just Killer left to deal with after it. A slow roll down there, and the crunch is on. Furia runs him under the bumper, and it's just Killer now.
This is a very obvious spot. Okay, so
nobody could know.
Come on, guys, check the boogie, please.
They have no idea. They're not going to check it.
They do not know.
They secured that area right in their heads.
There we go.
He's not going to see it.
Oh, he sees the buggy though, so what I'm saying is that information should be passed back.
I don't think they've clocked it. I don't think they've clocked it. I mean, he's out of the blue zone and has to move at some point, but this is kind of crazy. I think Fury is going to see it now. He's going to know about it because the shot's going to start to ring out and immediately hops out by the tree. Isn't going to go for the challenge. Wait for Prepod, wait for Neos, and in comes Freezer 2. A 4-player shutdown on the buggy snake from the real soldiers, but it is Brute Force to take their first chicken dinner into the group.
Yeah, very, very good stuff from Brute Force. They needed a win like this for a while now. And Brute Force didn't have the greatest of times in PMSL EMEA either, with the teams outshining them big style. But here for Brute Force, being able to pick up a win, especially versus Influence Rage. I think that's the big thing to take notes of, is they went up against one of the strongest teams in the lobby and were able to win out off the back of that.
Well, Brute Force able to show that they're here to compete. Another team coming in from EMEA, which I know John's going to be extremely happy about. Playing over towards box formation. I always call it box formation because, damn it, Kalaris and his jingles. But playing over toward box compound here, Max. They did take on Team Liquid. Took a couple of nades to take them down, but eventually transitioned to a win for themselves with a decent amount of eliminations. What was your thought about how they played?
On these type of positions on box compound, and I always think, oh, they're going to normally get a bunch of eliminations. But looking back at the map feed just before we went on the desk here, Jason, a lot of teams know it's a really good compound, so they're just trying to avoid it. Realistically, some brute force like, please come our way, we want to get elims, but they weren't having, unfortunately, that much chance. Though, I gotta say, Hot Juice, how the hell did Cardozin survive like those 20 plus nades coming out of brute force? This man is unkillable. What?
They used all their utility right there, and rightfully so, because you know what? They didn't want to risk it at all, right? They're like, you know what? Let's just get these eliminations, clear them out, and then we can finally move on from there. You know, it's about damn time brute force got a good game under their belt. And this was the game for them to do it. So solid eliminations, chicken dinner here. Hopefully this will be the first of many for them, but we'll see how that ends up working out. But that's the thing though, is like anytime you get a zone anywhere near, you know, that shooting range crates area, box compound is so strong, Max. I think when we were talking about it, like the second you saw that zone shift, you were like, oh dude, brute force, this is their chance. And it was.
It was their one opportunity here. Once they clear the southern teams like your 77s, like your Team Liquid, and they especially still have cars. This is a great compound, not only because you can defend it very easily, you can hold multiple cars in the compound, and once you have to leave, those cars that are completely untouched, ready to go, ready to run into the circle and to get the angles you really want, which is what they did against Influence Rage. They had so much control of those final circles. Influence Rage, sure, were also playing a decent game, but the angles that Brute Force had at the very end were just too threatening to their spot at that time. So good for Influence Rage, but Brute Force really holding onto your resources until the late game is always going to be a big plus when it comes to wrapping up this chicken dinner.
Well, there's a couple of, well, actually, to be honest, there's a lot to really talk about in this game. I want to kind of turn our attention towards Kagasaka for a second here, because the rotation they ended up doing, playing on the southwest side, they kind of did something similar to what, well, kind of similar to what Voin Donkey did, where they rotated through like West George, or like through like the Western George Bridge. Kagasaka instead rotate like clockwise around the zone and ended up meeting up against DRS and Voin, who were in the midst of combat.
I kind of like it, Jukes, because they could have all crashed onto Influence Rage, but Influence Rage were not fighting, they were just up as a 4-man. Or you can go wide north, take a bit of a risk, and third party, which I like the idea, but then AJ happened to pod Jukes, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. You know, AJ, when AJ just starts popping off, dude, there's nothing really you could do. And yeah, they were kind of stuck because you could tell that they wanted to kind of try to see if they could wrap on over to that hardship side. Luckily for them, they didn't go for that because they would have just been met by like, what was it, like 4 or 5 teams that were already there.
A lot.
But yeah, it was fortunate for them that they did get that yoink right back on over to the west side of the circle. So they got a good solid circle shift. But I ain't gonna lie, dude, every time I hear, you know, when I hear about this team, I think about another squad, and that's 4MV, right? And the reason why is because they were stuck in the blue zone for so long, Max, you know? And it makes so much sense because I think that TOG Osaka got in 4MV's head big time, because these guys did not rotate until, what was it, like, yeah, circle 3. They were stuck in the boot for so long, and I think that's going to punish them here. It did in this game, and they're hamstringed. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's wild to see.
I also kind of get it because we have now had 2 River 50-50 splits happening on Sanhok and now this first Erangel, so it is quite tough. So you're going to see a lot more teams trying to play out in the blue on the edge of the circle, and that's what CAG were kind of attempting to do, is just surviving, trying to go for these really impactful fights to just carve some space in the circle, which I respect what they were doing here, especially the early game strat of sending 1 player north of the river, keeping 3 down south, and having that as an anchor point. That was a really, really good approach. I think it was Apollo being the anchor point. But you got to take some risk at some point here, Hot Jukes, and that fight I think was smart. But again, as I said, AJ was just too damn clean with the, I think it was the S12K, and able to just sweep the entire team. So yeah, respect. But unfortunately, the teams that had the compound to the very end, which were Influence Rage and Brute Force, got himself first and well, not second because of Killer, but almost.
I want to talk about Alliance a little bit though, because it feels like they were fighting for, I don't know, like 6 zones. Like they were fighting forever. They were fighting up against Stalwart, and eventually crashed into Thunder Talk. But they only come out of this game with like 2 eliminations, which I find so unfortunate for them, considering the amount of fighting they were consistently doing.
It felt like last time in Dragon Ball Z, and they're still powering up for the fight was getting ready. It was like, but it's been like 3 circles now. It's been 3 episodes. What's going on?
That's it. I mean, he's only just started charging the Spirit Bomb there.
Yeah, he was trying, but it did not work out. It did not hit the intended target because they didn't get much out of it, unfortunately for them. But I think the fights were good, and Stalwart were just trying to delay as much as possible. But at some point, you got to send it, because the more you delay it, guess what happens? You're making yourself vulnerable to a third party, and that's what CAG Osaka ended up doing. So you got to wrap them up a little bit quicker when you reach the late game, because you're always going to be vulnerable. And man, Thunder Talk now, with the overall rankings, go from 9th position at the start of the day to 4th, just on the brink of pushing up, maybe in top 3. Now that's a comeback. That is a TJB.
Yeah, let's go. And you know what? I mean, kind of something similar for Brute Force too, right? Brute Force were all the way down on the second page, and they rocket launched themselves up to a good, solid position here. So that's good, really good to see for them. And you know what? I want to go back to what you're talking about Alliance, Jason, because I was looking at their stats from yesterday, and they had 7,766 damage, right? That was 3rd overall when it comes to damage by squads. I mean, that was only a couple damage short of 4 Miracle Vibes, 1,000 short of D plus Kia. But, it's so crazy to see Alliance put out so much damage, but not be able to convert at all. It hurts to watch.
Well, you don't even see them on the front page. That's the unfortunate part, which means their limbs, or at least when it comes to placements, a little bit lacking. I mean, their limbs, they're tied up with like Hagasaka. It's nothing amazing to kind of reflect on the amount of damage they did. So their limb game, at least confirming those knocks, are a little bit painful. But what's not painful for Voim, able to push up to 12th place here, almost on the brink of pushing out of the bottom 5. DRS as well has been on the up and up today so far, starting off in 16th place, now up to 14th. And then 77 even having a slight move up here, Max.
Yeah, cool for 77, though I do want to see more damage control of Team Liquid. That was some really good damage control. Can we see more?
7, go talk to Knight. Tell him to start with his damage control again, because he's not looking good.
Yep.
Would be a big step up. But yeah, it's still really close at the bottom. We're going to see a lot of topsy-turvy kind of situation. Some teams pushing out of the bottom 5, some going back down into it. So it's going to be a bit inconsistent right there. But the top squads right now looking pretty solid, though. We're still waiting, Hot Jukes, to see D plus Kia break the 100-point barrier. We got some numbers I think we checked out earlier, and it's going to be interesting when we bring them up. But I do want to highlight for D plus Kia, and this is a rotate that you, Jason, brought up, was actually sending Osal across the island west of Rozok and actually being the anchor point for the team. It was a bit risky because he's just checking if a team is there, but you're just actively scouting by doing so. But the fact that he was not eliminated, then the rest of the team followed up. So it was a risky play. You might lose a player, but if he stays alive, guess what? You got an anchor point, and you know that spot is free, which ended up allowing them to make it a bit further in that game than they really maybe could have in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And that side's really weak. It really is. It's a tough position to take in general, right? Because there's that really awkward sloping hill that you can just there's no coverage at all, and any team that decides to push up in that angle, you're gonna have a tough time. So I mean, yeah, D plus Kia, I like it. I mean, they had no choice but to go down that route, and they sent it on the Vicious. They lost the fight, but you know what? It happens, right? So I love to just see the right plays being made. You know what I'm saying? Like last game, watching Thunder Talk fly to their death to the Vicious was a bad play. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you're making the right decisions here, more often than not, you're going to have success. And I think that's why D plus Kia are just on top by such a wide margin, by the way.
I'm actually really happy you bring up the Vicious here, Jukes, because they had on the eastern side one of the better positions. So their spot, pretty much just to explain for everyone, was a somewhat of a cliff position where if D plus Kia wanted to push up to them, they just had to go up this cliff. It's really hard to push. And actually for Vicious, that allows them to pretty much sweep and retain control of the eastern side of the circle while also creating a lot of space for themselves. So that fight versus D plus Kia was very, very easy for them to win. As you said, then Hot Jukes, Thunder Talk got a bit involved and just ruined it for the Vicious, but Vicious knew the terrain. That is giving us a big plus versus these teams. So good for the Vicious to really see the terrain and make full use of it at that point in time.
Yeah.
I got to bring up a special player, Max. I know that you talk about Shifu. He's actually top of limbs when it comes to Erangel, which is kind of surprising considering that one match we had at a 4-1v yesterday. But he's on the top at the moment with 11 eliminations, and you've been talking about this player for years, it feels like.
Yeah, I think a year and a half, 2 years. But he is my Lemon, but from EMEA, Jason. Lemon got picked up by Na'Vi. No, hey, big heads up, good job. But who's going to pick up my boy Shifu? No, he needs to go somewhere because, well, he's doing great with 77. Okay, no shade at 77, but I think this guy has so much potential, Jason, and I cannot wait to see him with a team with a lot of experience and just see this guy just be MVP after MVP in tournaments.
Well, let's see if he can maintain his top limb leader here on Erangel. We're heading into our second of the day, once again with John Allen and Blink.
You can move Shifu, but as long as you keep it at EMEA, because as I've been
banging on about behind the scenes to the desk and to everyone. EMEA currently the strongest region in the world, and well, remains to be seen at the end of this group. Right now, we're being let down a little bit blank by 77 and Brute Force, but Brute Force just had a chicken dinner. Shifu MVP on Erangel, and we are going to try and keep things going for EMEA because we've had 2 group wins right now, 3 teams qualified for the Grand Finals directly. South Korea ain't got nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy at the moment. Very, very good stuff. I mean, South Korea's got DRX, right? They got DRX going through.
Okay, they've got something.
Yeah. Hey, I was about to say, I was like,
some very strong teams.
Yeah. They do have contenders. They do have contenders coming to this. And I think that if you're looking over towards 77, I understand what Max is saying. Shifu is a strong player. Maybe you get him on a different roster. But I genuinely think this is the strongest 77 that you'll see. Zadira, similarly, also fantastic. Magnum on the off angles, nice. Limbo Boom as that backstop. A lot of times when you look at this squad, you are just like, wow, this is a strong team. They work well together. They finally find their groove. In the past, it used to just be, oh, Shifu is on a random team, but he's doing good stuff. But I think this is the first time in a while we've actually seen Shifu on a squad where I think he can really perform on. Looking at the map though, right now, back up towards that northwest side. It's northwest all day, every day. Max was saying that he hates the river crossing, doesn't want to play it anymore. Please circle, go south.
I mean, yeah, these river splits are just really dastardly, right? Because it forces teams to make a 50-50 coin flip in terms of, okay, well, we don't know which side it's going to go. And then in general, it's just half of the teams that make the wrong call, even though you wouldn't know it was a wrong, you couldn't know it was a wrong call, end up kind of being cut out a little bit and having their performances deflated by things like this, right? And it's really, really rough. And sure, you can see some really shine through games, and towards the top, I think it matters a little bit less, because if you're a fantastic team, you handle those situations. But if you are in a middle pack team, getting to the survival stage can be won or lost on coin flips like this. And right now, it feels like 4MV are trying to take some less favorable coin flips. Let's hear from their coach with 7WG.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one is going to be in regards to 4MV. Since their win yesterday, they really haven't been able to do much. They've been averaging a placement of 13th, and we really haven't seen the amount of eliminations. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and I asked him some pretty tough questions. I was like, what has been the struggle so far with this team? He told me that they just haven't been getting the circles. And then the shocking answer to following that up, he said that they think this team is a lot harder than they expected them to be. So it feels like 4MV came in a little bit too confident. And I'm with you, Blank. I think they have been getting humbled.
I love the juxtaposition of that. We just haven't been getting circles. Doc dies immediately to CAG Osaka. I don't know what that coach is yapping about, to be honest, Blank. That feels like copium.
That is, yeah, huffing on it right now. That's not good. That's really not good.
They call that one the Doc tooth extraction with the amount of copium they're on.
Oh dear me. I mean, look, I don't think you can say, right, look at Sanhok. Is D+ saying, oh, we didn't get the circle? They were in docks. They weren't with Doc, but they were in docks. Like, this is, I don't know.
Like, come on.
I think there has to be some serious introspection between today and tomorrow. Or even after this match, we do have a short break for the players. Then is the time to be like, guys, you need to put it together. You need to stop feuding with CAG Osaka. That has to stop. All right? We know you hate them, but just leave them be.
Okay, so let's take a look at what has happened so far this game, right? They lose Doc, which is pretty naff, right? Right off the bat, they go down to, of all teams, CAG Osaka. The plane path, they knew that they were going to be dropping against them to try and go down to Military Island. The West Coast split loot drop is available. You've got the areas north of Quarry, a little bit contested by Influence Rage, and maybe they flex out if you see that. But there are other options. Instead, they send Doc out on a pretty wild wild approach solo. And
Did
COG
they send
Osaka
Doc?
do try it. Well, they do. COG Osaka cut this one out.
Did they send Doc or did Doc send himself?
I mean, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? COG Osaka did rotate to the west to go for that bridge hold. They knew that 4MV were going to be competing for it. It's nothing to do with the circle in that scenario. It's absolutely nothing to do with it.
I think a good comparison to draw here would be Team Secret. Like, they realized that, look, man, that plane path was not good for us over in Noya. Look where they are now. They're in South George. They're having a great time. They have the circle. It's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. It's sad because I think a lot of us really expected 4MV to do very well. And we were treated to an unbelievable game from the Erangel on the first day. It's not been the same since. I actually think they would have performed way better if they'd struggled day one. I think if they'd struggled day one, life would have been so much easier for them. Just because they wouldn't have had a lot of pressure to be like, we got to replicate this now. We got to get big games over and over. Respect them being like, look, the squads are more difficult. But I think saying the squads are more difficult in Group Green is maybe not. Yeah, well, also maybe not like the greatest thing to be saying. Consider looking at the other two groups, especially if you're aiming for a grand finals. I really don't want to keep bashing on them, but yeah, it's sad.
I feel like a bit of that, the fact that we have to give them some flack on this one is because of that statement, right? I think that if they were just feeling down in the dumps and they were aware of the fact that they are just losing to some slightly reckless fights and they need a little bit more discipline, try and address that, sure. But blaming circles and blaming the group strength is not where it's at. For a potential team that people were looking at to be champions, that's not how you need to be looking at this.
Anyway, let's move on for now. We'll come back to them later. Silas being annoying. A little beam towards the Vicious. He does send away eventually. Doesn't try and get a sting across to them. Vicious, though, still just wandering around. SOCOM Digi Alliance. CAG is fighting everyone. I don't know. Is CAG the problem? Is CAG just attacking everyone that they see close to them? Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. Well, they're certainly attacking SOCOM Digi Alliance right now, but now also can't quite find the opening. K-Look shuts it down on the off angle. 2 players forwards, but the off angle is dealt with. So SOCOM Digi Alliance need to be a little bit careful. Dolio down on the outside. A second goes, but it's back and forth, and both of these teams enveloped by the blue zone. Flank, this is a dangerous fight for both of them. They're out of the zone and need to get a move on. Losing players here, pretty nasty stuff.
And it's a pretty bad fight from CAG, I won't lie. I think they still have the potential to get all players back up again, but definitely less than ideal. Jimmy on the outside now, so this fight should just be over. All things considered, like there's no way he gets out of this scenario easily. Matton maybe tries to go for the S12K in through the doorway. Come on, guys. Ooh. Please take him down. Yeah, damn. Apollo gets knocked again.
Does go down a second time, but 5 eliminations for COG Osaka. That is good news. 4MV made it to Military Island, by the way.
I know.
Oh no, they didn't get the circle blank. That's so unfortunate, because it's all the way up in George.
It's as if they've just removed themselves from the game.
You said you don't want to keep giving the flat. I really do. That's riled me up.
I know. It's hard, especially when they rotate down to well.
We didn't get the circle. We're a military team. We didn't get the circle, though. Like, no doy. Come on. How often did that happen?
To be fair, though, they're not the only culprits for this. There's been several teams where I have just been questioning time and time again the play. Like, in terms of some of the rotations coming through, it's like there is a lot of cases where it's like, in what world did you think that this was going to work? I don't know what it is inside this lobby. There's just some weird antics going on. Team Liquid, though, in North George, looking to hold out Team Secret once again. By the way, this not only happened on Sanhok in the waters, but now happening again on Erangel. Team Liquid with their fishing harpoons at the ready.
Always a bridge, and Team Liquid always on the other side. This time Team Secret can't get them out of the way. Mythic tries to jump into the liquid fire itself, but is extinguished in the meantime. The knock should go through. And Team Liquid picking up points here. It's going to be great news for them. They're in a pretty decent position as well, Blank, to try and put some more points on the board. On North George, they've already got across. It's quite likely that the circle goes up towards the north. The river looks kind of like it's splitting at 50-50, but you've got to remember that big open estuary that sits to the west of Georgia Pole takes up so much of this circle, meaning that 50% of the north side of the circle is the north side, but maybe only 30% is the south side. So you're playing that angle, that odds.
Very similar circle as well to what we've seen before. It's really awkward, especially the estuary over towards that western side. You just got a massive amount of water in play. It's not easy to play off this one. There's not a lot of room to play. Everest also cuts out a ton of area down towards the southeast side. And the only real benefit from this circle is there is a ton of buildings in it. Over in George and South George, so that's easy enough to play off the back of. 77 doing damage over towards Influence Rage at the moment, with D+ coming in from that eastern side, playing it cautiously right now, understandable. Hard shift down towards the south though, towards Crates. I wonder who is closest here. Maybe RQ, possibly. Voin Donkey haven't quite made landfall yet either, so they might be the quickest over towards the warehouses. We'll see who can take up that position though, because that is a very, very important position to be playing.
Definitely is. There's also the potential for a team that comes in late to try and take up position on the top of Everest. It's not the best spot, but it is a spot, and sometimes that's better than nothing. Well, every time that's better than nothing, right? So maybe a team will be sending over. COG Osaka trying to get position over on the east side here, holding up around the bridge, and that is a really important central crossing area. COG Osaka not going across the bridge and stopping here is a play for points, Blank. They've got 5 limbs already. They know that they've had a double knock on side, so they will be going down a little bit faster. This position can net a lot of points, but with 77 already poking their noses in, they haven't established it quick enough, I think.
Yeah, COG slightly late to the party. 77 have an oversight on this as well. It's a bit dangerous for them. They're not fully grouped up though, so 77 isn't a full force to be reckoned with just yet. And CAG with smokes might be able to get something done. Good shots from Zadira though, keeping them at bay.
Keeping himself alive is perhaps a little bit more important as well, though, because the teams on the south side going to start to push in. 4MV actually make it into those crates, so you say. That they are going to have a good position, but Brute Force going to contest it. Neo's up to the crates, has those off angles to worry about. Super low, doesn't have time for the heal, is just going to have to go bold, barefaced into the fight. Freezer with the off angle. Voin Donkey pushing in from that south edge as well as Neos does fall to Voin Donkey with the off angle there. So it's not 4MV to take him down. 4MV losing another player on that attempted crossing, and they are down to 2.
Pre-pod drops as well to AJ from Thunder Talks. I mean, for Brute Force is a strong spot. I think what they need to do now, though, is damage control really quickly, because if they get 4 up, you know what? Very, very good game. Potentially on the hands for them. But they just need to reset onto this one. Need a lot of smoke, so to get both players back to position. It's going to be dangerous to walk out, try and get those reses. There's a ton of angles around here, which is why I was sort of confused by Reefus's angle. On the outside of Warehouse, he's got to know that there's 100% a lot of players looking over towards him. Critter tries to spin out the buggy, unable to do it.
Stalwart on the North Hills with the Vicious bearing down upon them. Trying to get them out of the way, but Stalwart not really presenting too many openings here. David trying to move on up, but this is really bold from the Vicious to send all the way towards the back line, try and get all the way through, and not going down there? That feels criminal. Not too sure what's going on in the north sides here, but the circle shifts down south again, and that is going to pull them out of this fight sooner rather than later. 2 players from the Vicious finally do take a tumble, and Stalwart pull themselves back together.
Yeah, the Vicious doing that, the totally unacceptable behavior. I would 100% agree with you. I think at that moment they were like, we'll just do something. We'll do something right now. It might work. Just do it.
If we don't know what they're doing, there's no way they know.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for the Vicious, they just attempted something a little bit special. It didn't work out. Circle does move back down towards that south side, pushes off Everest. D plus Kia make a wide ramp once again down towards that southwest edge. Has hurt them quite a bit to do this, but just getting here in stage 3, I think they should be fine when it comes to meds. Like I said, a huge amount of buildings in this area. 100% likely that not all of them been completely looted up just yet. I'll be able to play off the back of this. 4MV, you got to admit, it was a pretty speedy rotation from them, from Sosnovika, to get over towards this spot. It was bold. They might have had a better game if Reefus hadn't have taken that aggressive angle and played as 3.
Or if Doc hadn't have been clapped immediately on the drop, that also would have helped. Influence Rage on the northeast side now, trying to take on Stalwart. It's not going super well. Stalwart actually doing pretty great stuff on this northeast side. They've been holding the fights. I mean, that was a reckless push that we saw from the Vicious, but now their descent from that hilltop seems to be troublesome. Influence Rage, they have had players go down to it, but picking up points here, solidifying themselves in the top. 85 points blank to third place, 58 is crazy. You reverse those digits, we're getting Willy Wonka with the point scores now. 85-58.
Yes. We are. Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
Do you really agree?
I really agree. I do. Well, I was trying to figure out what you meant by Willy Wonka.
Oh, switch that, reverse it.
Wonka Willy?
Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. You don't. Okay. You just don't understand my culture references. It's okay.
No. I don't.
Timothy Chalamet spinning in his chair right now.
Oh, right. I see. I was trying to figure out which Willy Wonka you meant.
It's both the Gene Wilder and Timothy Chalamet ones.
Okay.
But anyway,
gotcha.
Influence Rage rolled down to Stalwart finally.
There's Influence Rage off in the distance. Tough game for them, but still 88 points now found. Strong game. Very strong game. Zeta from Voin Donkey. And you know what? Voin Donkey's not done badly at all this game. I actually like their positioning. 77 actually want to pick up that knock over towards DRS, though, who once again must return to their real snakes and try and live out this lobby as long as possible. For DRS, hasn't been working out too well, though. Currently at 28 points, at risk of going home.
Go on. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to get that bank. Instead, steps in with the auto shotty and immediately runs away, giggling to himself. Doesn't quite get the point. And gets in the buggy. Actually, leaves it over to 77. I think that's actually a nice disciplined retreat. You don't need to overstay there. You know you've already done the damage.
Whew.
That's nasty.
That is nasty. Yeah, heading over towards the northeast side. And a lot of teams do need to get a bit of a move on now. RCB up towards the northern edge. I'd like to see RCB have a good game, man. I really would. But right now, Thunder Talk's doing a lot of damage over towards 2 of their players. A bit of a whiff on the nade there. 1 left remaining for AJ. Probably would have taken down Silas or Arena if he'd got that. For RCB, not a bad team.
That's actually the second nade AJ's managed to miss onto these windows as well. Loxy dropping one out the sidelines, and AJ now wants to scrap the nades and hop in the window. Unfortunately, in the corner, there's a deadly Loxy ready to lock him down. And AJ falls to it, so Thunder Talk not going to be able to capitalize off of their big game last time around. But they are one of the teams right now that is, as we said before, on the north side of this coin toss. And it's just not gone their way. Getting across the river, highly unlikely. The nades in through the windows, leaving King the last to stand. It's going to be a tall order to get that one done. But there's a third party. It's Apex taking shots, I think. No, maybe not. Over towards this north side, as they do have the north side of the crates. D+ are taking casualties to Team Liquid in the meantime. And D+ are going for a roll-up over towards Voin Donkey. They're opening up with Nolbu. Vexy goes down, gets that flush, but Osal takes a tumble as well. There are so many off angles looking out this way. 2 players in for D+ is actually a pretty decent success in my book.
Yeah, it's not been horrible for them, put it that way. Osal with the 360 into the knock. Sad to see. Probably going down here. Very unlikely to be able to pick Osal back up again. Big crash from Team Liquid. A lot of damage done already as Cardozin hits the deck.
Voin Donkey on the inside, trying to find that one off. Meanwhile, on the north side, Thunder Talk taking a lot of Shots over the wards. Actually, they managed to get a res. They're back up to 2, and RCB are only on 2. So 2 players down for King. That's a great result to get that turnaround in a 1v4 situation. Team Liquid do go down. Void Donkey hold their nerve as well, but only just. Still, a lot of danger to be seen. D+ looking to hold it down as we hop back over to the north side fight lane.
Loxy on the sidelines. I mean, really, really strong player is Loxy. Unfortunately, almost goes wrong, but he's able to keep it going, him and Silas. But days are limited now, considering they're on that north side of the circle. Lightly it's going to shift down towards the south, and they're going to have to hit the water, but there's already so many teams holding this location. I don't know how CAG is still in this game, as 3. These guys must be freezing to death, considering how long they've spent inside the water here. But if they can get out, move those waterlogged boots, and then get on cracking, and might be able to get something done off the back of this, because you can certainly play over towards the cliffside on that southern edge, and they are just clearing out as many teams as possible in the process. D+ Kia relying on nades at the moment, but there is only so many inside this building. Yes, there's a couple of death crates, but that's about it. And DRS are off towards their eastern edge.
Next circle goes up to the north side.
Okay.
This is great for CAG Osaka, right up on that coastline. Brute Force also with that west side, the only team with 4 players alive, have such a strong spot too. Prepod up on that massive higher ground, up the top of the cranes there. They have so much oversight onto all of the movements around them. It's very, very flat near them as well, which means that in general, they're just going to have such great angles. The difficulty, though, is, of course, you are very exposed up the top of those cranes. Taking shots is a risk, and Freezer doesn't want to take it. He drops down off.
Brute Force coming on the back of a win. Now looking for another. And they absolutely have all the tools needed to make it happen. 77 finding Killer from DRS, leaving DRS with just the singular player left remaining now. And 77 actually hold a fairly strong position down towards the south side. Unfortunately, with that circle shift, it does just make life so troublesome for a lot of our squads. DRS attempted to get in over towards 77 as that circle moved up towards the north. Just example left remaining. Nolbu over towards Furia, though. Instantly, there is a re-knock trade. I think for D+, likely they'll be going down soon. They just want to get further into this game, but with around about 3 other teams all on just 1 player, D+ just need to survive a bit longer into this match, but they know the circle is going to be cutting them out very shortly.
Brute Force moved down south. They put 3 of their players down that area to try and get rid of the teams on the south to extract a couple of points from it. They're up to 8 elims now. They can get this res. Just 1 player left for D+. Zadira spots the ascension there from example for the real soldiers, or the real snakes, either way. They're real sad because they're dead now. 3 eliminations, 10 place on the game, and we have 9 teams remaining into stage 7.
A lot of squads left, and almost always enabled just by this circle. Over towards crates, there's so many funky positions that you can play in and remain alive in for a lot of time. Chips, though, again, a huge amount of work on his hands going forward. There is a massive possibility for this to drop down towards the top 5 the next 3 minutes. And Chips just needs to live with the circle ever closing in on him. That becomes less of a possibility.
That right-hand angle. No way does he make that work. Lorazin, criminal action over towards Naoto, takes a second player down, and it's a 2v2. Moving on forwards. How on earth did he not get taken down by those auto shotties? That right-hand angle really playing havoc with Naoto's aim there, but the nades finally from the backline might be able to take that one down. Law now, sliver of HP, gets the heal off. Another nade being cooked, but this is the last one for Matun. He's going to know that it's going to be very, very close by, and the spray down comes on through. CAG Osaka, they handle Influence Rage, but they lose one of their players in the process.
One more to deal with now. In RCB, down the way, and CAG will have carved themselves a lovely position out on this north side. It's surprising that CAG has gone on for so long. 7 eliminations as well. Fantastic stuff. And a game that CAG really did need, considering they're causing so many problems for themselves with some of these early game aggressions, where they looked good, they looked strong, but a lot of times it was cutting out their potential towards the end of the game. But 7 elims should sit them up towards 44 points right now, not to mention the placement points they're likely to get after this game concludes.
The thing that's continuing to rile me up, though, is that 4MV are still alive and in a spot that's going to be pretty important moving on forwards. Having gotten in here with 1 good rotate on the game, I will give them that. Nice nade as well from Apex, finding Shifu. Top fragger on the map. Limbo Boom down next. That's Brute Force chiming in. 2 angles gotten rid of. 77 slowing their approach now. Zadira the last to stand. And that felt like it was on target, but it just went in through the doors there from Baron. And maybe a res for 77.
Not with that kind of Molotov, though. Ooh, Freezer, come on, dude. Waiting for Baron to step out for a little bit too long. Good shots to start things off, but not able to finish it off now. This is a ridiculously strong position up towards the crane top. Down towards a lot of these teams. Probably will have to start dropping some smokes, though, to deny some of these sight lines. But yeah, for Freezer, looking to unleash absolute carnage from up top. Now that he's here, though, not likely he's leaving anytime soon, so he has to make full opportunity of this position. And with the circle once again, like cutting in RCB and CAG, yeah, it's a weird one to watch unfold right now. A lot of our teams on this northern edge have got very lucky. Trangzix from Team Secret still going. Surprisingly outliving Team Liquid, who, yeah, I wasn't too impressed by their push in.
I feel like RCB think that the pre-fire is over towards their positions and don't know about Team Secret on behind them. That may come back to bite them. If Team Secret can step out and get that backstab knockdown, could be pretty devastating for RCB. Loxy there, staying pretty close to Silas now. They're playing off one another. Apollo nearly gets them on the lineup, but has to dip back behind cover and out of the water for Team Secret now. The circle, I think it just keeps a tiny touch of this coastline in, of the riverbank on the ridge. And the backstab needs to come through. Team Secret could play spoiler to both of these teams.
There you go. There it is. One comes through, and now CAG know they need to make a move. They need to start pushing forward.
No
Silas
way.
is down. Loxy next to 4. Team Secret find themselves 1 pickoff and might be able to ladder up a little bit more off the back of this, getting a top 5 if RCB goes down next to the AUG in the hands of Matton.
Looking for the back lines, not going to quite connect there. And Loxy now on lockdown. Cannot move a muscle. The nade should be good here if he's aware of the divot that he's in. There's very little way that Loxy can make his way out of that one. Tags damage, but doesn't quite get the knock. RCB trapped in the middle. Trying, looking to just keep his corner safe. And actually maybe in this next zone as well with that little spot. Could potentially block out COG Osaka as well. Meanwhile, over in crates, there's still 6 teams. Well, 3 teams over in the crates still standing.
And Brute Force, 4MV, as well as Zadira from 77. None of these teams want to go down early, but 12 eliminations so far for Brute Force. We call these guys the comeback kings. I was talking to Jason before PMGC even started. Either Brute Force loses horrendously during PMGC, or they take it all. And that is really what you get from Brute Force. It's all or nothing for this team a lot of times. Neos moves forward, tries to dislocate Apex from the rest of the squad, and CAG with the DBSs try to move over towards that top side. Transix, though, is doing an unreasonable amount of work over towards CAG and actually will win out versus them. RCB, CAG, Osaka unable to deal with a secret that lies in wait from the bank.
Solo for so long and may have just secured a 2nd place spot for this one, Blank. 4MV on 2 players. They are doing damage to Brute Force, but the open ground ahead of them, that's going to force them off the high ground. First to move will have to be trying. If he drops some smokes, there's no cover. It's just going to be sightline cover. And trying to win out those challenges, that trade, he's going to have to crawl forwards. A shot onto Freezer. Is that the high ground? Or is that on the low ground? I think that might, yeah, just be beneath them there. Going for that res. Brute Force trying to move forwards. 2 players for 4MV. Up into 3rd place, Blank, with their crash into crates. It's worked out well for them, despite being bled of players early on. and Baron's out forwards. They have the outside track. They've got the closest to the middle position. They'll know that Secret's crawling in too.
I think Frieza just killed himself. Just leapt off the crane.
Oh, maybe. Fastest way down. Lowest chance of getting flashed.
I think he expected to... I don't think he expected to die. I think he expected to take a ton of damage. That's about it. Then you get rezzed up by the rest of the squads. Not to beat. Brute Force will be down at 3 players, but still with a likely chance at winning this match. A 4MP, nice juicy 3-point game. One of the largest in a while for this team.
A big nade over from Brute Force. 3 players alive for Brute Force. Taking a knock here would be pretty disastrous. I think that may touch. No, Apex is going to get this heal off, but he's trapped in by Molotov, and that nade will seal the deal. So a 1v3, not going to happen. A back-to-back, and EMEA on the comeback kid train. I'm hyped for it. I'm happy that 4MV didn't win that one out after we'd been talking smack about them all game. But Brute Force are able to come on back and maybe, with a big elimination gain, jump up to be contesting the point scores towards the top of the table. So I'll be excited to see how that one closes out.
Yeah, they hit around about a 70 to 80 point margin, which is very impressive. Like I said, Brute Force, it's all or nothing with this squad.
Well, as we saw, Brute Force getting the zone, winning the game. It's that simple. It's that easy. And a back-to-back, as John said, with a ton of eliminations in this game. Brute Force are going to be making some moves, and I would say inevitably going to be making their way into top 3 here, Hot Jukes.
Dude, easily. I mean, that's all it takes, man. You know, they got the circle, they win the game, man. And I don't know what I'm doing here, because, you know, I was looking at that Sanhok match, and I was praising, you know, like crazy rotations from D plus Kia, but it don't matter, man.
Yeah, I like how you say that's all it takes. Like, oh, 2 chickens, that's all it takes. Easy to know. Like,
Yeah.
this was definitely
Hey, circle twice in a row, GG.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure 4MV wish they were in their position. But Brute Force playing the western side here, able to get so much action on the southern side of the circle of crates, making sure that Voin Donkey, your D plus Kias, even your 77s to some extent are struggling to make that transition into the circle. They were really so proactive compared to the previous win they got on Erangel. Here, they were really involved in the conversation every single mid to late game shift. And off the back of that, they got double-digit elims. I didn't check the exact elim count at the end, but they were so bloody involved in this game to make sure that all of crates, they were the only team making it out alive. And as you saw here in these replays, they were in fact just sweeping teams left, right, and center.
On the west side. That's what it's all about, dude. If you're Brute Force, I mean, those guys were chilling there for so long. And I love their play. I mean, yeah, just go on over to the warehouses, you know, take one team at a time, push on through, and get the big W. Look at those eliminations.
Good spread.
Looking good. Yeah, a good spread. And we see Prepod there with only 2, but I mean, he had 620 damage under his belt. So, I mean, big up for this team here to get the back-to-back chicken dinners. Usually when we see a team do like this, yeah, we automatically see them kind of jump to the top 3. I think that's going to be very typical here for sure. One more good game, though. I mean, we're going to be hitting the halfway point here for this group in just a few more games, Max. And to have a day like this, man, it's going to set them up so good for the second half.
Yeah, just so many teams now having 2 chicken dinners. You had Influence Rage, you had, of course, T plus K. Now they got 3, and now you got 2 chicken dinners over to Brute Force. It's just teams like to get 2 chicken dinner days. Just a trend that's happening for Group Green, it seems. I'm not sure. Though looking at some of the replays, we saw Team Secret get completely wrecked, except for that final player. He was in the water on the cliffside for like since phase 2, Hot Jukes, and he gets a second place. I'm like, that's my kind of gameplay if I was in his lobby. I'm just like, please don't eliminate me. I want to get second place for doing almost nothing and just swimming. I'm like, it worked out. So like, props, I guess.
Yeah, please circle, come to me. Yeah, and it worked out. I mean, hey, that's all it takes. I mean, you gotta utilize every single play you got in the book. You know what I'm saying? And if you realize, like, you know what, my team is in big trouble here, let's just put something on the board, you know? And hey, second place. That's some good placement points. We'll take that all day long.
Well, I mean, we also have to talk about a couple of teams in how they approach this zone, knowing that it's basically centered up on crates and what they can potentially do. And for me, it's about D plus and DRS. And Max, we were talking while watching the game about this. They came into that zone very late, knowing that sending it into crates like that, when so many other teams had, it's just a death sentence.
And actually, even before they send into crates, what was really interesting, Jason, is they went scouting on top of Everest. I think there was Fabian for D plus Kia, and there was another player. Actually, the entire squad of DRS sent it over to Everest to scout. Unfortunately, the scouting doesn't result in too much, Jason, because every team is just in crates at that point, and you just know you have to crash it. And I think that DRS and D plus Kia understood, yeah, well, we don't really have an option, we have to send it in, and it's better to crash it actually inside the warehouse than the crates itself, because you're very vulnerable to possible third parties and off angles. So the crates not great warehouse, great entry point for D plus Kia, and we did see, thanks to that then, Jason, they made it a little bit further in the game and got a few eliminations, especially on Team Liquid. So I think D plus Kia knew they were not going to win the game, just let's try and get as far as we can and as many points as we possibly can achieve this game at this really moment when we have to send it in crates.
Well, a team who had a phenomenal performance in the last match, I think it was with 11 eliminations, Thunder Talk here, really not coming away with too much, and kind of a shame. They're up against, I believe, Regnum Carter on the northern side of this zone, on the northern side, I guess, of Erangel, split up by the river here, and they just couldn't combat against this team from Turkey, Hot Jukes.
Yep, yeah, it's well, it's so unfortunate. When is Regnum Carrier going to wake up here? That's going to be my question, right? We saw Brute Force, right? Back-to-back chicken dinners, and we saw what they could do. So it's definitely, I mean, not far too out. I mean, look at this. Third place, 75 points. The big problem that I'm having is, look at this point gap, right? We're starting to see a good, solid point gap here between third and fourth. And for those teams on that second page, and I'm looking at you, Regnum Carrier, right? Silas, I think he just really needs to step up for his squad here. You know, I think that he needs to just get a crazy game under his belt to kind of just reinvigorate this team for the rest of the day. And it's sooner rather than later, I think.
Yeah, I actually, one final point I also have about them is, like, is Razy not going to play this entire tournament? I'm a little bit surprised about that. But back to Thunder Talk, the point Jason was bringing up. The way they sent it into Regnum Carabra was very interesting, because they just, one of the player, AJ in particular, just leaped through the window, which, as we know, Hot Jukes, especially going through smokes, makes you very vulnerable. You can't shoot while you're doing that leap animation, and then you just get completely backstabbed by one of the Regnum Carabra players. So a little bit interesting. I guess they were maybe out of utility, out of grenades and Molotovs, especially because it was a wooden floor, Jukes. It would have been so good, but that push was not the way Thunder Talk were expecting, unfortunately, at that moment.
Yeah, and as we can see here, Team Liquid, just to quickly touch on, they did move into our top 11, so they have been able to, at least if we end things off right now, avoid being eliminated and being sent back home to Brazil. But RRQ, I mean, I don't want to knock them too harshly. I mean, RC being 15th place, you talked about Hot Jukes, DRS in 14th place, Alliance now in 13th place. Technically, all you really do need is that one pop-off game, as you've mentioned before. Yep. However, is it going to come? When is it going to come? Is it going to be on the final day where you've already fallen too far behind the other teams in terms of points? Like, if they want to be able to kind of save themselves, doing it right now would alleviate some of this pressure. But you know what? Speaking of pressure, it does make diamonds, and what makes diamonds even better is heading to a short break.
Welcome back to day 2 of Group Green. I'm joined by none other than Osal from D+ Kia. Let's start off with it. You guys have been so consistent. Do you feel like there's anything your team can do to get even better?
디플러스 기아는 어제부터 표현은 계속 너무 잘했었는데 근데 우리 팀 혹시 더 발전해야 할 부분이 있습니까?
좀 아무래도 좀 개개인 디테일적인 부분이나 이제 방향성이 어긋나지 않게 좀 소통을 잘 해야 되는 부분인 것 같습니다.
네. So first of all, we need to make sure our details when we played. And second thing is we want to make sure the direction is the right direction. And the third thing is we want to make the good connection with the teammates.
Right on. Well, hey, one thing is that we know you can clutch up. I want you to walk me through that massive clutch up, that 3v1 against VD in Miramar. What was going through your mind?
미라바에서는 선수님 혼자 3명 죽었어요. 그대는 무슨 생각 있습니까?
딱히 별 생각은 없었던 것 같고 좀 운이 좋았다고 생각합니다.
I don't have like really a lot of thoughts back to that time. I just think I'm lucky enough.
See, we call that being ultra instinct. Well, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, as Luffy went Super Saiyan, as we all know, over in Soul Eater. What a great little turnaround there here, and not much thoughts going through his head. He just sees bodies and he takes the limbs.
What did you say? What did you say, Jason? What? Just repeat that. Just say that again, Jason. What did you say about Luffy right now?
Oh man. Yeah, I said that the Infinix GT20 Pro is a phenomenal phone. You can play like a Pro Max. That's exactly what I said. Get that DVS out of here and show me something just as powerful.
Yeah.
There you go. The 120 FPS and 104 Hz AMOLED screen. Poor Hot Jukes. He's just never going to get one of these.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm so sad. I want one so bad. Come on. Let's go. Who knows? You know who knows? Maybe something good might happen here soon.
Well, our team's to focus here. So I put 4MV 3 times. Hot Jukes, I think you put 4MV 3 times. And Max, you also did 4MV 3 times. Right. We realized we couldn't actually put zones in there as a thing to focus. But yeah, man, I don't know. I know we don't want to touch too much on it because I think John and Bling did most of that. But that was definitely not a good answer. Yeah, we're just thinking zones. Like, there's definitely a lot more to it than that.
You can't go at PMWC, say Alpha 7's overrated, and now say you're struggling because you're not getting circles. Come on, 4MV, there's a certain limit to how much copium can be existent in one single team. So right now, it's not been looking good. If you want to give them a bit of credit here, Hodrick, sure, they did get some circle luck in this game, and they were able to play around it to get a top 3. Like, okay, GG, sure, but they still lost players really early there. And that was, you can't blame the circle for that one. You just dropped next to CAG Osaka and you lost players instantly. Like, that's only but your fault.
Yeah, only but your fault too. And it's just so frustrating. I mean, I don't think there's a more annoying answer, at least in my eyes, when it comes to like the stakes that we have here at this game. I mean, you have to be able to put points up on the board regardless of the circle. So when I hear that question, I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you even thinking when it comes to this kind of situation? But, you know, hopefully these guys could get a good bounce back game. But I mean, what is happening? I mean, we saw the most ridiculous match, you know, in the first Erangel yesterday, and then now it's just looking like an entirely different team. Was it just CAG Osaka that got in their head, or
their kryptonite.
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, like, look how late they're rotating now. It is wild. I love the fact that CAG Osaka did that, though, because when you have a team pop off like that, you gotta kind of just temper them down a little bit. And man, they did it in a major way.
Man, you know what? I would win PMGC. I'm just not getting the zones. That's the problem. I feel like, we put a squad together, we're going to win. I mean, okay, so the last note for me on it, I feel like that's just a cop-out answer. And again, I think John and Blake already talked about it quite a bit. I think he obviously knows what's wrong and like what's not working for them, and they just didn't want to really dive into it and didn't want to like not give an answer whatsoever. So that's the reason I think we got that answer. But in the meantime, taking a look here at Nobu, able to surpass Osal, who was our MVP from day one here, who went Ultra Instinct. I'm not gonna make Max's head explode, I'm sorry. Who went crazy yesterday. But D+, they're not just one player. We've only mostly been talking about Osal, but really, they're all four players have had their moments so far.
Yeah, we said at the start of the day on the pre-show, right, that Nordbull was the first fragger with Osal. They were tied with 14 eliminations, and Chips was in 4th position just behind Doc with 13 eliminations. So they are currently all popping off really, really consistently. Their fragging potential is there, and you can say it, Jason, they're going gear 5th today. They're going the entire way. They will be the king of the Pirates.
Let's go.
And they will qualify to finals.
Did they Bankai though?
Oh,
Jason, this cardboard DBS can hurt. Okay, I can do like paper cuts and stuff. Be careful. Don't want to do that.
Well, we're about to head into our final Erangel of the day. Brute Force, man, they've really been on a tear, and again, like having this kind of consistency, having the ability to have pop-off matches like this, but to do it, back to back, it's been able to net them from, I think it was like a 7th place start today up to 3rd place at 75 points, and they've even started to build up a gap against some of these teams below them. I mean, it's 75 for them. Vicious is at 58, but obviously they're 15 points behind 2nd place at Influence Rage, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, not to mention, they were at 7th at the start of the day, but they dropped down to 11th at one point, right before their pop-off match. So they definitely had a massive, massive jump, big ups to them. And, regardless of the situation, whenever you get a game like that under your belt, especially the first chicken dinner on a stage like this, I cannot stress enough just how huge it is for your mental game, right? I mean, because you just finally just say, hey, we could do this, right? Man, we're here to play. And you just start playing more comfortable, more loose. Hopefully it doesn't get in your head too much and you, hop in a hovercraft and just start pushing everybody like
no, don't do that.
Nobody's business. Yeah, don't do that. But as long as you just can play consistently here, yeah, I mean, you're going to be in a great position. And Brute Force, one more good game today, and they're going to be primed, locked, and loaded here for top 3.
And I really have to say for Brute Force, right, I think this is a team that not too many people are looking at. Oh yeah, top 3 contenders, of course. 2 chicken dinners will do that for a team. But looking at the teams you have in the survival stage, we mentioned the big names you have already over there. I think, no joke, this is the best opportunity for Brute Force to go to the Grand Finals. I think this is going to be the easiest entry point. And I think they understood that, like, yeah, if we go through survival stage, our odds of qualifying, very, very slim. So we just need to get these big matches, play aggressive. Sure, the first chicken dinner was a bit passive because the circle just centered up around their compound a few times in a row. But here they were just sweeping all of George Paul crates, which I have to say is not an easy task at hand. That is a really bad kind of area to maneuver around. The fact they did it without losing a single player until the very final fight is very impressive to me. So I think the Brute Force, they got the momentum now. They're like, yeah, we have to send it. We need to be top 3. There's no other option available to us. So we're going to go the entire way.
And still looking at like the results from last match, Kagasaka is a team we haven't really touched on too much other than the fact of them being able to punish 4MV when it comes to Erangel, but they're kind of sitting in 8th place at the moment. We haven't really talked about too many teams coming in from Japan, unfortunately, especially with Reject not qualifying for this event, which would have been, I know Max, he loves Reject. It's his favorite thing besides Aurora Borealis.
It is. Rage Yosio in particular, Jason, is my favorite thing after Aurora Borealis. No, almost a close tie. But CAG Osaka here, I like their playstyle. We've seen it many times right now, Jukes, which is anchor point across maybe difficult to traverse terrain like rivers or maybe some mounting points. And Apollo's always going to be serving as that anchor point for the team to regroup. Okay, Shifu, hello. And then they just send it over to Apollo if they need to instantly. And I got to say, the snappiness at which they react to these circle shifts is very impressive to me, Hodge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is definitely, it's only a matter of time for this team. I think they get a good position, maybe even a favorable circle, and we'll see them pop off here. So they need a good game under their belt, though. I think they're getting good, consistent points here and there with, with their rotations. But, and once they get that big pop off match like we just saw from Brute Force, I think we could easily see them jump to the top. No problem. As a matter of fact, I think the same for pretty much everybody on this leaderboard. And that's what I love about this, Jason. Like this particular PMGC, we've been talking about it since the start. Anybody, right, can make it into that top 3. And I think for a lot of these teams, it's their only way into the grand finals, because that survival stage is just going to be too brutal.
Yeah, I think the survival stage / the last chance is the true group of death that we can all completely agree on. I mean, obviously you have double the technically have double the chances in there, but realistically you kind of don't, since it's a lot harder to get top 6. But we're about to head into that final Erangel of the day. I can't believe, again, we're already almost at the point of being halfway through Group Green with survival stage and last chance to come up next week, and then just a few weeks time before we kick off the grand finals. But let's kick off the last Erangel. Will 4MV get the zone? Will it be another team? We know who gets it wins. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. And absolutely, we're just going to be waiting to see who is going to play it like Naruto and kick into gear 3rd and spirit bomb the enemy and take them all out of the running. Did I get that right, Blank? I think I nailed it.
Yeah, bro. You're so cool and you love anime, don't you? You're such a big fan.
That's right. Just like everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right. I'm going to channel some energy for myself here, because I can't need it during this game. But for the boys over on the map side of things, 4MV looking to get something done. DRS similarly trying to get further into the match. Honestly, Killer has been doing a great job for the team recently on DRS. Just unfortunate they've not been able to quite get too much further into these games. I do think for DRS, the playstyle right now, it's not working in terms of it all feels very salvagey, which I think worked in the past. Doesn't quite work here in PMGC at the moment. And I think DRS has had like some really big heights of gameplay, but being a little bit outclassed at the moment, sadly. But we'll see what they can get done. Massive Northern Circle, so no split here, I imagine, on the river. We will be getting a very definitive Northern Circle on this one. Brute Force could even head up towards Severny if they wanted.
Definitely an option. I mean, they are split around that Georgia Pole area right now, over towards Box Compound on the east point of Georgia Pole. Definitely a potential rotational route. Can't wait for 4MV to get bridge guarded by Seiji Osaka on the southwest side, so we'll be waiting for that. DRS in Milta, hoping that they can get their way through with all 4 of their players up to the north edge and finally have a good game, something we've been waiting for a long time. And we've watched these players for ages, and we've been backing them as well. But so far, this group, they haven't had the results that have been looked for. RRQ, they similarly have been denied those opportunities, but with this circle, they're a lot closer to it. They could look for a fast rotate, but it looks like they're going to slow things down and play for a little bit of a longer looting phase going in towards minute 4 and then trying to get on their way. Brute Force are going for that Severny rotate, by the way, Blake.
Yeah, it makes sense as well, especially to start the game like this. You're given a massive opportunity, you're going to take it in your 2 hands, and especially with Brute Force going from so far down in the lobby, now up to 3rd place with 75 points. We're still waiting for D+ to pick themselves up 100 points in this one, but I think if they can get it done in this game, which shouldn't be too difficult, it's 2 points roughly, they will be the fastest to reach triple digits out of all 3 of our groups so far. So really well done to them. They're currently on the south side around school, with north to them being RCB in Rozhok. Yeah, it's always an interesting start to the game, because I do think Zone 2 and Zone 3 are actually some of the most hectic with a circle like this, because you get a lot of teams trying to hold over towards Rozhok Bridge, Box Compound, as well as the Yaz Bridge as well. And those are most of the focal locations of the map.
Max has put his worst circle prediction into the group chat, and I think I'd agree with him. If it pops hard southeast, goes over to the Yaz Lake, that would be dire. It would be really, really horrible for a lot of our teams to try and get on with. Everyone will be sending north, and those teams over towards those Yaz Fields positions who were trapped on the outside before will be laughing. But that's a very only potential future and definitely not going to happen. Right, guys? Right? We'll have to wait and see. Influence Rage sharing Yaz still with the Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, if it does shift down towards the southeast side, horrible, horrible. Influence Rage, limb proportions on your screen. 17 limbs so far for Lil Boy, really carrying the team in terms of the amount of work done. Only 8 points behind D+. I think for Influence Range, for them, it's been more about these massive games interspersed with some really good average point scoring matches, whereas the D+ Kia, I think every single game has just not been bad for them, and that's what's kept them in the running towards first place so far. And it's funny to me, you look at it, it's like, oh my god, they're going to drop out. I mean, Brute Force, even third place, catching up to them. No, everyone leave Brute Force so far away. Yeah, these three teams right now just battling for first, second, and third. The only three teams.
It does kind of feel that way, right? And as we've touched on before, there is still a lot more games to play. We still got, after today, another half of the matches left. But you're right, having these gaps and projecting those points earnings into the future, it's very, very difficult to see a team that is going to step up to compete. I mean, Brute Force were able to do it, right? So we've seen that. Thunder Talk as well. They have pushed up a lot of points over the course of today, with off the back of majorly the first two. Sanhok a little bit less, but that big elimination game they were able to find on the first Erangel was a real big benefit to them, and that sits them 19 points behind Brute Force, and within striking distance, sure, but on average, it's just so hard to keep up pace with someone that far ahead.
In a big way. And I think for 4MV, 56 points, the Vicious at 58, and Thunder Talks at 56 as well. It's a weird one, because I think all three of those teams do have their inconsistencies, big time. Whereas Brute Force, right now, they've had a back-to-back with Circle like this, potentially another big game on the cards. It wouldn't surprise me if we get the three-peat coming through from Brute Force, the type of thing they do, but like, yeah, we'll just get a podium finish in one day, and then we just won't perform for the rest of the group. But we'll still get into Grand Finals.
That's just, it's fine, it's chill like that.
Yeah, because Miramar is their best map. Like, Erangel is not their best map.
So we're waiting for bigger things, maybe even more around the corner. Exciting stuff. Do you think that this is the match that D+ make it past the 100 mark? We were given some stats before by Dennis.
Yeah, said it at the start.
The previous groups they're going to push up. I think they could do it.
Already said
they're
it.
in a good spot here on the northeast, on the southeast side. They're across the river already.
Yeah. Already talked about this in detail.
They're across now.
Yeah, they are.
4MV. Oh, they're moving.
There you go.
Circle. Is Team Secret in the way? I think Team Secret have left and are not in the way anymore. So 4MV, they are off the military island. They can start their approach to get the circle.
That's what we want. That's what we want from 4MV. I mean, it's frustrating for 4MV because technically the eastern side is less optimal for them, with there being Team Secret, DRS, as well as Cellcom Digi Alliance in front of them. And there's only CAG Osaka on the west. They're such a prickly team to get past that I think 4MV is just like, look, Team Secret actually DRS just do not give us any trouble. So we're just going to go to the eastern side. So, seems so much better for us.
Yeah, it's worked out for now. Not losing a player, optimal in terms of strategy. The Vicious on the north side of the Yaz Lake as we wait for the circle to close. Team Liquid close by to Influence Rage. Two Brazilian teams in the lobby, one of them doing a lot better than the other. As the Vicious add a point to their tally, Stalwart losing a player. RRQ have taken a knock as well over on the northwest side, so difficult approach, and that is a hard west shift. We're not going to the Yaz Lake, but this is still back to the shooting range hills.
Yeah, not a fan of this one personally. I think for Brute Force, you actually do have a pretty big obligation right now to play coastal edge up towards that northern side. But the RRQ already made their way in is somewhat curious. We'll see how Brute Force can get past that location. But again, for Brute Force, still a strong game. I respect the fact that they moved over towards that northwest earlier on from Severny. It's a great springboard to play out the rest of your game. Nasty knockout on the vehicle, though. And in comes D plus Kia. Nobu already finding Bruno Zin, and Osal finding David as well. Damn, it's gone terribly wrong for them. At least Osal is taken out, but that's from Selcom Digi Alliance, completely different team who now Nobu's having to deal with in the wings. But D+, they have passed the 100 mark.
And in match 10, 2 matches earlier than both of the other groups. Fantastic result for them, and definitely something to be impressed by. But don't forget that Influence Rage could also do it. If we can have 2 teams going up, that would be incredible. On the eastern side, they are in a little bit of a scrap, though, and they have taken a knock.
Yeah, it might be a bit difficult for them. Influence Rage, they're currently up against Team Liquid. The Team Liquid have lost a player. There is a full 3v3 going on at the moment. It feels more and more likely that the rest of Team Liquid are just going to bow this one out and get out of there. That's Brute Force. That is a long-range shot over towards RRQ. Damn. They weren't able to quite get the elimination on towards it, but that certainly put the fear of God in them.
Yeah, gonna try and move them off that position. Brute Force now out of Severny. Thundertalk will take up residency there. Voin Donkey currently trying to contest RRQ on that north side. And on the southeast, you've got Influence Rage actually looking to push in from this east side. 77 and Stalwart clashing ahead of them. Everybody looking to just try and keep their numbers up. For MV, they're moving in from the southeast side. Chips on the back lines for D+. They're now down to 1 player after Chips gets flushed away. That's Doc picking up the point.
Yes! Go on, Doc. You're doing it. They're really doing it right there.
He's amazing again.
This is amazing. Well done, guys. Really well done. You've made into the circle. You avoided CAG Osaka. It seems like someone either heard us or realized that something needed to change. And I talked about, a humbling had to come through at some point. Feels like match 3 was that for them.
Maybe that is their inflection point. Fabian in a fight against Stalwart Fearless. Launching the nades back and forth between them right now. Not looking to step up too fast or tentative. Another hard west shift blank. We're going all the way out to the west side here. Coming on into this circle. And it is straight on top of CAG Osaka with Voin Donkey on the backstop. RRQ are doing well on that northeast side. Brute Force can sweep around and maybe look to play a little bit closer over towards that Bunker Hill on the west side of this next circle. So some really important positions to play out in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I think for this circle in particular, it's a weird one because you have somewhat that valley coming through on the western edge, and then you've got a lot of the high ground. I think Brute Force, if I was down, would be wrapping around all the way towards the west. I think you're one of the few teams that has the agency to do it right now. You know that most of the teams are going to be on the east anyway, so that just gives you a ton of position to play around. There's no way anyone's rotating past North George Bridge right now to get into position. So for Brute Force, this is perfect timing for them to once again get another strong match. In the meantime, 77 taking casualties. Shifu's down, but not without a fight though, as they get 2 limbs in the process.
I feel like we were quite down on Secret's game plan, and I think that in general it has sort of been borne out, and again a little bit here. They've just been picking up these points here and there and snaffling them away from the lobby. No big breakout, standout performances from them, but they are consistently being a nuisance and getting quite a few points for it, it has to be said. On 49, they're within striking distance, and they are 1 big game away from jumping up. They have kept their floor pretty high in terms of their point scoring ability. The averages, whilst they may be low, the floor of those numbers is actually fairly high, and they've been able to keep that one going. So with 1 big game, they need to try and convert here, and maybe picking up some points on the northeast side, they can flex out and get that res. But against Thundertalk, that's not an easy feat. Jackie around the side, they get that opener, and now Hwai on the inside, the last to stand on the in. King up on the high ground, trying to get on down there, but maybe getting flushed away as well.
Yeah, it's a curious push out coming through, but DRS are not too far behind them, hot on the heels of Team Secret. Making shots down towards them. And they sort of have them penned in. Both teams need to move, though. They're right on the edge of the blue. But with DRS having that high ground, they do have good oversight. It's a good play from DRS to hold this position. RCB finding players from 4MV. Reefus goes down, so that's 2 players now alive for 4MV going forward. And Brute Force taking a wide split still on the western side. They control most of the high ground, in fact. So it's a very good position from them going to the late game, as you can see on the map right now, as we're going to head towards our next circle shift. And it does go very central. The Brute Force now needs to somewhat take a battering ram to the western side of the circle. The 4MV, very weak. Voin Donkey, not in the greatest of positions either. Certainly can be removed. But yeah, still a big task for Brute Force going forward.
On that western side, they do need to extract value. They sit on the west side of that valley that goes down the middle of this next stage of the circle. Seiji Osaka in the driving seat. DRS, they have been moving around on this east side, trying to play this edge style. Killer needs a little bit of healing, but once he's topped up, they can move in as 4. And that has been their kryptonite so far, this group, is losing players, starting to bleed out and not really giving themselves options with their mid-game rotates to make these late-game plays. And surviving with 1, sure, but in general, if they can tighten up their mid-game, I think that they could be on to a winner here. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it this game.
Team Secret sends themselves over towards a nice little shack to play in. Influence Rage, though, they have eyes on over towards Team Liquid, who take even more casualties. And they start the day in 12th. They've not been able to break out of it just yet. The Cellcom Digi Alliance in front of them by just 1 point right now. With them going down to just 1 player, I think Team Liquid is not going much further in this game, which is a massive shame. So many high expectations for this team, which just haven't come to pass so far. With squads nigh on 60 points ahead of them at the moment. Them getting into a top 3 is looking more and more unlikely by the minute.
Trying to make that bid for freedom, everybody putting their best foot forwards. D+ still going with Fabian. Cardozo's a solo on the south side, and Jimmy cooking the nade. He knows the tree that he has to be worried about. That bounce goes perfect. And Cardozo's out. Team Liquid finished on 14th place, 0 elims this game. And in we go to the top 13 teams now, moving into stage 4, soon to be stage 5. Still all eyes on Brute Force on the west side. DRS take a knock on the northeast.
It's a real unfortunate grenade, actually, for Cardozo, because that's usually the type of nade that wouldn't knock due to LOS. But I think that it was a millimeter over the 50% mark on the tree to where that LOS didn't really come into play. So, yeah, sad for Cardozo. But again, I'm pretty sure he would have gone down shortly afterwards anyway. There's 37 going out in 10th place. 45 points accrued for themselves, but Influence Rage still continue to just battle out on this eastern edge. And they have been very comfy doing it as well. I think that's the biggest thing to consider here, is that they have been really confident in a lot of their fights they've been taking. DRS, Sleepy goes down to the play zone off the back of a knock from RRQ.
Looking to try and find this res for RRQ. They've left Fnatic up on that north side, playing 3-1 right now in their position. More concerned about the south, but DRS want to take this one back into control, losing a player. That's lit a fire underneath them, and they're putting pressure on, but Secret are going to be in their way as well. Trying to roll around an RRQ, looking for the cracks in the circle, but there really aren't any. It's a tight seal on the edge. And another player from DRS goes down under too much pressure from RRQ on the north side and Secret on the inside as well. And once more, DRS start to bleed out.
They're struggling in a big way. I mean, they've dropped the smokes. They're doing the best they can. Really nasty circle off towards the western side. Brute Force and RCB, their positions become more and more dangerous as time goes on. Voin Donkey, though, actually in not a bad spot down towards the southwest side. They can certainly live the game out, but I'm excited to see what CAG Osaka can do with this game. I think that, you know, playing on this eastern edge, they have a lot of control to keep a fair few of these teams basically blocked out on the eastern edge here. I do want to see them get a little bit more aggressive with it, though.
Fnatic trying to dip in and out of the smoke here against RCB, but it's not going to work out. In and to the fight, though, that's a little bit better, more successful on the approach there, as RCB lose one in the shack. Gets flushed out immediately, and they're away. They know they need to move off this position anyway. Loxy maybe actually wants some vengeance. They turn around. They're going to try and clear out the back, and two players from RRQ will hold on the inside. First player for RCB, approach, goes down, gets knocked very low, and on the outside, the vehicles go up in smoke. I am putting a question mark on that reapproach from RCB. Unnecessary and dangerous. They go down to it.
I think you're RCB, you realize that, you know, it's not going well for you in that location. And there's not really anywhere else for you to go as well. So you just take the improbable chance that you can maybe take the shack back for potentially a better game in the future. Because I think even they sent off towards the western side, that likely would have been taken out anyway. 4MV down to 2 players. There was some knocks coming through from Brute Force, but it didn't go much further than that. I think that they're getting themselves back up into 4, but they'd love this crash over towards 4MV. They can play over on the edge here on the western side and take a position with vehicles that they have a lot to work with. Potentially can have a good game off the back of this, but it's CAG Osaka actually taking some really good shots their way too from that eastern edge. So right now, Brute Force is very much in a troublesome location. Furia makes his way down in between Voin, Donkey, as well as 4MV. Damn, this is a dangerous locale for both of these teams.
Yeah, there's sort of that weird ridge line that sits between the two high grounds on the west and the east. And if CAG Osaka are preoccupied with the east side, Brute Force can move a little bit more freely over on that west. And Team Secret trying to fight off against Influence Rage right now with 4 points on the tables. If they get... Oh, well, now they've got up to 6, but getting cut through as well, adding up to 7 blank. They're 3 points away from the second team to break 100 points. Which would break the records from the previous groups, but they're already behind D+. However, they could overtake them on this game.
It's very likely as well. I think they've had such a strong game here at the momentum that they're fielding right now. You'd hope that they wouldn't go out too early. They still have to fend off versus RRQ as well as CAG Osaka. But Influence Rage, again, the momentum is good for this team. They're looking strong. Circle shifts over towards the compound control by Garnet at the moment. Very good stuff. The way the Brute Force set themselves up, though, is great for holding out Voin Donkey on this southwest side. Already finding a knock over towards Potato is massive.
Going down there. I mean, it's on the inside, and if you can get across the yard, you can get this res, but that is a dangerous crossing. Razor looks like he's going to go for it, though, and Stalwart not ready to stop it in through the door, and the res can come through. The thing that happens here, of course, is that it slows everything down, and Brute Force now with that full oversight. This is that ridge line that sits between those two high grounds I was talking about. You get ahead of Voin Donkey ID. They were hoping to be able to move out to this ridge line, but Brute Force have managed to move through it. Nice little read on the circle. Looks like they might find an angle as well, an angle rather, as well as Vexy gets taken down to a spray from Freezer.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, that's the big thing about that knock, is it's a real big slowdown for Voin Donkey. And with the circle starting to push in, they couldn't have come at a better moment for them. They're sending loads of smokes out just to try and extract themselves from this location. But it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Freezer consistently hitting some very nice shots. There was a great lineup onto the doorway on the top of the garage there as well from Freezer earlier on. He had no sightlines onto it, but knew the rough location.
Made over from Furia and Neos on the cross nades. Vexy rezzed, but still this rollout slow for Voin Donkey. Under so much pressure, it's really difficult to find those openings. Nades in through the garage door, I think, are going to be super effective here for Brute Force. It can find that opener, that knock on the rollout, but it looks like Vexy's going to rampage on in towards the backlines. Are they going to find any knocks blank? That is what they do. But it's chaos here as Brute Force try and hold off this push. It doesn't look like they've gone either way on the knocks, but finally looking for the spray down. Furia nails the shot. Losing 2 on the rollout here, and Voin Donkey are making a meal of this, but they do go down in the end.
Damn, so Brute Force doesn't like it's going to be the 3-peat. losing 2 players on that rollout was big, and then Furia going down as well as 4 and V here. This fighting that, like, look, we need to capitalize off the back of this on this south side. We can't let this go to waste. This is going to really give us a good chance at potentially getting even further into this game. Already in towards the top 5. Fearless will run down Furia as he gets out the vehicle. Terrible timing for him, but Nate's starting to pour on through, coming through from Baron, but Refus is down to Octuri on the high ground, and Baron is now in a horrible location. Great off angle, and 4 and V sits themselves into a position that was just unwinnable. Down to 3 teams now. 4 from Influence Rage versus the 4 from CAG Osaka. This would be an awesome game for CAG Osaka to differentiate themselves from that middle pack.
Right now, D plus Kia, I don't think they got any placement points, which sits them on 102. Influence Rage on 99, which is 3 points behind. Blank in 3rd place. These placement points guarantee we've got a new top spot here, and they're from Brazil. The question is, how much further can they go? With 9 eliminations, with that momentum that you talked about earlier, they have broken that 100-point barrier, the second team to do it in the group, and maybe they can find that turning point to put themselves in the lead. CAG Osaka, with 4 players alive, though, have a lot of control here.
A weird circle. It's a weird circle in terms of terrain, how it lines up. There's a lot of areas where players can be. Garnet has to be very aware of this, though. It's super easy to get crashed upon over towards the crash site itself. And I think that you need to be very much on the swivel. Played this location a few times in the past. And it is just one of those spots where if you're not aware of what's going on around you inside the lobby, you can be easily overwhelmed. Luckily for Influence Rage, this does shift back up over towards the north side. Still doesn't help them too much considering they're on the lower part of the hilltop, which means CAG Osaka, regardless of what happens, will have advantage in terms of being able to take the shots downhill.
Sort of been through it on the game, taking plenty of fights, but they've only got 6 elims to show for it. And they want to keep their heads down here, I think rightly so. You're worried that Influence Rage is going to try and sweep up this west edge. Less concerned about CAG Osaka's descent, but they're going to have to go a little bit closer to the circle to make sure they keep control over these ridge lines. The high ground advantage is there. Seems like both these teams want Stalwart out.
If you CAG Osaka, you don't want to give up the high ground too early. You don't want to push too far forward. There is hard cover down the hill in terms of rocks to play off the back of, but not a whole lot. And I think for CAG Osaka, the main thing that they've got going for them at the moment is the fact they've been able to keep so many vehicles safe from inside these ditches. Fearless heads over towards a tree. They'd see a vehicle on this location, so it's pretty easy to spot out that there is a team there. Bit of damage splashed out over towards CAG Osaka, and 4 more nades to be sent uphill from Fearless.
Those trenches can be quite dangerous as well to have nades sent your way. They tend to bounce towards where you like to sit, so making sure that you're out of there and not going to take too much damage from it can be important. Going up to Influence Rage with the circle, Blank. That is a nasty shift for that high ground that you were talking about as being so important for CAG Osaka.
Yeah, I mean, the high ground is great news for them. Good nade from Naoto. Sits right in the vehicle as well, funnily enough. But yeah, it's still a case where Influence Rage, though they have the circle, they just need to play a little bit passively. Right? Eventually, CAG Osaka has to crash into them or push into them. Garnet immediately makes his roll down. That was bold of a push from him, but he does make it happen.
Okay, and they actually get right into the edge of the circle.
Oh, no.
Not quite catching the rundown there. Could be really dangerous. Stalwart do lose their player fully and look for the second rundown, but it's still not connected. And Naoto down, leaves them on 3. That's open to Diego's spray and should be flushed away. Sure, Stalwart go down, but they are looking for now the turnaround over towards the low ground area from Influence Rage, who have moved up to meet them. 11 eliminations now added to their tally, and Brazil are looking to take the top spot back under control. D+, they're consistent. But Influence Rage are on fire now. And up the hill they go to try and find Matun, the last to fall up into the rock. But the shotgun puts him in the dirt.
I don't know, man. I feel like in that situation, you push east, right? You push east, you drop a load of smokes, you try and set up vehicles on the tree line and play off the back of that. They gave way too much time for Influence Rage to move forward into a location where they could take shots. I think that maybe CAG Osaka underestimated how quickly and how aggressively Influence Rage were trying to hold that position.
Yeah, it was really a little bit messy, could be tidied up towards the end, but the big news here is 2 teams push past 100 points, and we have a new top spot.
And someone needs to tell Influence Rage, Brute Force, and D+ to let other teams get some chicken dinners here. It is insane how these 3 teams are just soaking every single morsel they possibly can. But Influence Rage coming out big here. Brazil. I mean, let's be honest, Hot Juice, and be 100% honest with me here. Did you expect in this group Influence Rage to be the pop-off team from Brazil?
I didn't. I mean, I knew that they had a chip on their shoulder. I talked about it at the top of the show on day number 1, right? When they had a big tournament in Brazil, right? They didn't make it. And there was fans out there holding up, you know, tombstones with Influence's Rage, saying RIP on them. And you know that they wanted to make a strong comeback here. Boom. And what a way they did it. I'm gonna be real, Max, man. Did you expect Influence Rage to even be on the top of this after watching D+ Kia and Sanhok here?
Not really.
Right?
Not really. It's a big surprise. So you covered Americas a lot more. Jukes, I have a question for you about Diego.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does this guy smile? Like, he just got a chicken dinner. He's like, he looks so serious, man. I'm like, oh my God, he's staring right through into my soul.
It's a Brazilian thing. You know, Carrillo does the same thing with Alpha 7. You know what I'm saying? I actually joked with him after they won the World Cup. You know, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's actually smiling. He started laughing, you know?
Yeah. Man of sheer determination right there. Diego, you can see in his eyes.
I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, this squad is so seasoned. You got Long. I mean, this guy played with Alpha 7 back in the day. I think I got one of his like signed cards here. I mean, so I'm really excited to see Influence Rage, you know, finally starting to put up numbers that we should have expected all along from the squad.
I'm really happy with them, and especially the way they played this late game was they put on a clinic. They were clearing a lot of the teams, making space for themselves in the circle, especially that fight versus RRQ was quintessential to them reaching the late game in the first place. The way they pick it up and without losing a single player is huge. And then we just see the circle, Jason, that moves away from CAG, moves away from Star Wars. Sure, Influence don't have the high ground advantage, but if we just wait in the circle, guess what? The 2 other teams, they're going to fight each other. We're just going to pick up the pieces and get the easiest chicken dinner to wrap it up at the end. Like, the execution and the respect they give to the other team is what allowed Influence to make sure this chicken dinner was not going to escape their grasp.
Well, you did mention Kagasaka, and actually wanted you guys to talk about them a little bit. Hot Juice, the position they were in. I mean, if we think about them and 4MV, which I know we talked about a bunch today, I mean, they're coming from similar locations. 4MV obviously coming a little bit further than Kagasaka had to go. 4MV went Eastern Bridge and had to run into a lot of different teams, especially when the zone was shifting towards the west, where Kagasaka was able to get a very central position and just hold on to that for the majority of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they went straight to Crash Site, and rightfully so. I mean, especially in a zone like this, Crash Site is just so broken, Max, man. So I'm glad that they had the heads up to do that, but it just goes to show how much of a step ahead they are of 4MV when it comes to these northern rotates. I mean, yeah, we have seen ridiculous northern circles here, Max, man, for all of today. But, you know, COG Osaka are just proving that, hey, when it comes to these matches where we don't get circle, you know, we can still put up some serious points. And it's really good to see them do that, because I said it was only a matter of time, and I'm glad it happened here now.
We don't wish for circle luck. We make our own circle luck. And that's by just playing and moving into the circle at really quick pace, and especially getting good positions. Crash Site, as you mentioned, Jason, in this terrain, it is fantastic because it is such a good defensible position. And outside of that, you got one compound that was held down by Voin Donkey ID, which also is a good position. But here you could see all the Eastern teams that were really trying to breach a position. They couldn't even get close to CAG because they were just blasting teams away pretty much the entire time. Sure, they didn't get as many eliminations as they really would have liked. They only got 4, but they were making sure they're clearing that space, and so that all of those Eastern teams aren't really a threat to their late game potential. So yeah, good terrain knowledge. They know where to send it. They sent it really early, and off the back of that, they get themselves a good second place position.
Yeah, 23 points coming for Influence Rage. Stalwart getting themselves 11. Even 4MV going to be getting there on the front page as well. But Jukes, another team we have to mention, Brute Force, off the back of their back-to-back victories in match 2 and 3 of the day. Once we had that first zone pop, they full sent it to Severny. And then again, because of these shifts, they actually hung around the west side of the zone so they can avoid most of these teams and have more of a deeper run into this game. I'm just curious your thoughts of this. And for me, it's kind of like a really good understanding of how the game is actually playing out.
That's right. I mean, consistency, every player knows at this point, when you have a hard shift, the hard shift side is most likely going to be open, and Brute Force are no strangers to that. They saw that circle shift on over to shooting range, and they say, you know what, let's just move and haul it quick over there. It's going to be wide open. We'll have the entire lay of the land, and they utilized it. I mean, 2 chicken dinners. These guys are moving quickly. You could definitely see them kind of reaching their final form here, and it's rightfully so, Max, because I mean, you said the probability was slim. I'm going to say it's none. I think if Brute Force do not make it into the grand finals right here, right now, I don't think they're going to do it in the survival stage. That survival stage is just too stacked.
I gotta say though, their rotates on point, Jukes. They're very snappy. They show that they can take some really good fights. So in that sense, there's definitely potential. But we agreed on this, Jukes, before even this group began, right? The top 3 in this stage for Group Green is going to be way easier to achieve than making it through survival stage and last chance on being in the top 6. Like, this is definitely going to be their best opportunity to make it to London. But as right now, Influence Rage gonna have D plus Kia and Brute Force up there. But outside of the gap you have between D plus Kia and Brute Force between 2nd and 3rd, I mean, Brute Force could be slipping out the next game, realistically. Sure, they have a almost 20-point difference between them and 4MV, but we know these big games that they can be put on board by 4MV. We know that the Vicious have been super consistent, and a few good matches could help them jump up in top 3. So they're not safe. They've had good games, but currently those 2 chicken dinners aren't enough to like secure their spot in top 3. They need to keep getting good points on board.
Kind of crazy that we have 8 out of our 10 chicken dinners, 4/5 of our chicken dinners so far here in Group Green be towards just 3 teams. I mean, we have Team Liquid with 1, then we saw 4MV with 1 outside of that. Like, that is insane, man. You got to spread the wealth here, spread the food. Like, this is not what you want to see here when it's getting so close to, you know, holiday time. But as we do see here, I mean, Team Liquid with that chicken dinner, salvaging the results yesterday on the final match of the day. You pull that away, I think they're back on the bottom of the leaderboards here. I don't know what's going on with Team Liquid.
Hey, you know what time it is, boys?
Salvation mode. Damage control.
It's damage control time. Let's go, dude. They need to do that sooner rather than later, because you said it, Jason, right? These top squads, they're soaking up everything. Look at this. Influence Rage, D plus Kia, both tied with 3 chicken dinners each. So close in the limbs, but of course, Influence Rage just leading them up when it comes to placements. But that right there on the bottom, Max, man, to me, that's the most impressive.
They're so streaky, man. Ever since their first chicken dinner, sure, after their chicken dinner of yesterday, they got in 8th place, but then chicken dinner, 2nd place, 3rd place, 3rd place, and then 8th place. But now they get themselves this chicken dinner. It's like, what? These guys are unstoppable. They are looking so confident on these games, and they're taking fights to make so much sense, Hot Jukes, right? And they avoid fights that don't make sense. Especially, we talked about it in the late game. I think a lot of teams maybe would have sent it onto CAG Osaka to take away the high ground position, but no, they're hyper aware of where teams are positioned, and especially they see how teams respond as a lobby to circle shifts, and like, oh, well, that means all the teams are going to be to the west, all teams are going to be, well, to the east this game, or all teams are going to be southern side. We know that. We're going to let them fight, and when we have that big advantage, that man advantage, we're going to send it to wrap it up and get an easy chicken dinner. I really like what Influence Rage have been doing. They've showed multiple times that if they get in the top 3, chances are they will be able to wrap up the game to get the chicken dinner. I mean, D plus Kia and Influence Rage right now looking like absolute menaces, this group, and I would love to see them in the finals if they make, of course, hopefully with their results, if they can maintain that in that type of lobby.
Yeah, I don't know what the key to their success has really been for this team, but clearly they don't just care about circle luck like some other teams out there. But speaking of other teams, I mean, I'm gonna have to point our direction over towards a kind of our bottom 5 right now. Like, RRQ has been struggling. DRS has been struggling. You know, Team Liquid, I won't touch on them since they get a chicken dinner. I guess we have to put Random Karyabra in here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they're not too far out of the running, right? It's 42 is the bubble right now to get into top 11. Some of these teams are 1 point away. Some of these teams are like 10 points away or just slightly above. All it takes is one good game to get yourself out of the bottom 5. But I'm wondering, like, is it going to come? Are they ever going to have that good game happen? Because you can look at some of these other groups and those games didn't come. Thinking of Twisted Minds in particular, they didn't really ever have that good game that would be able to propel them out of the bottom.
And even IC, right, for their group, they had one big good game and it was not enough to push them out of bottom 5. So you're going to get to a point where if you have too big of a point difference between yourself and the teams that are currently the cutoff of top 11, then you're not going to make it. So we're still in the first half here, Hot Jukes. They can still make it, but we need to see some big games coming out eventually, or otherwise that gap is going to be hard to close.
I mean, it's already getting close. Second and fourth place, 39-point gap. You got to do it right here, right now in Miramar.
All right, let's throw it back to our casters to get into our first Miramar of 2 of the day with Johnny A and Blanky B.
Thank you very much, JCK, as we are going to head on into Miramar, as you say, for the desert. On Legs 11, match number 11 here on Group Green, where egos are put aside in the top 3. And the humility is reigning supreme right now. D+ have been dethroned, but that shouldn't bother them too much, I don't think.
No, they're having a very good time. And to be honest with you, there are so many teams so far behind right now that just are not catching up to them. It is fine where they are. They just need to keep putting in the consistent performances. Influence Rage, I think that all things put aside, you can't deny that they are not playing very, very well inside this lobby. And I think that everyone who's a Brazilian PUBG Mobile esports fan should be very proud of this team. Alpha 7, although they didn't quite get the result that they were looking for in Group Yellow, I think they were playing versus some very difficult teams. But it's also nice to see a Brazilian team in first spot.
Definitely is. I mean, obviously, as the reigning world champs, you'd expect Alpha 7 maybe to have been able to do it, but no. It is Influence Rage right now in the lead, but it is a tenuous lead. It's still fairly closely fought. Right now, they're heading down to Puerto Paraíso on Influence Rage. Circle goes all the way south. Los Leones is on the north side of the circle here, so whilst it is a water circle, it's not super split, so teams will be crunching down to those hills on the south side, those long slopes towards that south coast, kind of indicative of what we're going to be seeing in these later circles, I imagine.
Damn, all the way down towards that south side then. Team Secret, central position. This is what we want to see from Team Secret. We know that they can have good performances, but it has been, like we said multiple times in the past, multiple times where Team Secret have found eliminations coming towards them rather than chasing those eliminations down for themselves, like we see from the likes of Influence Rage as well as Brute Force, who've had pretty significant games so far. It's hard really to, you know what, I'm having trouble thinking of another team inside this lobby that actually hunts teams down. Maybe CHG Osaka, but that hasn't gone terribly well for them.
Well, Influence Rage, they have been doing pretty well so far of these last games, taking that top
Welcome
spot.
back to a quick interview with the 7WG. This one I'm joined by none other than the coach of Influence Rage, the team that's currently in first place, V2K. I mean, we have been hearing teams saying that the zones haven't been favoring them. How do you feel about zones favoring you or not favoring you?
I like the underdog team because anyone focus on us.
Okay, so he doesn't mind if the zones doesn't favor them. That way they don't focus on you. Okay, fair enough. Especially this last game that you guys just won in Erangel. The zone did not favor you guys. What was the key factor to being able to get that win?
Hard work and a lot of team play, and we are very confident, so it's easier.
Oh, okay. One more win. You said 2 wins today. One more win?
One more win.
Right on. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Look at that. I mean, that's pretty chill. He likes being little small. It's just little old Influence Rage over here, breaking records on 113 points right now in match 11.
Just little old me.
Yeah, it's just I'm just trying to get a little bit of chicken, you know? Come on. It's fine. It's fine.
Come on,
you guys don't worry
man.
about it. Don't worry about it.
I just have a leg. I'll just take a leg. Come on, guys.
And a breast actually.
It's no big deal. Hey, but look at me, I'm just a little guy.
I'm just making sandwiches from the leftovers, guys. Come on, just chill.
Wait, did Dimples?
But actually, we're a big beast at the top of the lobby. Let's go. Oh my god. I like it. And that's kind of playing into what I was saying before, like with humility really being a big presence at the top of the table teams.
I'd agree with you. I think that has been the case so far where, you know, we've had 3 teams at the top. Every single one of them, I think so far have remained fairly consistent just because they have that humble nature to them. Even D+, when you see them get a big win, there is a lot of that from the coach and calming them down, being like, look, this is just one of the first steps in a long road that goes all the way to PMGC Grand Finals. Now is not the time to be celebrating like this, and we can celebrate once the group's done, which I think is the right way to go about this, especially in group stage where it can be so turbulent, let's say, in terms of where you place, what rankings you're going to be getting. You having situations at that top side where you could drop out into the survival stage very easily. So right now it's not a case of, oh, we got 6th place, we still got a good result in PMGC Grand Finals, and that's a lot of cash on board in terms of prize money. No, right now it's a case of you don't stay in that top 3, you don't get that massive opportunity of going straight to the Grand Finals, having loads of time off to do research, scrim, and figure out the rest of the teams going into Grand Finals on top of it. So yeah, it's a very, very fearsome position to be in, and I think D+ as well as Influence Rage are both taking this very seriously, albeit Influence Rage just been tiny little guys in the lobby.
You know, it's just tiny little Influence Rage. Don't worry about it. Oh, I love that. That's gonna keep me giggling until the end of this group, I'm sure. D+ Kia, I mean, even we heard it in the interview, right? It's like, oh, how did you feel about that 1v4? That was incredible. It was like, oh yeah, I was just, I was just in the right place at the right time. I was lucky there, but I was able to do it, so that was really good. It's like, you just 1v4'd a team, like that was sick. Like, come on. But no, they're keeping it so cool, calm, collected, and that is really obviously playing well. A little replay on first blood drawn for RCB, finding a player from Stalwart on a long-range rotation.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot from RCB. I'll pick up Saul off the back of that. Still sat in 14th place, though. Not ideal. And I think that, you look down towards 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. All great names. All at risk of going home. It's a bit unfortunate. Now, I'd like to see DRS jump up. RQ has got a very storied history on them. Shame they're in 16th place right now. DRS could jump. RCB could jump. Team Liquid could jump. And Selcom Digi Alliance actually playing the best out of all of those teams towards the bottom. I've had some good rotates, some good angles on these circles, just unable to quite find the performance that they're looking for towards the end game at least. I think their mid game's actually fairly damn good. It's just unfortunate Selcom Digi Alliance is not always able to translate that into a strong late game performance. Some of those I like to call them micro rotates towards the end game, where it's just small maneuvers. They're not good at them, and I think that's where they need to improve.
Small positional hopping and maybe small flexes out deciding to go for a little bit of a split, or how you position your players. That sort of stuff can really change those late games, have a massive impact, and hopefully they can tidy it up. Thunder Talk as well. I mean, they sort of turned things on at the start of today, and then kind of in the same heartbeat threw it away for themselves. I mean, they had that strong game on Erangel, of course, but since then, and their Sanhok was okay, but they decided to jump off in the middle of it, so not too sure about that one. But still, I've been expecting more from this team continuously, right? And they are only in 8th place now, 56 points. It's not good enough, right, for a team that comes out of PEL, looking to be probably the strongest team out of that region, to not be able to do themselves justice here so far, I think is a little bit disappointing, and I hope that they can bring King, the 2-time champ, back towards the top of the tables. Next circle is coming in soon.
Unfortunate, really, for King, because he's not displaying that same kind of firepower we've seen from him in the past. We have seen there are very few veterans of this game that continue to astound and surprise as their careers go on. It's a name, just a couple: Paraboy, Silas, maybe I might say Osal or Fabian, possibly. But yeah, it is tough. It is tough to keep that kind of performance up going for a long time, and you got to be super hungry. And to be fair, that is very obvious with a player like Silas, who has switched teams from what was his home ground squad on S2G to RCB for a new lease of life inside that squad. He's been doing very well from within it, but yeah, you do need to keep hungering for those victories. And King looks like he's slightly fallen off between now and the beginning of PUBG Mobile, though I think King, regardless of all that, is probably one of the most long-standing players that we have here in this tournament.
definitely a candidate for a GOAT, I think, in terms of PUBG Mobile. Right now, though, you're right. He seems to have maybe lost his appetite somewhat on those points tables. So maybe looking to plate up another meal for them. As we hop over to the west side, 4MV in a really strong spot right now on the west side of the center of this circle, playing on these ridge lines. They've got a good high overground, that oversight around their area, leaving Rufus out on this side. It looks a little bit open, but because of the rest of 4MV being placed in the buildings out to the east, it's nice and covered off, so can keep themselves tidy.
It was one of those circles that shifted very hard away from where it originally centered down to, back up towards that northwest side. Again, this usually supports teams that are rotating in late, so Brute Force, CAG Osaka, as well as Voin Donkey, all loving the look of this one. D Plus is going for a wrap back round from Puerto Paraíso, see if they can head in past La Bendita towards that position. That will require them to fight a little bit. And I don't think they mind doing that too much in these games. So we'll see what D Plus can get done here, considering they did just lose the first place spot. Probably are quite passionate about getting that position back again. Team Liquid get themselves into a little bit of safety, but take a massive amount of harassment on the approach.
Team Liquid going to be able to defend their pitch for just a while longer, and actually Thundertalk going to lose AJ out in the open to it. That's not ideal to the concretes of Team Liquid. They should be relatively safe on the north side of the circle. The clash up the north, Blank, and I think you touched on that, right, is D plus Kia Influence Rage. That is a big fight in this lobby in terms of who takes that top spot. Both of them going to be happy, no matter what, really, but it'll be good to see them both finally go toe-to-toe. I don't think we've seen that many fights between these two teams 4v4.
Really, it's been quite a lot of just third parties, little shots going on through here and there. King will be our third player to leave the lobby, sadly. Yeah, it's a lot of third parties going on, not a lot of isolated engagements a lot of times. It's weird. I mean, I'll come back to you on this one, but it is tough to pin down, because as much as I can say, look, there is 3 teams right now who are so far separate from the rest of the squads inside this lobby, and that's what's making the lobby feel weird. It's not just that, it's the case that it really does feel like this lobby has so much more pressure on it than Group Yellow and Group Red. They're all struggling, they're all making odd choices. I think day 3 is most likely when we'll see things calm down a little bit, because there has been some crazy rotations. I mean, even just look at this game, down to 58 players with 16 teams still alive. That's a weird place to be in at 12 minutes into the game.
That's potentially a little bit too dangerous. 77 looking for a crash, actually, onto the south side here against the Vicious. Limbo Boom up to the wall. Reyes isolated, separated from his team, and will be evaporated by the nade bombardment from 77. 3 players at the back lines now. Limbo Boom can start to establish smoke lines and get those paths through this compound up and available. DRS on the west side far out. Secret on the east side far out as well. Means this fight is unlikely to get third parties unless a team wants to get fresh with it. Pick up these points away from one of these 2 other teams. 77, and I mean, it seems like they know this, don't actually have to fully commit to this crash, right? You've already done the damage. You may look to then just sneak your way on through and get ahead of the rotate in the meantime.
I don't know how you approach this one, because where we're heading to in Miramar is one of those locations that if you're not already in it, it's quite difficult to inject over towards this location. With Los Leones will be on that northeast side, massive amount of just open ground over towards the northwest, and then you got Chumacera, which is horrendous anyway to rotate through, but that encompasses the entirety of the south portion of the circle. This is tough. This is very, very tough, and honestly 4MV might just get a good game off the back of this just by virtue of already being in the circle, similarly to RCB.
I mean, you know how it plays out, right? You get the circle, you have a good game. It's the law. It's legal. 4MV going to be hoping for another shift now. Circle goes on in and captures the middle of it. A nice round donut there. Nothing super dramatic, but a lot of teams are actually cut out by it, right? You go to that central area and there's a lot of teams playing Edge. I'd say probably close to 8 teams we're looking to play on the outside here, and 4 teams, 5 teams maybe, sit in the middle.
Fine, donkey. Donkey. Fine donkey.
Von Donkey.
Yes. Count Von Donkey.
That's right. He's having
Does a donkey have fangs?
His dukedom. As he maybe is going to take a look over towards this fight with 77, trying to finally get rid of the Vicious fully. But there's damage going over to Zadira, who does go down completely. Magnum is still in the fight there. On the sliver of HP is going to get knocked in on the inside of the cupboard. 77 are swept away to the broom closet. What a way to hold it out for Domeno, the last player to stand, and that's going to be 77 out.
Dimonor, really good play from him, honestly. I'm going to call him Dimonor because it sounds regal. That's how he felt in that fight, like a king. RRQ, good nades over towards Xing. I was like, how has King died twice? But yeah, it's Xing coming through from Thunder Talks. Overall, we want to see more 4v4s, full-on scraps. We're getting that in this game of Miramar. CAG, Osaka rock up towards Brute Force. Garnet not really providing too much success at all versus Brute Force. And now nades have to come through and they have to be good. But right now, it really is Brute Force getting the better end of the deal.
They're retreating up the hill, and I mean, they read that the nades were going to be coming through onto that low ground. They know they want to create space around their knocked player, so they pull back up the hill. They're going to be leaning on their off angle out to that west side, which is going to have to regroup now, and the roll down can come through. Freezer isolating that, however, that is dangerous. It puts you within nade range, within shotgun range as well, so Freezer needs to be careful here. Apollo launching one up on high, going to try and split the rest of Brute Force away, and a long-range nade from Matten looks for the shot. Shut down on towards Freezer on the low ground, but Brute Force still navigating this well. Matten from the party bus, going to try and bring it to Freezer, and that is the danger I was talking about. They isolated it, and Freezer didn't need to stop there after the roll down. I think he could have gone to the rest of his team.
Yeah, probably. Again, I think for Freezer, it's one of these things where he's still learning. I think a lot of people need to understand, although Freezer is this crazy, ridiculous player on Brute Force, he's still somewhat of a new player to the scene. Very, very fresh in terms of new talent. And I think that when you think of it that way, it's like, yes, he's going to make some mistakes now and again, but a lot of times he has bailed Brute Force out of some credible scenarios. But right now in PMGC, it is up to the likes of Prepod, it is up to the likes of Furia to really take the lead on these games. Neos specifically as well.
Yeah, playing maturely for the rest of the roster, necessary, and it's great to have both of those sides to your team. A need, though, from 4MV, and Brute Force are really suffering on the outside. I think Furia may look to poke his head up and take shots over towards 4MV, try and draw some attention at least, and allow his team to try and get out of the way. D+, they lost 2 of their players to the clash with Influence Rage on the northeast side. Influence Rage went down fully, though. Not to D+, but in a different engagement. I think that was to RRQ on the northeast side. And now D+ can look to try and take the top spot back. But with only 2 players alive on the outside of the circle, having to cross a road, it is going to be tough.
RCB keeps things very calm towards the center. Do want to see RRQ try and flex out a little bit towards Stalwart as well as Team Liquid, prevent those crossings coming through on their side of things. RCB is so far and out the way right now, John, honestly. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be taking too many fights towards them. Maybe Count Von Donkey could get on over there. 4MD, though, doing great job over towards Brute Force, and Fabian even joining in. The rest of D+ Kia heading on over, and the rest by that, I mean Nolbu.
3 eliminations found for 4MV as the backline of Brute Force are tidied away. Just Furia, who's managed to make it in with a buggy to the junction on that ridgeline. That's a fairly safe location, given the layout of the teams in this lobby. I wouldn't be surprised to see Fury into a top 5 for Brute Force. We'll have to wait and see, though. He could get rolled down depending on what Team Liquid RRQ do on their northeast side. Could change the shape of it. DRS on the south in the meanwhile. Going to have Team Secret on their east side trying to take shots down towards them. And it's not a team you really want to be at your back. They have been pretty devastating in games gone by. We'll see if they can repeat that here. 4MB continue their hold on the north, though, and it's looking fairly successful. The high ground from these buildings, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, big northwest shift as well. I mean, that does keep CAG Osaka in. And 4MB, they'll hate me if I say it, they've got the circle.
Oh, no.
Now is the time to shine. Good nade from Doc. There's those Doc nades. Give me more. Give me more.
Goes in with the shotgun, looking for the flushes. The rest of 4MV flexing out a little bit to make sure that he is nice and safe to go for that stretch out. Should be fine, just keeping control of those ridges. 5 eliminations now. DRS, ooh, they're trying to make their way past Team. And this is what I was worried about. Team Secret on the high ground. They're pretty devastating on these shots and will continue to be so. Just killer remains for DRS. Team Secret
Classic,
looking to hunt it
by the
down.
way.
Very classic response from DRS to a difficult part of the game. Just killer remains.
I think that it's... You know what? You know what's interesting? 4MV's playing very disciplined right now. It's almost as if they've had to bite the bullet here. Realize that potentially what they were doing wasn't working. They were like, how about we just play the way we did on that map 1? Rather than how we felt after that map 1.
Well, they've had that ego check. Hopefully, they will be able to swallow their pride somewhat. And it looks like it's working out. Team Secret on the southeast, actually, with 3 elims. Feels like they should have extracted more from that engagement, but so far, still have to get that journey going towards the north side. RRQ now trying to push up against Team Liquid, who do have to move as well. They are on difficult approach now, but Team Liquid have a small part of the inside track.
Jukes has just sent me a picture of...
I've seen it.
of a refined donkey.
Oh, yes. Oh,
yes.
yes.
With his monocle in place as well.
So refined.
Wonderful.
So gentlemanly. So,
Damn.
So...
Count Von Donkey lording over the southwest portion of the map right now.
I do like that.
Looking to depart from this game rather late and pick up a fair amount of points.
Yes. Could you please sort it so that we can depart at the end of this match, so we can have the maximum survival time, more points, things like that? It would be lovely. I wouldn't mention it, but we're at the bottom of the tables, you see, so it would be lovely. It would be rather preferable.
It would be really nice. Actually, if the circle come down to us, it would be brilliant on the shift because my hooves are quite sore, actually.
Yes, I've been taking dance classes, you see, trying to dance through this circle, but it's not really worked out. 2 of our players, they've gone down, the rotters, but they've left us now to pick up the pieces, and well, it would be rather nice if you could send the circle down our way. We'll see you later, old chap. Meanwhile, over on the northeast side, RRQ still in conflict with Team Liquid. Team Liquid on 3 players though, so a little disadvantage there.
Slightly. For Team Liquid, again for RRQ, I wanted to see a bit of a stretch out from them. It hadn't happened, unfortunately, for them. Now Team Liquid's able to take what I would say is a bit more of a strong fight between them and RRQ. It looks like they want to get rid of Stalwart first. A reasonable move from them. Circle does not go to Count Von Donkey, who is absolutely livid.
Not just yet. Circle needs to tap in and head on that hard south shift. They'll be having words, I'm sure, as they do manage to pick up Nolbu on an opener, close to 4MV, so that point might be taken away. Reefus does, in fact, pick up that point.
There it is.
As the off angle comes on in. 30 seconds until the next circle closes. The nade and Team Liquid are trying to roll on up. The high ground nade doesn't quite connect onto Ayala and Chief fully. Does get a little bit of damage, though. The bouncer there sent it up into the sky once more and continues to chip away at the health bars, but Ayala is in for the fight. Shotgun in hand. Perfectly aimed. Unfortunately, though, on the outside, Chief not so lucky.
RQ making their way in over on this hillside here. And I think for Team Liquid, ooh, life's getting real short for them. They do find Octuri. But yeah, this is likely a 4-squad wipe coming through from RQ onto Team Liquid. I hate to say it.
They're doing really well,
John. I hate to say it. But Team Liquid were doing well. I think this might be over them. Great shots from Isla to start things off.
It's not all done.
Potential.
5 eliminations. Chief around the side. The silent sword, no shot. He looks for more as well. Connects with one, but runs out. Hits the weapon swap, but he's not there in time. Ayala, it's all up to him. Last player to stand and one player to deal with. Low HP bar as well. Spots the heal and steps out. Team Liquid stay alive. The blue zone pushes in. 12 seconds. Not a lot of time to get these reses, to get this healing done. Blank, they need to move fast if they want to extract from this game.
Yes, Team Liquid in 11th place. That's what we're talking about.
Hell yeah.
Back in business. Once again, another Brazilian team might just be making their way into the survival stage. What a match there. Count Von Donkey, hooves are sore, but at least they get to take a little bit of a rest now. I think, again, this is what I was going to say. I hate to say it, but I think Jukes might be right. What if 4MV just had one massive game a day?
I think Furia wins this fight.
You think so?
Yeah.
I do not believe.
I'm pretty sure Furia wins these 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 times. I've never seen him lose this. Have you seen him lose this game before? I don't think I have.
No, I think I'd have to go in the future. Doc, some decent nades, but he's not quite getting on target. Nice shot over towards Wild. Baron goes down to Mythic from Team Liquid, man. And honestly, right now, 4MV is playing one hell of a split. I don't know how easily they can even get Baron back up again. So likely they'll be playing on with 3. I think they thought they had way more control of this lobby than they actually do.
And maybe
bad 4MV.
They started to get a little bit too big for their boots, too overconfident, right? In this position, they go for a wide split and it is punished. And that is exactly what we've been talking about time and time again. Sure, they've got 11 eliminations, and this is going to be a big game for them. A good damage control game, as the desk likes to say. It looks like they might have just bitten off more than they can chew. As RCB rolls straight up the hill, and now it's just Doc over on the eastern side.
Oh, man. Why did they take this split? I don't get it. I don't understand it. It didn't make any sense to me.
I think Furia wins this.
Control one location.
Oh, dear.
Come on, Team Liquid. My hopes now lie with you.
They've also had a good game. They're up to 10 elims, Blank. They profited a lot off that rundown.
They're splitting!
And they are looking for the split. Spray down. Chief out in the open. Needs the backup from the other members of his team, but it's not quite there in time. It's just Ayala now, but he's close up in personal. Loxy, low HP, needs to be careful. The shotgun from up on high, looking to rain down the lead, but it's not quite there on target for the first one. Connects the second time around, and Ayala again may be able to keep Team Liquid alive into this, but not this time. It's shut down, and RCB stay alive. Wild can get rezzed here on a sliver of HP on that knock, but the blue zone's pushing as well. 2 players from Team Secret, and Furia can do it!
Dude, this has made me so sad. This made me so sad. Why would you split on this? They held this ridge as well. Why? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Oh dear. Some very strange PUBG Mobile going there. My brain cannot handle it. Nice shot from Furia though. Good stuff. Break off in the distance. Come on.
Furia has to hit the deck now, but his position's given away. I feel like he could have been a little bit slower with it. The nade over the top doesn't quite seal the deal. Furia gets the point, but now he's got 3 players from RCB moving on in. Repositions the buggy. The Molotovs are going to burn him away here. And I feel like you could have held on for a little bit longer. Wait for Break to make that push forward. Stay secret, but goes out in 3rd place. Picks up a point for it, though. So an even trade-off. And Break now trapped on the outside. RCB, Blank, EMEA putting up their 3rd chicken dinner today, potentially, as long as they can get rid of Break.
Just imagine this, John. You're a team. You're called RCB. You think to yourself, that looks like a nice ridge side. How about as a 3-man, we go together, we control it, we win the game. Wouldn't that be insane?
That sounds like a very basic PUBG Mobile play, but executed very well by RCB to find the 11th match and potentially put them back up towards those survival stages. Team Liquid with a big game as well, and a couple of throws from that high ground. Let's see what the desk has to say about it.
I don't know if you can hear my dog barking downstairs, but he ain't happy with how that game turned out. No one's happy with how that game turned out unless you're an RCB fan.
Oh my gosh, dude. They got the circle.
So we heard, okay, we just didn't have zone. Okay, and then the next one's going to be, well, there's just a team that came behind us. We just got third party.
Oh my
Max,
gosh, dude.
Say something, please.
Do I have
Are you
to
alive?
talk? Do you have to talk? I'm angered beyond belief, Jason.
Bro.
This throw. This is the big. I'm not gonna miss my words. This is the biggest throw we have seen this PMGC, and it's from 4MV, a team that we expect to make it to Grand Finals or maybe win the whole thing. What are you on about? 4MV, you had the winning position. You had this bloody mountaintop, and RCB with their binoculars from a distance see you. What's this team doing? They're super split. How about we just breach as a 3-man and just take it for free? Like, yes, you do that. RCB, good on RCB, but 4MV, you cannot just also send Doc in the field that way. What's good? I'm angry.
Dude.
4MV, you should know better. And you can't blame the circle this time. Sorry.
What's going on, dude? What's going on, man? I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, 4V, they got the zone. It looked so pretty. It looked like it was basically gift wrapped. And then they just pull off this crazy split. And out of all the players you see split, you see Doc, you know, gone. And it just breaks your heart because you're just like, man, you could have just played that so basic and it would have been an easy chicken dinner. I mean, it's so tough to watch. And then, you know, Team Liquid, the damage control, bro. That's all it is. That's what it's all about, Max, man. Once these guys start busting out that damage control, man, they start putting up some points. If only they would do this earlier on.
Hot Juice, I have to be completely honest with you right now. If we're looking at this game, if they don't make it in top 3, this playstyle is not going to push them into the finals through survival stage. It is not going to cut it, man. It is not going to work out. Like, you need to fix these, like, I wanted to call them minor mistakes. They're major mistakes. You threw a free chicken dinner that was happening to come your way over on Miramar. So, yeah, anyways, let's move on to...
Bro, the last time we saw a split like this, Max, the last time we saw a split like this was in a PMGC, one of the very first PMGCs we had with Loops.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, that's a big throwback.
A split like that.
Dude, that split brought me to my knees, literally, dude. You know, it is so wild, you know, and I'll tell you
I don't think you're the only one brought to your knees by that.
I know it. That's a fact, you know, and I'll tell you what, you know who's standing up right now, though? Random Karya, you know? Let's go. It's about time these guys got a chicken dinner under their belt. Hey, you know what? Even if it was gift wrapped to them and given to them for free, they'll take it.
Yeah, you're right. We obviously, I mean, for good reason, talk about 4MV here, but we have to give credit, of course, to Red and Karya, bro. A team that we have been talking about quite a few times, saying, hey, they're not doing so well. Hey, if you're gonna make up, I mean, they capitalized off the mistake of former Vibes. You have to give them credit for that. Whether it was a bad move out of 4MV, a horrible move, or the worst move we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile, doesn't matter. Red and Karya capitalized off of it, and they took the victory from it. That is the sign of a very smart team.
Lord Von Donkey is very happy with RCB's push here.
Right.
Okay, no, it was good. You drew a big mistake like this, you punish it, and clearly Hodjux, they saw the big split from 4MV. They saw some players, I think it was Baron on the rooftop, and on the rooftop on the hilltop getting knocked. Like, this is a free opportunity. We cleared our backside. We got rid of Voin Donkey. We got rid of some of the players of Team Secret that were trying to leave the southern side. We got free reign to do pretty much whatever we want to try and get this win. Oh, wow, you're split and you're weakened in a weakened state. We're just going to full send it with our cars up to your mountaintop, claim the high ground, and get the win. This is a very good punishment that came out from RCB to finally get their first chicken dinner, Hot Juice. And I know you were talking about them on the pre-show on day one, saying this is a team that can make it thanks to Silas. And here we go. We finally get the win.
Yeah, and I think this is the start of just their reign here coming up towards the end, because I think they finally understand it now, right? I think they finally started to understand this lobby, and they were able to capitalize on the mistakes of others. And you know what? It's so crazy because if you're looking at it just purely from like a numerical standpoint, like last game 4MV, they put up some decent points, right, for a tough circle up north. And then in this one here, 14 points is a good game, right? But it's the reason why we're being so critical on them is because we have so much expectations for these teams. They set the bar so high early on, Max, right? With that crazy 30-point game. And then all of a sudden you see them just miss out on points just due to it just looks like simple mistakes. Like, what are you doing? I don't know. It's frustrating to watch.
You know what? We could take it one further here, Max.
Wait, again? Oh, let's go.
We can take it even further. Stalwart get crashed by Team Liquid. It was a little bit of a slow crash, but a crash. RRQ, keep in mind, Team Liquid and RRQ both came out of Los Leones on the west side, the northwest side of it, decides to crash them, which is, in theory, super smart play. But as we saw, it didn't work out for them. And Team Liquid, I think it was Ayala, was able to like hold on and decimate RRQ.
But
to earn their spot in top 11.
But Shotgun exists, and Team Liquid have two of them, hot jukes. But RRQ, again, as Jason said, really smart approach. You've seen this fight happening. You can sweep the northeastern edge. You can third party that fight, get an also good anchor point to move into the circle off the back of that. It is good from RRQ, hot jukes, but they send it around the corner of the building in the open. One by one, you're just asking to get picked off by some kind of shotgun. If it's an S12K or DBS, it is going to happen. And here they just got completely dismantled because of another really big throw. I'm going to say the RQ, that was a throw.
And it makes sense. I mean, because they're at the bottom of the leaderboards right now. And it's a simple communication like fix that would have made them win that fight. You know, when you're in a situation like that, you want to be able to push very tightly together, right? And be able to find angles for each other. If you are in the front of that push, I mean, you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right? You just hear push, you hear the footsteps, you feel like your team's with you. It is your responsibility as the team behind that player, the teammate, to say, hey, man, like, slow down. Like, just, hey, pause for a second. Give me 1/2 step so I can catch up to you. You know, if you don't make that communication to your teammate, you're going to be that step behind and you're going to end up in a 1v1 situation over and over and over again. And RRQ got punished for that. And it makes sense, you know, like I said, because they're on the bottom of the leaderboards. They're nervous. They're trying to make something, you know, miraculous happen to make them have this, you know, comeback. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. So hopefully they can tighten that up here in the future.
You know, I feel like, gentlemen, that there's a lot of people at home watching like, why are they being so mean? Why are they talking so bad about this team? What I'm going to say is, man, this is PMGC. This is the cream of the crop, the best teams in the world going head to head. I understand some mistakes do happen, especially at this high level of play. But if you want to be the best team in the world, if you want to take home that trophy over in London in December, you can't be making simple mistakes like this. You can't be having these errors, or you're just not going to be the team to lift that trophy, to get potentially some sweet little golden jackets, which I would love, by the way, if PUBG Mobile ever decides to make those for talent. But yeah, so I mean, we're obviously being a little bit harsh here, but you know, RCB, at least for them, able to, you know, propel themselves out of the bottom 5. It took a chicken dinner for them to do it, but they're going to be starting to move up the leaderboards here on the climb. And we can even see, like, when it comes to Miramar here, I mean, 22 eliminations for Team Liquid, 5,200 damage. We know this team can put work here on Miramar, but then you cannot. I don't know, RRQ, you should have lost that fight, but we can move on past that, to be honest.
It happens. It happens. You know, you make those missteps. Those are the games that, you know, your coach looks back with you and be like, hey, this can never happen again, you know, and as long as you're able to make those adjustments for the future, you know, it's not bad. It's just to see that mistake happen at PMGC. That's why we're harping on it so much, you know, and you know,
I'm just thinking, right, because I'm still like thinking about like why Doc, you know, because the doctor is out for sure. Like we have seen like D+ do this with Osal, thinking back to, I think it was our first angle of the day, Max, except Osal would be like the pivot point, the anchor point for them to rotate to. He would scout, get good information. Maybe there's a world in that last game where it's like Doc was saying, okay, I got us a good position, though I don't really understand that late in the game, that his team would rotate to him. But the thing is, we've seen Doc kind of do this a couple of times now over the course of these 2 days.
I'm going to tell you, Jason, Osal's play early on Erangel when he sent across the river, that's a good split. The reason why, it's a scouting split. The whole idea behind that play is to gather information, create an anchor point for your team to rotate into the circle to play later on into the game. That is the whole idea. Here, the thing is, they had a game-winning position. That was just a greedy position from Doc. That's all it was. It's as simple as that. It was a greedy play. He wanted to get in nade range because Doc does what Doc does best, which is chuck nades at people and eliminate them. Unfortunately there, he creates a lot of weakness points for the rest of his team and it doesn't work out. Splits are good for scouting or when you have major control of the circle. In this case, you had Team Liquid and I think you had Fury of Brute Force up north. You had players south. There were too many angles for that split to be impactful the way 4MV really wanted, Jason. So yeah, you split only when you have big control of the circle, which in this case, 4MV just did not have whatsoever.
Yeah, and you only split for a little while too. You know what I'm saying? Like you split to just get as much information as you can. It really depends on the terrain. And you know, when it's that circle 4, you know, passes, you gotta usually have to group back up with your squad and get ready for those engagements. Because I mean, to see them lose that fight, it just hurts to watch, especially like I mentioned earlier, after watching them play so well grouped up, you know, because Doc, you know, we need to see at least like 3 or 4 nade eliminations from Doc. I think he needs to get warmed up with some nades. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I just want to, I'm looking back at these games and looking at the 2 mistakes we had this game, right, from RRQ and from 4MV, and I'm kind of happy, Hot Jukes, that they're taking this kind of slap to the face in a way, because they took a big humble pill on this one. I'm like, oh, okay, we can't get away with like just doing whatever the hell we want and try and get the win and qualify to PMGC. No, it's as Jason said, right, it's PMGC. We're not going to reward these like average plays and big mistakes. No, you need to be top tier from start to finish. So I hope that this game is going to be a bigger slap back to reality for these guys and just, okay, we can't get away with it for free.
I really hate that we're going so in on them, but I feel like it's so valid. And thinking back to this year, like Max, you and I were lucky enough to do the watch parties for CSA. We have seen and been talking all year long about how good 4MV are. When we get to these global stages, PMWC, a letdown. PMGC, going to the first Erangel, 32 eliminations. You and I are cheering like, they're here to claim the trophy. Yeah, exactly, vindication and everything. But then they have plays like this. I don't know, and I'm really curious, actually, you know, maybe it would be really cool to talk to like East at some point one day, because, you know, obviously now with Falcons, who was previously on 4MV, like, was this always like what the team was kind of like, where Doc would go for these like crazy plays? In my memory, I don't remember that happening last year or at PMGC last year. But I'm really curious, like, what the decision making is, because Doc does this a lot when we get to, or at least in this event, I feel like he's did that a little bit in fall as well, where he feels like he's too big for his britches and he feels like he can take on the whole world, you know, 1v64.
I mean, the thing is, he's eye-gelling too, right? So he's the one calling the shots on that. It's just like, it's not, you can say, oh, he's a fragger, he's just gonna do like what fraggers like to do, which is get involved in fights and stuff. No, he's the one calling the shots actively on that too. So, you know what? Yeah, I don't know. After CSA, Jason, we didn't see these kind of big misplays happen, but it just happens at PMWC. Now PMGC, I'm a bit confused too.
You know what? I'm gonna reset a little bit. Okay, I'm definitely gonna reset a little bit here, because I'm gonna play devil's advocate. You know, because I'm looking over here at the numbers, right? They are 11 points away from 3rd place. Okay, I think that I'll give them a little bit of a pass to play a little reckless, because if they got a 30-point game, we know it's in their repertoire, right? And the only way you get a 30-point game is you have to play a little reckless. You have to play just really aggressive, push fights, win them out, and go on from there, you know? They're not too far away to where it's worrisome to be like, hey, like, what are you doing? You know, with 2 days left, they have a little bit of that room. I'll give them 5 more matches. I'll give them 5 more matches as a pass to kind of play that little reckless style. Hopefully you get a good game in those 5. But after that, it's got to tighten up like tremendously.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
What do you think,
I think we're definitely being harsher on them without taking into consideration where they technically are on the leaderboard. Because you're right, like, they are extremely high on the overalls right now. I mean, they still are in reach for sure of getting top 3, no doubt. I think, at least for me, and I'm not gonna speak for you in this sense, Max, why I'm so harsh on them is that we've seen throughout the year in CSA their potential, like how damn good this team can be. But then to see them play this kind of reckless style, it's not reflective necessarily of what they did in PMSL.
Well, definitely, it is clearly not. We know this team can do better, can achieve better. I think we know that even in the PMGC, they should be able to do better, right? But yeah, I'm still a bit confused. This feels like a complete opposite desk segment to match 2 of yesterday.
Yeah,
like,
right?
All like, oh yeah,
what
4MV
happened?
the best, and now like 4MV biggest throw of PMGC. But okay, you know what? Again, I said it. I hope this is going to be a big reset for them mentally. Like, oh, okay, we got to stop messing around. Like, this might just cost us the top 3 spots.
I'm sorry, Max. Take a look at this at the bottom of our screen. Top 4 opportunists, stolen eliminations.
Oh, that's cool.
Actually a really cool
sick.
stat here. Influence rate, 16 stolen elims. I like it.
Dude, I've been
assuming that
waiting
knock
for
comes
this
in from
stat
one team,
forever.
and they confirm it. I like.
Dude, I love that
That's
stat.
a good stat.
Yes.
I mean, they have
more of that.
When you really look back, way more of that, please. When you look back, actually, Influence Rage has been very third-party oriented, like on sweeping edge playstyle, etc. To get position control. That's the way they do it. They tend to try and third-party and take shots from a distance and create space. That stat makes a lot of sense, but it's good to see it also highlighted in the numbers. So 16 points extra purely by snatching away some points of other teams. That really goes a long way over the course of 4 days. That is huge numbers.
Yeah, really cool to see that. It'd actually be a really cool stat to keep an eye on throughout the rest of these days here. And of course, if you can potentially look back on the other groups and get some stats in there as well. But it is time to head into our final Miramar. That means the 4MV podcast is now closing for its very first episode. We'll see if there's going to be an episode 2 after this.
Well, depending on how it goes, we might have episode 2 right now during the game, Jason. It's match number 12, our last game of the day, and we do need to decide the top spot. D+ will be going back and forth with Influence Rage, as Influence Rage have surpassed them now. Their pace unmatched in today's games, both of them accelerating away from the competition now as well, with Brute Force struggling to keep up and maybe falling by the wayside if 4MV can humble themselves and play to the lobby.
I think the 4V, look, the last game, look, they got themselves into a strong position. It was a winnable position as well. They make a mistake. The call's not great, and they're able to take it down. But there definitely was a change from 4MV the last game. I think that's something that we have to certainly bring up, is that the rotations, the playstyle was a lot better up until those final moments. And I think that final moment is very important for 4MV to analyze. It's like, we were disciplined, we made strong rotations, we looked good, we scouted, we smoked, we naded, and then we got to the end game, we were like, oh, we're doing really well, guys. Let's do a 4-man split. That's exactly where the point goes wrong, because it was way too much confidence. But up until that point, it was actually very good gameplay. So I think for 4MV, again, it's a case of that testing, that limit testing, of being like, right, that there is our limit here in the PMGC. We can't go for crazy splits like that, which might have netted us 3 to 4 more eliminations in our PMSL, but it's going to net you a loss in PMGC.
And we've got the Hot Jukes limiter on them as well. 5 more games to really start to show back up. We'll be counting those down. This is the first of that 5-match set. We'll be carrying over into tomorrow to see if they can pull their socks up and do better, because the schoolmasters are not pleased. Class is in session. Final exam just around the corner. Heading on into this match, though, they have a long road up towards the north side. The circle goes over towards La Cooperaria, and 4MV dropping in Chumacera. Thunder Talk, again, they have just kind of had the same deal, right? The start of today, it looked like maybe they were starting to gather momentum, try to brew that storm, but it just has dissipated over the course of today, and it hasn't been where it needs to be. Hopefully, they can put in a good last entry. Influence Rage, however, the opposite of all of that. 115 points now, and they are 11 points ahead.
Yeah, it's good. It's very, very good for Influence Rate. They would not be ahead if not for all the stolen elims. Who are actually behind.
Interesting.
I don't know how many stolen elims D+ had. I don't think they had a huge amount.
I think they were second on the tables, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean,
I think they, but it was a couple back. We'll have to go and double check the stats there, but I think they were on that table. That might have been another team, but I thought it was D+. Not sure. Either way, I agree with Jason that it's a very interesting stat to pay attention to, right? Because in general, a stolen elim is indicative of taking controlling positions in circles and having a lot of influence over the circle. And I think that that's exactly what Influence has been able to do. You can do that in 2 ways, right? You can be in a central location and taking shots out and around you, or you can be trying to sweep through on the edge. Both of these are influential, point-picking positions on a circle, and both sort of play the same when it comes to those points totals, but they're almost like opposite play styles when you actually have to enact them. It's a really interesting stat to keep up to date with, and as I said, definitely agree with Jason. Would love to see more of that.
It was very, very good. Enjoyed it. It was a nice little thing to be able to watch out for. We're back on board with this game, though, for the time being. Well, for the time being, for the next 25 minutes, because after that, we're done for the day. We'll be heading past that halfway mark, going to tomorrow. Massively northwest shift up towards La Cobraderia. So this is very much a different type of game, Miramar, that we've seen before.
Up in the north side, La Cobraderia dropped on by Count Voin Donkey himself. Or it's Von Donkey, I suppose, in his count form. But Voin Donkey in La Cobraderia going to be flexing out a little bit further to the south, trying to take the areas to the east of Crater Fields, and making sure that they have control over some of those rotational paths. And whenever we see this rotation, I'll always talk about it, there is a vulnerability to teams moving in from that east side, approaching towards La Cobraderia, and actually cutting you off from the team, from the rest of your team who are a little bit split away from you. So definitely need to be a little bit careful. And I think that actually Voin Donkey have now moved themselves back in to be a little bit more regrouped. So I like that strat. They'll lose a bit of influence over the center of the circle, but they could gain longevity in the game. Team Secret, that's not healthy for him. Losing one, a nice pickup for RRQ.
Yeah, not sure what Transix was doing there. He's like, just offered up his life at the doorway to RRQ's building.
Doorbell rang, had to quit the game.
Yeah. Urgent matter, must leave, sorry. I think that when you look at this circle, though, actually, it's pretty unforgiving. For a lot of times, you can make that northern rotate past Torre Armada and then break in through La Cobraderia. But because this circle shifts so far up towards the north and actually cuts in the outside of the map, like literally the borders of it, it means that this entire area is playable. So you can get this lineup that goes all the way across, making it very difficult for our southeast teams to find their way in. Which is likely why we'll see a lot of teams actually cutting in past Power Grid, past San Martin, past Monte Nuevo, because they don't want to worry about those teams already all the way on the north side. So it creates this weird dynamic for this game going forward, which is always nice. It's a really interesting one, because I think I always talk about in the past how you can cut in past Al Zahar. Not as possible this game.
Taking a look at this split from 77, they are 2-2. Currently, we're on board with the South duo of 77, losing Zadira, leaving one player alive. The other two, they're north of Ruins right now. They're all the way in the northwest side of this map, completely split. And on a circle like this, you've got to expect some pushes coming up that western road. So I would put, again, a question mark on that positioning from 77. They did not regroup fast enough, and unfortunately, we'll lose a player because of it.
Yeah, damn. Unfortunate stuff for 77, who really have fell down quite a bit. Now in 12th place with 47 points. Not where you want to sit, John. It's not where you want to sit. A scary prospect going forward, especially because so many teams underneath them, 13, 14, 15, 16, all are quite close to laddering over the top of them. It's going to make for a very, very cutthroat final day, which is nice. But right now, a lot of our squads are worrying, sweating, cowering slightly.
Timid, shivering, various other tremulous adjectives. But yeah, we still, as we will reach the halfway mark right at the end of today's games, there's still a little bit of opportunity to distinguish yourself.
Wee-woo.
As the sirens go past my window, there's I hope everyone's okay. But we're going to be going... What are you doing? I've got enough sirens in my ears without you wee-wooing about. What's going on?
What the hell's John? Why you got some like wee-wooing going on in your background?
Look, people need help. They're getting helped, and I'm glad about that.
I think that there's so many sirens to go past your window that the only logical explanation is that you're the problem.
I don't want to talk about it live on air. I'll tell you later. About all the problems I'll be causing in suburbia.
Wait, have you been thieving chickens from the Morrisons again?
I've not been... Look. They would... Look, that was just a simple misunderstanding. Okay?
You've been on the hot foods counter again. We talked about this.
They just taste so good, you know? They're already cooked. Like, they're ready to go. You just go...
Oh, it's KFC.
Hand to mouth. Oh, I forgot to pay for it on the way out. You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
That's true. It is true.
I'm a suburban terror.
Yeah, man. I know. Heading down towards the south side, though. This is actually a crazy circle. We didn't get a chance to talk about too much because we're too busy talking about sirens and hot food counters and chicken, which means that I'm now hungry.
Oh.
But I'm also hungry to talk about this circle because it is a good one. It's a really good one. It's a tasty morsel of a circle, which went far down towards that south side. So, again, I will say D+, although, yeah, they're doing real, 104 points. There has been multiple times where the circles completely cut them out, only to do a full, like, 180 psych onto all our teams, then cut back down towards D+. So I think that has benefited them. All right? I'm throwing that out there now.
Okay, a little bit beneficial, maybe. A little assistance towards teams at the top of the tables, but moving out for MV. Going to be playing now to the east side of El Pozo on the high ground. We've got Cellcom Digi Alliance as well, a lot more central on this circle, and potentially in with a good spot here. RCB to their northwest. You've got CAG Osaka out to their east. They have high ground over RCB. You can see that on your screens there, with Leon taking those angles and getting a little bit of control. Their southwest is a little bit more secure, given how the circle falls, because 4MV at a little bit too much distance to be a threat, but they will be able to take shots at and control teams who approach from that angle, which means that that angle is safer.
DRS on our north side. Trying their way in. Having a bad time so far. 16th place.
That's really sad.
Me too, Seven. Me too.
Oh dear.
I'm also hungry, bro.
Yeah, everyone's hungry. It's nearly the end of the day, so we can clock off for lunch soon. But we still got to dish out one chicken dinner first, Blank, and that is our duty here on this final Miramar of the day.
It's reserved for
it's not mine that I don't care.
Dear me. Well, yeah, this is an interesting turn to the show.
You're in a bad way now. What's going on? Come on.
We're all just hungry. Seven's texting me about Hawaiian pizza. He knows what he's doing. Stop it.
What a devilish man he is. What a cruel... Ooh, what a cruel shot, actually, from Prepod over towards Silas on the high ground as well. And this is the danger always of these high ground positions, right? As the plane emerges from behind it. Thought that was a buggy, but no, it turned out to be just one of the planes going over, dropping off some loot packages. But now Brute Force can just go straight on up there. Well, I thought it was another player up there who was just grabbing Silas, putting him in the back and heading off, but no. Silas going down, super exposed, will just be an easy flush. And that is the danger of going for those high ground positions.
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome if you see someone like driving on the Skybox to save their teammate? I must go. My people need me.
Oh, dear. Certainly do, but Silas won't be available anymore. Can't call in. Team Secret going down on 5th place as well. Not great. Actually, the worst.
Some might say the worst of place. Yeah.
Going down 16th place with 0 elims. Yeah, absolutely.
That's not great. But Team Liquid do get themselves a knock, but will take one in return. Here's RQ coming against 77 right now, battling them off quite handedly. Still 3 players up again. Koryu, as well as Snaper U and SRU still alive. Fnatic, the only one escaping the strange naming scheme.
Hitting them with the Kamehameha and at the end of that one from Ryu. And on through for the spray downs. This is Team Liquid as we hop over to a different fight. Tries to catch him on the cross there. As Count Von Donkey tries to stand up against the approaching forces of Team Liquid, who have 4 players alive, but I think it's just Vexy now left standing. A med kit coming on in. I think he's still on the inside here. Could get caught, but spots them on the reload. 1 spray is good. Vexy can't quite find the second. Doesn't get the flush either, and Team Liquid can continue their campaign to march up the tables.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Team Liquid. Up to 4 elims so far. Genuinely an improvement. Yes, there have been mistakes, as Max is saying, over on the desk, but there has also been a lot of improvements from Team Liquid. Going from, what was it, 3 points over 3 games yesterday to now a total of 52. It's what you would call a turnaround, 100%.
Yeah.
Good shots right now from CAG over towards Stalwart, but they're giving it back just as good as they get. Good pop out from the party bus. There's 2 party buses, but neither is as safe as the other.
That is really good pickups there for CAG Osaka. Losing Garnet, not ideal, but Stalwart taking 2 out of their roster. Far from favourable as well on the southeast side. Next circle going to come on in. It heads up north. RCB in the middle of it. The Crater Fields east side ridge is also going to be a major factor on this one, Blank. And I'm expecting one of those teams on the northwest to try and take control of it. That's DRS versus RRQ out that way.
The Vicious and Brute Force over on the western edge of the map. Nice bit of high ground to play around with, but it does move over towards the east. It's just there's some real cruel circles here right now on Miramar. This one is not fun. It's like a whole map in of itself, this circle. There's the high ground off towards the western side with the dip on the road that travels down on towards the valley at the south. There's compounds on the east, and then a little portion just cut out on the ridge side on that eastern edge. There's a lot going on here. There is a lot going on here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 6 to 5 teams over towards stage 8, stage 7. We'll wait and see. Wait and see just how aggressive these teams get.
D+ have been out in the blue zone this entire time, Blank, and they're trying to fight their way in and actually maybe able to find success there. Fabian went down on the off angle. Nolbu is taken out as well. DRS going to be losing a player or 2 on the outside, and Killer goes down to Chips on the roll-up. DRS now knocked down to 2 as D+ Kia as well will be similarly dismantled, and the high ground from RRQ comes on in to shut them out of the match. 1 player now left standing, so not out of it fully just yet. DRS also suffering. This third party from D+ spelled the demise of DRS, a really difficult approach, and both of the teams will take heavy casualties. DRS more so, D+, 1 player alive. It looks like we might be locking in our top spot at the end of day 2.
What happened? The RRQ just decided they're a good team now? Is that just the case?
They always were. They were just hiding it from us. They were doing the influence rage strat of like, oh no, we're just little RRQ.
Oh, we're just little RRQ.
Do not pay attention to us. Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam, bam. MG3 strat.
Oh, is it? Oh, someone hurt you? Who could that be? Not little RRQ, that's
No,
for sure.
Could not be us. What, these 8 points are not... I don't know where these came from. I have no idea.
We've gone somewhat insane towards the end of the day.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
17 minutes into this match, roughly around about 13 more minutes before we start to close on our zone 9. So that's 13 more minutes of looting, shooting, and getting strapped into this game as much as possible. Critter, make some nasty shots from CAG. Actually, it's Selcom Digi Alliance to take those shots from Cluck. I know you call him K-Look.
The guys on the desk do too.
Do they?
Yeah.
It's just me who calls him Cluck.
Yeah, he ain't no chicken. He's not clucking.
I think I'm just going to do it out of rebellion.
I like it. Yeah. Keeping the suppression, though, going over towards Stalwart. And with the blue zone pushing in towards stage 5, that's going to start to hurt. You want to be getting out of that as soon as possible, but it's easier said than done. Next circle, up north, Team Liquid. Maybe Influence Rage. It's Brazil circle.
I hope so. I hope Team Liquid can get more points. For the mere fact that I will be deeply, deeply saddened if Team Liquid do not go to survival stage or even just the grand finals. I feel like that nade just made that vehicle fly so far. That's 4MV. Baron's already down and out, but the Baron may have lived longer alongside this team than Count Von Donkey.
That's my favorite headcanon that's come out of these games so far. Count Von Donkey is an excellent character.
I really wish that we could show you the image that Jukes is.
I feel like
drafted up.
there would be all sorts of issues with that. It's a
Well,
normal
no, because he did it in
but-
paint. He did it in paint.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it looks really good.
Yeah, I believe.
Like the little bow tie arm and everything.
Hell yeah.
The
Reyes caught on the cross. The spray downs from 4MV playing on as 3 players. Their last chance to push back into the top 3 at the end of day 2. I try and bombard the Vicious out of position, but over the hill, you got Cellcom Digi Alliance controlling their next approach. And I think that both of these two teams are just going to go down. The question is who goes first. Oh, maybe not. 4MV with a wild swing up the hill. Apex with the shutdown on the long angle, but David's there, not suppressed by Apex, and the shot towards the back of 4MV slows them down. Apex still going though, not for much longer, and indeed neither
Good
team
shots.
makes it out. Good shots from up the hill, coming through from Cluck.
I thought you called him K-Look.
I do what I like.
Oh, you gone back on it, have you?
Ah,
you dare.
I'm a maverick.
Change your ways.
Beholden to my own
Count
rules.
Von Donkey.
Oh dear. Yeah, actually, no, that is true. I didn't ask the count permission, so.
You didn't,
I'm sorry.
no. You can't go back now. You've committed. I committed to Cluck. I might be wrong. You could be right.
Oh dear. Not that it matters too much now.
It's all over.
The count's already furious. I've done it. I've stepped in it. Oh no.
You've upset. You've slighted His Majesty.
I'm so sorry. Donkeys are so good. Like horses suck, dude. Hate horses. Donkeys, sick.
Actually, that's okay. Well, actually, is it? Because now you're hating on Team Liquid.
Wait, no.
That's right.
No.
Team
I didn't
Liquid
mean
didn't
it.
get you
The
down.
horses are sick. Zebras suck.
Yeah, that's more like it.
That's right. I hate the stripy guy, those stripy guys.
It would have been worse if Kanina Power also in this lobby, in which
think?
case you really would have made an enemy of 2 teams.
Yeah, that is true. Or Unicorns of Love. I could have gone that way. Although they haven't picked up their this month's roster yet, so we'll see.
No, I actually refuse to go in on Unicorns of Love. I think they propped up our scene for such a long time. Nothing but love for the Unicorns of Love.
That is very true.
RCB Council can't even continue like this.
Oh dear. Stop choosing horses as your logos, guys. Come on.
Team Liquid, let's talk about Team Liquid, because Team Liquid actually are on set for a big game. RRQ, I think people realize that they are not just tiny little RRQ, they're quite formidable. Pre-pod, damn. Some good shots with the Mini 14. Less than good shots, just more good control. Surprising how quickly he's rattling those bad boys off.
Team Liquid definitely in the center, in the driving seat of this circle, with the duo of RRQ going to slow down brute force on their approach from the west edge. That Crater Fields east side ridge, I thought it was going to be more pivotal than it has been so far, but not really as much impact as maybe they would have liked. They have cleared out a lot of that angle, but Shifu is still there for 77 as a solo, the last player to stand for them. And brute force struggling to get down the hillside. Fraser does get that healing. You can see the rest of them trying to move in pre-pod, breaking forwards in the vehicles. The shot's not ringing out. It's all on RCB, actually, on the southeast side. And Cellcom Digi Alliance trying to make their way on forwards, but there's so much open ground.
I have a minute and 53 before I'm correct. But one team has to not go down in that 1 minute and 53.
What was your prediction?
8 teams in stage 7.
Okay.
But I don't know if I think I'm wrong. I think I'm hella wrong, dude.
Oh, this rollout. This might be the end of that prediction, but you're close enough in my book. I'll give you that one. K-Luck or Cluck is going to be found to be pretty chicken on that far
He's
side.
all out of luck.
And his goose is cooked.
That's right. Unfortunate for him. Cellcom Digi Alliance down. I'm wrong, but it's okay. We're all having a good time here. Brute Force, though, on for a fairly decent game off the back of this one. But it's Influence Rage who are putting up some strong points again. I think they're So the difference between Influence Rage and a lot of other teams inside this lobby right now is that they're the one team, I would say so far, that isn't afraid to fight for position and is terrifying enough to send teams away from those positions, which means that they're able to get consistent spots like this. It's not because they're getting the circle all the time, it's just because they're willing to fight for strong spots. I don't think a lot of our squads are doing this right now.
Spray down to Wild, not connecting, but the vehicle taking heavy punishment there. Remove that one from Action Furia, cooking the nade. RCB trying to flex on out over, and this high ground still under control. Furia, yeah, they don't quite get that on target towards Wild. Smoking off his teammate as well. Loxy towards the back lines of this circle. Can make it pretty tough there. A nice little crossfire found, and Influence Rage lose a player, but that's actually picked up by Thunder Talk, who have been a little bit quiet. They've got 2 elims now, and on the north side, they want to close the day with a strong performance, try and move up to challenge third place, but Brute Force, they're still in it. Can they move past RCB? Because Wild on the outpost finds Furia, gets that flush as well.
Nice nade. Won't find the flush though at the top of it. Brute Force up to 10 eliminations now. A very good game for them. Unfortunately, they do lose a player, which isn't great, but they're still playing on a lovely split. Wait, have they lost a player? Yes,
yeah, they did
have.
lose Furia.
Oh, I was curious for a second then. Does go down. Influence Rage. Diego is knocked. This could be a Brute Force game. Equally, though, Team Liquid haven't really done all that much. That is a massive Molotov.
They're both of the 2 RRQ players, and that actually gives Thunder Talk a position up the top of the hill to play into this next circle blank. They can transition. They've got 4 players alive. I mean, this could be pretty big for them. The team from China, who has had 1 pop-off game so far, could convert with a second on the day and do pretty well for themselves. But Brute Force have 10 points, and they're up to 99. Could a third team break that 100-point barrier? I think with the placement they're guaranteed, they already have.
Yeah, now that is wild, right? That is absolutely wild. 3 teams breaking 100 points in the second day. Albeit, Brute Force will not break the record, seeing as it's happening on the same game as our 2 previous groups. But having 3 teams at that 100 points this early on is somewhat staggering. It is incredible to see. I think what's less incredible right now is probably the 30 points that D+ have been able to pick up today. It's really not been quite a lot, and they've been very much propped up by their previous day. Influence Rage, on the other hand, though, they have had a pretty strong day 1 into a very strong day 2. And they're still pushing.
They managed to get 60 points in day 1. They're looking to match that with the placement they've already got. They have done so. So how much further can they exceed that as 77 go out there? The last player to fall, Shifu, caught on the off angle. Brute Force wanted to try and catch on up to it. Influence Rage on 2 players. Unlikely they can get too much further. 75 points was the biggest day we've seen so far from D+ Kia. And if they want to match that, they need, from this point, I think it's something like 12 more points on this game, which is going to be pretty difficult to achieve. And that's already factoring in placements.
Nice nade from Neos. They are dropping a little bit short here, which is somewhat giving them a bit of false information. That one goes a bit longer. That actually looks on target. Yeah. Ooh. But I don't think they have many more nades left in the back pocket. I think it's you just push it. Just push it.
Thunder Talk, though, in the meantime, they're using that shack position. There goes Influence Rage. 3 teams remaining. The high ground now under control by Thunder Talk. If they can play up to this ridgeline, they've got this little plateau. This is stage 8. The other 2 teams going to have to try and figure out how to leave. The concretes will be a tomb. If Brute Force go down on the off angle, I think this game is Thunder Talk's.
Yeah, I would say so. It's an interesting circle because there's that small ridge in the middle. AJ's unable to pick up the first, which actually gives an opening to Brute Force now. They send one player close. I don't think they've got too many nades left remaining. Yeah, looking at Brute Force, even just on the graphic there, just 2 nades left. Team Liquid sat underneath. They've done nothing, really, at this point, but it's been very difficult for them to get out from this position. That has to be said. Why everyone says, stop being mean to Team Liquid. I genuinely think this is probably their most reasonable play.
Yeah, I mean, the circle allowed them to stay in this position that they took fairly early on. There's no reason to leave, and they've got a third place guaranteed off the back of it. Most likely a second place. But Brute Force moving Niels there. I mean, the fact that he was able to get across, right? You highlighted it. Couldn't quite connect the spray from AJ up on that high ground for Thunder Talk. And that is going to be a massive benefit for them. King looking to get the vehicle, but this roll down is now even harder because they've allowed Niels to play close. They can't just take suppressive fire over towards Brute Force and step in that way. They have to go for the fight, and a multi-flank fight as well. This crossfire established, and one player goes down to it. Freezer now trapped behind the tree, and up go Team Liquid. They're trying to move to the top of the hill, and Thunder Talk need to hold them off. Getting rid of Brute Force here, that has been done, but now Team Liquid put the pressure on. They start to try and squeeze Thunder Talk out of the top of the hill. King goes in, a 1-for-1 trade. AJ needs to hold his nerve up the top, and is able to do so. Now it's just up to Cardozo. AJ still has the high ground, and a one player is going to try and fade away, get this healing done, but it's one player either side, and AJ's looking to heal too.
Dude, surely he has some nades. Come on, Cardozo, just toss a couple. You have to at this point in time. They know what's happening up there. Have all information with Team Liquid, the rest of the squad passing that back. Zero nades though, dude. That's sad. That's sad. Have to drop some smokes. There's one more nade available. Ooh. This is an approach and a half.
The res can come through, though. I think if they have enough lead time on the circle, 2 weapons is better than 1. He's got another P90 in hand as well for Thunder Talk. Cardozin not going. He's holding back. He's waiting for them to peak. The res has now come through. The heals can start to establish. The smokes have bloomed. Cardozin's not pre-firing either. There's a Molotov into the backlines that cuts off one of his flanks. It's going to force him into the fight. And there's nades in the back pocket from King as well. Cardozin now under so much pressure, and Team Liquid may have slowed down a little bit too much. The horse stumbles at the final yard, and over the top they go with Thunder Talk to try and take it back and close down the final game of the day. But Cardozin's out for the fight, not quite able to convert, and it is Thunder Talk to come back on in, steaming in for the victory.
Man, that's a gross ending. I didn't like that at all. If you're Cardozin there, the rest of your team's up top. They're able to provide all the information you need, whether he's peeking or poking over the top. You throw some smokes down, you play off the back of that, because you could run out as soon as he tries to go for that res, but you need to get up towards the top side. I don't know, man. It felt like he just resigned at the end of the game, essentially.
But great stuff from Thunder Talk to close down day 2 with a chicken dinner, adding up a bunch of elimination points as well. That's going to give them the platform they need to play into the later stages of Group Green.
Well, day 2, match 6, the real day 1, match 1 here for the PEL teams, as Hot Jukes would say. Able to pull off a big win and do something similar to what TJB did back in our last group. Jukes.
It's happening. It's happening. I thought you said Max in the last group. That's why I was like, oh no. But you're right. Back in the last group, we saw TJB do it, and now we're seeing Thunder Talk make it happen here right at the end of day number 2. And it's right on time for them too, because, you know, we are seeing such point sponges over there at the top. Prior to this match, you know, you had D+Kia at 104, Influence Rage with 115. 4MV had 77 points. That's already a good solid gap between 4th and 2nd, right? So for Thunder Talk, which was in 9th place with 56 points, to get a chicken dinner on here, I mean, that's some serious damage control, Max.
Man, I mean, zing, that's just damage, not even with any control.
Straight
just
damage.
Straight up. Look at that, 785 damage total this game. I really enjoyed the approach of Thunder Talk Gaming this game, Jukes, because they were going wide to the eastern side, not really getting involved in too many skirmishes, just trying to stay at arm's length away from all the teams on the road, like your Team Liquid, like your Influence Rage. And then they see, oh wait, Brute Force is actually pushing down the mounting and actually trying to get engaged onto RCB, onto Alliance. Guess what? That means there's a high ground position available. We're just going to wide wrap north of Team Liquid, claim control of that high ground spot, and then just have all the information and all the high ground angles we would ever need to wrap up that win. So I think that Thunder Talk were very aware of the situation of what the win condition was going to be and just struck gold when Brute Force went downhill.
Crazy game for Thunder Talk. Yeah, I mean, it really, I'm looking over here at the map at feed and just kind of like breaking it down a little bit, because, you know, it's so crazy to see the teams that we saw towards the end there. We saw Brute Force in the mix, you know, once again. These guys had one heck of a day today overall, which I was really, really impressed with. I wanted to see Regan and Karia actually finish out a lot stronger than what they did. They had that south side across the street there, but they just got caught in pinch between Brute Force and Influence Rage, and you know that's just gonna happen sometimes. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, though, Thunder Talk being able to win it out from Team Liquid, I would have liked to see, you know, the final Team Liquid player throw some smokes out a little earlier on, man. I mean, yeah, he didn't have any nades at all, but maybe he just forgot he had those 2 smokes. He could have thrown them up the hill, pushed up, and been able to make a 1v1 situation happen, but he just waited.
It was kind of interesting because Karadozin, I think the rest of the team of Team Liquid were attempting to push uphill onto Thunder Talk Gaming, and Karadozin just stuck to the edge, down in like a dip. I think he was trying to give some kind of support from the angle, but unfortunately, as your team is pushing uphill, you're going to be losing sight of them pretty quickly, and then Thunder Talk was just holding the high ground, and thanks to the third-person perspective in particular, we're just going to completely obliterate all of the Team Liquid players. So, yeah, I think that Karadozin maybe was a little bit too slow on the approach, and then the amount of time it took for him to push, it gave an easy opportunity for Thunder Talk to go for the res onto Zing. So, I mean, good for them to finally get the res. I was surprised, Juice, that it took him so long to initiate the res, but they got it. There are 2 players, and most importantly, they had the P90, which, if you're on a one-on-one fight, the P90 is definitely going to give you a big advantage.
Dude, AJ with those plays, man, that 1v2 right there is what really kind of set that up. But, you know, there's so many different ways that, you know, Carlos and the rest of his squad could have made it happen. You know, he could have thrown that smoke. You could have had the teammates kind of crawl in front, because since there was such elevation downhill, his teammates could have crawled in front of the enemy player, and they would have had to spend some bullets on those thirsts. Cardozo could have pushed up at the same time and maybe got a chance at that 1v1 opportunity. But regardless, I mean, Team Liquid, 13 points on the board, solid match. Brute Force with 18 is just awesome, man. These guys had one heck of a day today, and it's good to finally see Thunder Talk make something happen. It's about time.
Yeah, and the question for us is, are they going to be able to do it again tomorrow? But also one team, I mean, Influence Rage has had a great day, as you guys have mentioned, Brute Force as well. You know, Team Liquid with the damage control in the last game of the day, it's not going to be good enough to get you top 3. It might be good enough to get you into survival stage, but as we've been saying quite consistently here over the course of today, you don't want to be playing survival stage and last chance, because it gets so much more difficult there. If you're going to qualify out of Group Green, top 3 is the way to go. And well, unfortunately, you know, D+, as we did talk about the start of the day, having a great game, another chicken dinner on Sanhok, they did definitely taper off, I feel like, towards the end of the day.
Oh, definitely. It's been tough because you had other squads just step up so significantly. Like we talked about Brute Force. We had Team Liquid here, able to get himself some good wrap-ups. Regnum Karabra on the first Miramar. I think it was a hard day to stand out for some of the top squads, Hot Jukes, because then you had just other great
Brute
team
Force
games off
with
these
2
big
chicken
wins.
dinners.
Yeah, exactly. Brute Force, like they were almost nowhere to be seen day one, but here they're just, we're really good at the game, so we're just going to get 2 wins and almost try and go the entire way for a third today. Like, big pop
they casually forgot. They casually forgot that we're like actually really good at the game.
We qualified to PMGC. Oh, good point. We can win this.
I mean, it's crazy. It happens. It just happens. It happens every single time. I mean, I told you, the second we saw Brute Force get that chicken dinner, I was like, it like opens up doors in your mind, and just you're like, hey, you know what? We could do this. Let's make it happen. And that's exactly what it did. I mean, regardless of whether they got blessed in that first game where they won, you know, once you get that win under your belt, it just, everyone after that is just so much easier. You got to break through that ceiling first, though.
Well, they want to break free, and they've been able to do so here, as they got themselves into second place at the end of the day. But Influence Rage still be maintaining number 1 at 123 points with 68 eliminations, tying D+, who are our limb leader throughout both pretty much these 2 days of play as well. But Team Liquid, man, speaking of damage control, they're in 7th place.
Wow.
Crazy to see that they can just play like kind of well in 1 game a day and still be like top 8.
That's
just
crazy.
enough.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you know what? It's still not enough though, right? Because they're 41 points away from 3rd place. So that's a good solid buffer. It's definitely not impossible, but tomorrow's going to have to be a big day for them for sure, because every single group so far, Max, has proven to us that the last match of the tournament is so unreliable, right?
Yeah.
So you want to put those points on there sooner rather than later.
Oh, for sure. It's always going to be down to those last matches or two, possibly to maybe push out of the bottom 5 or also maybe go in the top 3 to make your way to the Grand Finals over in London. Though looking on the second half of the leaderboards, not too big a movement around the cutoff point of 11th and 12th. It's still going to be Regnum, Karabra and 77th though. At the bottom, this is, we have to say it, for ROQ, this was their best game. We have seen, what was that, a second place with 8 eliminations. Before that, their best game was the very first game of Group Green. It was a 4th place with 6 eliminations. So good to see, you know, at least a little step up in that sense, but we can still see them get decent eliminations. Look, they're 35. They're not far away from teams around them. But those placement points, Jason, they just go out so early in these matches. We need to see them survive. Exactly. That's exactly my point. We need to see them survive to get more of those invisible placement points. Yes.
Those invisible placement points. I felt bad for Vicious, who's just consistently been falling down our leaderboard. I mean, they were a 4th place team for such a long time, and we've been quite surprised at how well they've been able to play, but today's been extremely quiet. But one person who hasn't been quiet, of course, is going to be Neos, coming from Brute Force, having one of the best days we've seen in the groups. And I mean, 455 average damage is nothing to scoff at, but he wasn't highest in average eliminations, which kind of blows my mind. He's only at 2, which means someone is much higher than him, which I'm kind of thinking maybe it's Osal.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I could totally see that happening. He had a really, really solid.
Well, actually, I think this is on the day, right? So maybe it's someone from Influence Rage, actually. Not the whole event.
Oh, you're right. Might be actually Influence Rage. I don't know. Though, talking about Neos real quick, I'm actually very surprised because when I was doing my prep, looking at EMEA teams, looking at Brute Force in particular, I think the standout player was going to be Frieza going into this tournament, maybe Furia to some extent, but like the fact that Neos is up there shows that it's not just Frieza and Furia doing the work. There is definitely a lot of heavy lifting from the teammates. I mean, here, look at that. Prepod also, he's going to be top assist player here with 15. Oh, a 3-way tie, by the way, with Diego and Neos.
Let's go.
So, no, they're all helping out each other, getting eliminations on the board. So, Brute Force is looking really solid today. Big question, though. After a big pop-off day today, is that going to continue into tomorrow? Or are other teams that are going to start to be a bit more aggressive, possibly in the lobby, looking to overtake their spot, and Brute Force might falter? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know what? This is a cool stat, but I would love to see like a graphic like this with elimination steals, right? Because that's been so huge. I'm so glad that we got to actually get a good little sneak peek at that earlier, Jason.
Yeah, actually, I agree. See like which individual player's been able to do it the most, and also it'd be really cool to see like what's the percentage of elims they've gotten total have been from steals.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as we talked about throughout the first 2 groups with yellow and red, it can come down to those 1 or 2 points to separate you from getting to grand finals or not, or getting into survival stage or not. And every steal is massively going to count, which is why also, I mean, you don't hear us on the desk talking about it, but why we often say when watching the games, just go out to blue, because those points you give away do add up, and it can be the difference between you qualifying and not.
Yep. And it's so sad. I mean, we saw the Falcons, right, come up just short to the last game, Max. Literally the last game of Group Red. If they would have won that match, we would have seen them get that big ticket, man. And you know, with how intense that survival stage is going to be, it is so brutal. So, I mean, Brute Force, I'm happy to see them make it happen here. Hopefully they can continue on.
Yeah, hopefully they can do so. Yeah.
Speaking of continuing on here, we are going to have an interview down on the stage with 7 Worlds Gaming, who's going to be talking to Prepod from Brute Force.
And just like that, day 2 for Group Green has ended, and I have none other than Prepod and Freezer from Brute Force. Honestly, before those back-to-back wins that you guys had in Erangel, it propelled you from 11th place to 3rd place. What were the adjustments or the in-game decisions that allowed for you guys to win those back-to-back Erangel matches?
После первого игрового дня мы поняли, что допускали большое количество ошибок и боялись рисковать. Соответственно, сегодня было после командного обсуждения было принято играть более агрессивно, и это у нас получилось.
So after the first day, we realized that we were a little bit scared to play, and we decided with the team that we will play a little bit more aggressive, and that's worked for us. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely worked out. You're currently in 2nd place, finishing off day 2. Now, we have already played 12 matches. Which team has been the most challenging for you guys?
По моему мнению, самая сильная команда — это FOMV. Причем они сильны со всех сторон, как командно, как механически, так как по пониманию. То есть, по моему мнению, это самая сильная команда здесь сейчас.
in my opinion, the most challenging and strongest team for us is a 4MV because they strongest in all terms, like, you know, in understanding the game, in the mechanical, and like in general as a team, they're really strong. So yeah, I would say it's a 4MV.
Right on. Well, hey, there's been a lot of debates about 4MV today, but we're not going to get into that. And Freezer, I can't just have you standing here all cute. How confident are you feeling for PMGC this year? 100. Oh, there you go. Just one number, 100. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Well, hey, with the way they've been playing, I can kind of put them at 100% as well, especially if they can keep this up the next 2 days, which is kind of surprising to me, to be perfectly honest with you, too, because, I mean, Brute Force, we saw them win EMEA back in summer, and then we head into PMWC, and I was just kind of like, where's this team?
Right? Yeah, you know
Where
what?
they at?
Where are they? Where are they? But I'll tell you what, it's so crazy that I am not surprised. And I'm only not surprised just due to how we saw the previous groups, right? I knew there was going to be one squad that we didn't expect that would perform real good, and or at least to that level, right? And it was Brute Force this time. So it's good to see them do it. Any of these squads get in a good position, they can make it happen. But Brute Force, they really took advantage of it.
Well, gentlemen, before we do end things off here, I got to remind you, and more importantly, make Hotjukes really sad at the fact that Max and I both have an Infinix GT20 Pro. Where is yours, Hotjukes? You were a pro.
Were.
But Max and I are playing like the pros with his 120 FPS.
I don't have that much FPS. I don't have that much FPS. What can I say?
This segment started with like Max just like, ooh, like I don't have my phone. I'm gonna go get it, you know, later. Never had the phone. And then he's like, ooh, I have my phone all the time. And now it's into like, haha, we have when you don't, Hotjukes. I feel bad.
Jukes. I like this segment. This is my favorite segment. I love this.
Yeah.
You know what, Jukes, tomorrow we can bully Max. How about that?
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
We could bully Max by talking about how we're going to be going to PMGC Grand Finals. We don't need to buy our tickets, but you guys at home are going to have to buy yours between the 6th and 8th of December. You guys can join some activities, meet your favorite players, meet some talent potentially. Not to mention you get some free draws in-game as well for some 2024 PMGC skins and have the opportunity to eat some delicious food in London. I'm actually looking forward to curry, to be honest, in Italy.
Oh.
Don't know why. They don't have curry here. Kind of surprised me. But Max, in the interview, just completely change topics back to what we're supposed to be talking about. Hearing Prepod say 4V's a team that they're watching out for. Kind of surprising, but kind of not.
I think that, okay, despite the big throw and the like segment where we just completely ripped them to shreds, Jason, we know that this is still a team that has the potential to go really far, to go to the grand finals, maybe win the whole thing. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully they took a bit of that humble pill after that big L they took earlier. But no, I think that a lot of teams look up to them, saw what they were able to bring to the table in CSN. Like, yeah, this is a team that knows what the hell they're doing. They've got such a good understanding of the game. So they're a threat. But as of right now, I mean, Brute Force are just playing better, so they're not a threat currently.
I'm a little bit scared, Jukes. If 4MV go on to win, Doc runs over to us on the desk and he gets on the mic. He's like, "Screw you guys," and that's it. That's the only English he says. But no,
Alpha 7's overrated, also.
You guys are overrated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us for another day of action here in Group Green of the PUBG MOBILE Global Championship 2024 League Stage. We, of course, have to end things off today, but we'll be back tomorrow for day 3, the penultimate day, to find out which teams will be heading to the grand finals, and of course, which teams will be heading to the survival stage. We'll see you then. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, fire. More fire. Grow that fire, pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. Grow that fire. We been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire, yeah? More fire, fire, fire, go that fire, yeah? Pure fire, fire, fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah? More fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and dip, we can meet by side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah? It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild.
Down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. Holds my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field we